Say hello to the Iron Giant. For 51 weeks of the year, this gigantic open pit mine is closed to the public while it produces more than 3 million tons of iron ore. But for 1 week, operations cease and it opens its doors to the biggest, the most prestigious, the most punishing and the most intense hard enduro race in the world. Welcome to the 28th edition of the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Well, it's an absolute honor to stand here next to two bona fide enduro legends. Over here, we've got unquestionably the best privateer ever to throw his leg over an enduro bike, and he's got a mullet that would make Chuck Norris green with envy. It's Paul Bolton, and then this gigantic slab next to me has 6 enduro world titles to his name. 4 super enduro, 2 hard enduro. Billy Bolt. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure. How are you feeling?
Mega, mate. I mean, the atmosphere down here is just so electric. The temperature's changing all the time. It's look around us, look up on those hills, look at the hills are just stacked with people, helicopters flying around. Yeah, it's chaos.
Billy, bittersweet for you. You don't get to ride, but you still get to come down here and feel the adrenaline.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You know, of all the races, this is the one which is really starting to sting that I'm not on the start line. But, you know, I'm here, I'm experiencing it from another point of view, and as Paul's just said there, I've just had a look around and I'm starting to take in a lot more than I normally would. So I'm trying to find the positives, but this one is really, really stinging to be stood here.
Okay, Erzberg is a race, but it's important to say at this stage that it's so much more as well, Paul. Like, it's a festival.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much going on in these few days, and it's like you say, it's electric all the time. There's so much going on with the prologue, the Raidenizers, the rocket ride, everything, but it all boils down to where we are now.
Okay, Billy, for you, I mean, how important is Erzberg in the world of enduro?
It is the one. It's the one everyone wants to win. It's the race that made our sport what it is today. You know, it just brings so many people together. You know, whether you're here just for the party, for the festival, there's thousands of people turn up and just enjoy their weekend. And then for the handful of pro guys that's here, this really is the race that can change your life. You know, we've seen it happen time and time again. A good result here can literally change your life.
Okay, well, the Erzbergrodeo is part of the Hard Enduro World Championships. It is a 7-stop tour, and it kicked off last month in Wales with the Valleys Hard Enduro. It moves here to Austria, Styria for Erzberg, and then it's on to the X-Ross Rally in Serbia in June, the legendary Romaniacs in July, and then the TKO, Tennessee Knockout, over in the States in August. Then we've got the Sea to Sky in Turkey, and it finishes up with the Hispania at the end of October. It is a packed schedule, a lot of pressure on the riders.
Absolutely, and a lot of mileage under the belts by the end of the season, that's for sure, especially with the rally format ones as well, like you said. Yeah.
Yeah, it covers such a different, you know, variation of terrains, different race formats. There really is a test of everything, and it's he who can be the best, I would say, all-rounder in terms of that. So many different disciplines of hard enduro is going to be victorious at the end of the year.
Okay, both you went to the Valleys last month. Bolts, what did you make of it?
Yeah, it was a cracking race. The people down there in the South Wales valleys they're such nice people, massive fans, you know, of hard enduro and motorbikes in general. But yeah, the track was more fitted to like rocky rivers, like really just breaks you down, knocks you about, and yeah, it was a brutal race.
To be fair, but results-wise, it was business as usual out front. Manny Lettenbichler leading the way, doing what he does best. A little bit interesting coming around in the podium. We had Teo Kabachiev.
Yeah, that was a mega result for him.
First ride on the Sherco, getting on the podium. But yeah, I would say a pretty good start to the championship.
Okay, well, we can take a look at the standings now, and no surprises there really when you take a Manny Lettenbichler on 25, Kabachiev, that great result, him in second. Mario Roman, the 2 Sherco riders there, almost teaming up to try and catch up with Manny. Wade Young, Will Hoare, some great results for the young Brits as well in there as well.
Absolutely, the Bright Moors are doing mega at the moment, and they're training a lot together, everything is really good.
Okay, well, we've talked about the Hard Enduro World Championships, but coming back here to Erzberg, and this is a working mine, like so much of it changes every year. They're moving rocks around, but there is a big headline about a change in the course, isn't there, this year?
Absolutely, they're going, like pretty much they've got the start, they've got over to Wasserleitung and things like that, all the other ones. So yeah, it's
then into Carl's dinner way earlier in the race than it normally is, which again, I think nobody really knows what to expect. No one really knows what kind of strategy to play out. It's going to be an interesting one. If I was racing, I wouldn't know how to play it, put it that way.
Okay, in terms of what it does, we've got all of the pros going in there, but it means that we're going to see a lot of the amateurs in there, Paul.
Absolutely, I think it's going to be a bit of a bike park, but they've still got a lot of wet forest to get through before there.
I think a lot of amateurs will get in, but I don't know how many are going to get out.
And the crossings changed this year as well.
Listen, we got a Baja machine that's just pulled up round the corner, if you can hear that. Sounds like about 1,500 horsepower that's about to light up and scream off with Carl Cato. So if that makes the noise, you can hear that. Before it does, though, we're going to throw you down. These two boys took Carson Brown, the AMA Supercross rider, into Carl's dinner to see, well, to give him a couple of pointers on how an Erzberg virgin might deal with Carl's dinner.
Thanks guys for that one. But we're here on the Iron Giant in this lovely weather, and I've got two really good guests this year. We've got Billy Bolt, a seasoned professional at Erzbergrodeo, and we've got a new guy here, Carson Brown.
Yeah, we're here checking out Carl's dinner. Obviously, it's much earlier in the race this year.
So how would you prepare more for that?
I think it's about surviving rock by rock and just making it through and out of here alive.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to give you a few little tips about how to ride the dinner. One of my key tips was actually just using 2 fingers on the clutch rather than 1, just to save it for some other sections later on in the track. Obviously, riding the higher lines, trying not to get in the big holes. There's some huge ones down there as well, trust me. So, yeah. Any other words of wisdom, Bill?
It's difficult to say. It's so hard because everyone rides it so differently. One thing I've noticed from previous years of being here is when it's wet, I feel like it actually gets worse with more people. The kind of top layer of the rock almost
saying
comes
you need
off.
to be there first.
All right. You just jump from big rock to big rock all your way through. Keep your feet on the pegs.
That simple.
And you get it to about here somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see this every day. It's a lot gnarlier in person than I ever could imagine. Like, how do you prepare for this? Now looking at it, going into it for, you know, years after this, what can I do to get ready?
About 10 or 15 years of trials experience is probably the best thing you can do to prepare, so.
That would definitely help.
That fits in your schedule before next year's race. I think you could be a podium contender for next year.
All right. What gear are you guys typically in? Are you in first or second?
I was always in first because I used to run a taller gearing for the other climbs on the mountain.
First gear I think works quite well. Get in and just get a feel for it and
little sections as well. Have a drink, have a breather, keep working your way through it.
Another question I had is, you know, if you have a bunch of riders in front of you, do you try and pick a different line around them, or if there's one solid main line, you kind of have to follow the leader?
It's a lot, I think, about just assessing the situation while you're in here and making good decisions when you're in here.
At a certain point, you've just got to get on with it and get through it. So, should we go have a quick look around it?
Yeah, let's go check it out.
I'm never really letting go of the clutch.
Yeah.
So try to get your back wheel there, you don't want to lose it in that hole, yeah? Well done. Try and recover that and get on that one if you can.
Yeah.
Good job. The back wheel's good there once it comes up.
All right.
Try to think about your shoulders being even further behind the foot pegs when you're lifting the front wheel. Yeah.
Incredibly technical.
It's true though. Well done, man. Bit forward. Bit more. Steady, steady. Yes, it's in. It's locked in. That back. Look down at your back wheel. It's locked in there now.
Yeah.
Perfect. See this one?
Yeah.
This is grippier than some of the other ones. So whenever you see them crumbling away, they're always pretty grippy, them buggers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant. Mega.
All right.
That was fun.
We're making progress.
Don't let it run away from you down there. Yeah? Good. Yeah, nice one.
Yeah, under the tip, that's a good line.
All right, 3 learns for me: body positioning, shoulders forwards or backwards of the pegs.
To be honest. I'd have to employ you for some lessons.
Yeah, gearing,
prologue trim.
and then definitely line selection.
Yeah, sound.
Keep your head up, looking ahead, one rock at a time.
One rock at a time.
Well, the good news is there's only 2 million rocks in Carl's dinner that he's got to take care of. He did pretty well in his defence, though, didn't he?
Absolutely. You know, from his background, it's like I say, it's his first time at even a hard enduro, never mind the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. It's like, yeah, fair play to him.
How do you think it's going to change the race, Billy, having Carl's dinner that early?
I think it means the riders are going to enter Carl's dinner a lot more together than they usually would be. You know, Carl's dinner is typically at around the hour mark, and it's often quite spread out, so there's not a lot of overtakes. Yeah, you can make up a lot of ground quite easily, but everyone's going to enter together, and I think it gives someone a chance that doesn't quite get the best of starts, an early opportunity to make up a lot of time.
And I mean, do you think it's a case of be careful what you wish for some of the riders further down the field?
Absolutely, yeah. They might have always wanted to get there, but some of them might regret getting there once they're there for sure. There's also a forest section that uphill in the forest between the two levels, and I think that's going to be a sticking point for a lot of the riders.
Okay, let's take a quick look now. The bikes are all lighting up. You know we're close when you hear this. But we can take a look at some of the other things that have gone on throughout the weekend. Let's kick it off. Friday night, Mitas Rocket Ride. That one's an absolute scorcher, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a fitting start to the race, you know. Not all the riders take part, but I think it's just everyone's a rider on the mountain mind by now. There's so many people watching. It's pretty much chaos from start to finish.
And mega to hear them big bikes roaring up the hills, and yeah, it's a really entertaining thing and gets things kicked off well here.
Okay, and then we got the raid on Icenerts. I mean, how do you describe this to someone who's never seen it before?
I don't think you can. You just got to watch the video and see what it's like.
I think if you went down there and behaved like that this afternoon, you're going to get in trouble. But I think it just shows what a big event this is to the area, that's allowed to happen for one day.
But then we get into the business end of things, the Iron Road Prologue. This is where the racing starts.
So important. This is what they're here for. To get on this front row, the fastest times are on the first 50. Yeah, and you need that if you need to be the first around that corner.
Okay, well, it was Josep Garcia put almost 30 seconds into everyone else, Billy.
Yeah, it was job done for Josep. You know, he only came this week really for the prologue. He is an Erzberg finisher in the past, but obviously his focus is on Enduro GP. And I guess he did show everyone why he is one of the fastest Enduro riders on the planet.
Okay, there you can see it. Josep Garcia, Chris Gunderman, Dominic Kozlowski. Interestingly, though, keep your eyes out. Wade Young taking the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship points just ahead of Manny Lettenbichler. So Tidor Kovacev just back there in sixth, and Matthias Waldner, the Austrian home favourite, getting a couple of points in seventh as well. So really good news for him. But the question on everyone's lips at the moment is how on earth anyone can beat Manny Lettenbichler. 9 wins on the bounce now.
Yeah, he's just got that rolling momentum. He's super from there. He's got a really good structure around him with his friends. He's obviously his dad's his mentor. Yeah, he knows his place really well. And yeah, what do you reckon, Bill?
Yeah, like rolling momentum is such a key role, I think, on the bike, off the bike. When it's happening, it's happening. And you know, he prepares well, he makes good decisions, and he very, very, very rarely makes mistakes when he's out on track.
Yeah. Okay, well, we can take a look now at a little clip that tells us how on earth you beat Manuel Lettenbichler.
6 out of 6, baby!
Ah, what a crazy journey, guys.
Yeah!
In 2023, Manuel Lettenbichler rewrote the record books. He won every race on the calendar and posted the first ever perfect season in Hard Enduro's history. With a streak of 9 consecutive FIM Hard Enduro World Championship wins to his name, an aura of invincibility seems to surround the 26-year-old German.
If I would describe Red Bull Erzbergrodeo for one guy who has never been here, it's just a crazy, unreal, unique motorbike race.
Lettenbichler is focused on making it 3 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo wins in a row. Everyone else is focused on beating Lettenbichler.
The man to beat is definitely Manny. He's been riding really good.
He's on fire, he's riding so well. He's definitely going to be the man to beat. It's like his home race.
They have accomplished to reach a form with his father, a style that is technical, uses not a lot of energy.
He's a smooth rider, he's a smooth operator and a smooth talker off the track, so he's kind of got a full package going at the moment. He's just waiting for somebody to beat him, actually.
With the bullseye on Lettenbichler's back, his opponents ponder strategies to dethrone the reigning world champion at one of his favorite races.
I think he's definitely beatable, and anything can go wrong. You know, anything can happen in these races, especially at Erzberg. You've got Carl's Diner, that's earlier on in the race now. So if you had to bend a lever or something like that, you're going to lose a lot of time, and you could be out the race. So anything can go wrong, and anyone can win this one.
At least hang with him in the first bit, you know, he's just so explosive and gets out, gets a good rhythm going, gaps everyone in the beginning, and then just maintains it. So I think you just need to hang with him in that initial beginning bit, and then you potentially have a chance.
In the end, he's a human being. Everyone has his weak places and strong places.
If Lettenbichler wins another Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, his third in as many years, he joined legendary Tadej Bozuziak as the only other rider in history to take the top of the Erzberg podium 3 years in a row. And by doing so, add another chapter to Hard Enduro's record book.
I think to beat me at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo is just go flat out and just trying to give you all, you know. I put all my heart in as well, so I'm definitely trying to keep the boys behind me, but it's never going to be easy.
Okay, a little bit of insight there from some of the top riders as to how you beat Manny Lettenbichler, but Billy, you've come closer than anyone in the space of the last year. What is it going to take to get past him?
I think first you need to get out the quarry as close to him as possible. You know, he rides the early part of this race so well. He's so fast, so explosive. You need to follow him for as long as possible. Stick to his back wheel. I think pressure him, pressure him, pressure him, and just try and get some kind of mistake from him. When that mistake comes, run for the hills and try and stay ahead of him till the finish line.
Fantastic advice, if only the riders were listening. Right, it's time to let our two bolts go and find their nuts. Paul's going to go and jump on his bike. That incredible job, mobile field reporter riding around the course. Billy is going to join Daryl Curtis and Pat Parnell in commentary. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your insight. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to get Red Bull Erzbergrodeo 2024 underway.
These road warriors skate every day. Their passports of freedom is 4 wheels and a wooden deck.
That's what's up.
The greatest locations, the raddest tricks, skateboarding icons.
We skate streets.
All right.
Skateboarding on Red Bull TV.
Start your summer with a twist. The world's toughest track puts riders through the ringer at Red Bull Hardline. Elite cliff divers turn heads as they plunge into the Boston Harbor. France and Italy will see the world's top paddle players spin the game on its head. And the Crankworx World Tour pivots to Innsbruck for another exciting and varied event series. This June, live on Red Bull TV.
What started in 1995 with only 120 intrepid moto-masochists has since exploded into the Everest of one-day hard enduro competition. It is this hallowed ground that has played host to harrowing feats, shocking upsets, and earth-shaking defeats amongst the world's best. Where the 99% brave enough to accept his challenge never even crossed the finish line. A race that demands every fiber of resolve, years of experience, and a tenacity few possess. Welcome everyone to Eisenhower's Austria for the 28th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Pat Parnell here, honored as always to be joined by former 8-time Erzberg competitor and eternal enduro enthusiast Daryl Curtis. The yearly pilgrimage back to this iron ore arena never disappoints, Daryl, does it not?
Absolutely, Pat. This is a festival of madness, and I'm honored to be sitting here with you in the booth. We really do have the best seats in the house.
What a Moto Mecca it has become. It stands for so much, and as the pre-show started to break down, there's so many riders to watch, especially in this front row of 50. And the spectacle, the wingsuits coming in to Erzberg, just above Eisenerz. On schedule, on point.
Well, Red Bull always do put on a spectacular show, and I can tell you what a treat awaits for everybody here. It's been raining cats and dogs for the last 2 days. Torrential rain. It's wet, sloppy in the forest.
Yeah, you mentioned spectacle, and it's all about the riders putting on the show. They are the stars, and for more on what to watch, we check back in with Ed Lee. Ed?
Thank you so much, boys. I've got goosebumps after that intro. Wow, that was something. Okay, let's make our way across the line. Kicking off, we got Mario Roman in here. Second place in 2022. A string of second places through 2023. He's on that Sherco, and the boys were looking very, very strong at the first race in the valleys. Then we got Teodor Kabachiev in here. The Bulgarian second. He chased down Manny Lettenbichler, came very, very close at that first race. He was looking pretty comfortable. Now, so strong, so fit. Wade Young on that new gas, looking very confident. You know that in terms of his stamina, his endurance, he's definitely going to be able to push. We move along. The man of the moment, Manny Lettenbichler in here. Manny, how you feeling?
Man, I'm so nervous. You can't imagine. It's so nerve-wracking down here. Like the start atmosphere is just always unreal. So excited when the flag goes up and we're finally out there and we can ride a pretty good race.
A lot of people talk about the fact that you've been so consistent. We were discussing that there's a lot of luck in hard enduro, but is it a case of the harder you work, the luckier you get?
I try, mate, I try. It's not easy, you know? One day the day comes where I'm not gonna win anymore and I will be still alright with it, you know? It's still a fucking cool sport and I absolutely love it, so that's mega, you know?
I love that, so much passion. We got the F-bomb in. Good luck, Manny. Okay, Manny's definitely got the power there. Then we got the boys, Tristan Hart. First lad in here, the Canadian. He had his honeymoon in 2022. He maybe lost his mojo a little bit in 2023, but he's back now and he's got that desire to win. Then the first of our pairing from Austria, Valentino Hutter with the number 9. We got Michael Wagner a little bit further down. Then we got Johnny Walker, 3-time winner here. If you haven't already, go and check out Johnny's edit from Hardline, the mountain bike race, also running this weekend. He rode that giant machine down the Hardline course. He's going to try and navigate it through Erzberg now. Pretty versatile beast. Move a little bit further along. One of the second Austrian favourites alongside Valentino Hutter. It's Michael Wagner. Very strong performance in the prologue. He's looking comfortable out here today. Who else we got through here? Carson Brown, you just saw him. He was super fast in the prologue. Looking very, very comfortable. First bite of the Erzberg cherry. He's looking pretty confident. Doesn't look too nervous there at the moment. He's loving that motocross speed, though. I think that's going to help, especially through some of those longer, flatter sections. Alfredo Gomez in here as well. Alfredo, very, very comfortable. Won by a 40-minute margin in 2017. Incredibly powerful rider. He brings all of that experience. A little bit further along, who have we got across here? I think, where is he? Number 36, Graham Jarvis. Good luck, Grimbo. Definitely. Carl's dinner earlier in the race is going to give Grimbo that saying. And he's been an enigma this year. We haven't seen that much of him. So he's come out, absolutely smashed the prologue. Definitely, well, always one to keep an eye on. That's the front row. Back to you boys in the commentary booth.
Thank you so much, Ed. Great insight from the front row. You can feel it. It is electric. It is a palpable, volatile atmosphere. And let's talk about the track. A lot of speculation, Daryl, about what to expect with Carl's dinner being a little early on, but there's a lot of challenges throughout, 27 checkpoints in all.
The best thing is, most important thing is to get off the start line fresh and get out and head off into the first slippery woods in front, because there's a couple of gnarly sections there and the leader is going to be able to pull a little bit of time going into Carl's dinner. This is the forest that I'm talking about now. They're going to come up just after Central Momberg into this forest over here. Super tough sections, and of course try to pull a gap before you get into Carl's dinner. Anybody that gets in there first is going to manage their race. They're going to make their way back around to machine and then into the second half of the forest. It's been raining so much here that I think it's going to be really, really treacherous. Then they're going to head up to the back of the mountain and into Motorex Highway. I think there's going to be a lot of surprises there. And I think we're also going to see Killing Leap is going to be really difficult. Into the Black Ladder Dynamite, making their way to Lazy Noon. And from there, it's all over. It'll be a trundle to the finish.
It looks so easy to navigate this via the animation, but it is anything but. All bottled in that 4-hour time limit, as we are honored to welcome Billy Bolt into the announcing booth. Billy, always a pleasure, sir.
We've made it. We've made it. I ran to the taxi before the taxi driver was there, so I was actually ahead of schedule. But no, I'm pleased I get to watch the start from the best seat in the house.
You know, we talk about the first row, and it is such a pivotal position. Maybe, Billy, you can speak to the importance of being in that coveted first 50.
Yeah, you know, that is if you're on the first 50 on the front row, that's the first tick off the checklist. You know, it's the start of this race is so intense. A good start just can make such a big difference to how the rest of your day goes.
I mean, it'd be hard pressed. Would you know who started beyond Graham Jarvis in the second row and beyond that's done well? It's pretty almost impossible to come back from that deficit.
Yeah, I think there's a couple I did from the second row in 2016, go back to fifth. And it's not easy. You know, I was chewing so many rocks them in the early parts of the race. It is possible. I think with Carl's dinner being so early in the race, I think that does make it a little bit easier should you have a bad start, because it's just such a big area where you can make up so much ground.
You know, before the big race day, Daryl and I have been talking throughout the week of just the unknown factor, and that's what makes this so electric. They change it up every year. You see Carl Katak there. I know this is a gentleman you used to race, the founder, and we see as he starts to make his way, we are seconds away. The mastermind, the sadist, Carl Katak, giving the signal.
This is when the pressure really starts to rise. It's been rising for the last hour and a half or so whilst they've been down there, and now it's such a pressure cooker.
And you mentioned maybe kind of keys to the prize, stay on Manny Lettenbichler, but at this point, what can you expect? Who do you expect to be there right with him out of the gate?
I think the usual front runners, and then they tend to go to the inside, make it the shortest run to the first corner. I think, Mario's going to be good, Wade's going to be good, Teo will be somewhere near there. I think Johnny Walker, he's had done quite a few of the smaller British Championship races, a couple of Italian Championship races, so he's not necessarily World Championship race ready, but he's had his thumb on the button and done a few dead engine starts over the last few months.
And then there's the visibility factor. It's been raining, torrential downpour all week.
A couple of guys doubling up on the goggles there when there's puddles this much. It makes such a big difference. I mean, you stick your head out of a car window doing 60 miles an hour when it's raining and you can't keep your eyes open for very long. So vision is a key part, and I would say an often overlooked aspect to the early stages of this race.
You know, we spoke to Carl about what his dream race would be only if one finisher made it across. That's the kind of mindset that Carl Katak has, how he approaches this race. As you can see, all of our finalists here lined up as we ready for the flag. Here we go. Flag is up and we are off.
Looks like Will Hall really tight on the inside on the reju there, the dirt still supported rider.
So the start of row one is off here at the 2024 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, working their way out of the pit.
It's definitely a KTM in second. I think it might be Manny.
Just got a shot of Anton Mayo there on the big Ducati.
Oh no, it's Didier. The fastest qualifier, Chris Gooderman, sorry, is actually now leading.
31-year-old motocross rider from Germany. started his Hard Enduro career a little bit late.
He started this race well.
The question, Will, how long you can hold on to the lead with the sport's best in hot pursuit, working their way out of the bottom of the pit here.
You see just how spread out it is. That just, the vision is such a big thing. I mean, there wasn't actually much deep water down there, but it was almost like a thin layer of slime, which is just not the one to have on your goggles at this part.
And some great visuals here as we watch that first row. Now the second row making their way up. So 1 minute away for that second row to start, working our way down, and we do expect quite a few bottlenecks. We mentioned Carl's Dinner a little earlier in the course this year, but that speed approach paying dividends right now.
Billy, how important is it going to be to get into that forest in the top 10?
Yeah, it gets pretty single file in the early stages of the forest. I mean, it is possible to make some overtaking maneuvers. It's a fairly similar track most years, so you do have a good idea. Those with experience can make some moves, but especially for anyone that's here for the first time, they want to be as close to the front as possible in that first forest section.
Because there's a couple of lines that are really like well ridden, and there's some nice bedrock, but then there are one or two that are like really steep. And I think with the rain that's been falling, I think as more and more riders go up, it'll get more difficult.
Yeah, the forest, again, I haven't been in there all week, but it's never really goes completely dry, but I think at this stage it's going to be a really muddy mess in there, to be honest with you. Is this row 2 or are we on to row 3 now? I think this is row 3. I'm surprised how big a gap Chris is managing to pull here.
Start of row 2 right there, and getting some good distance, surprisingly.
For someone like him with the motocross experience, this is what he needs to do. Just get out as far front and make his race as easy as possible.
Gunderman holding on to that whole shot out of that first row as we look at the second row, making their way up out of the bottom of the quarry here.
That's Aussie, right? And I thought it was Aussie rising up.
On his 6 Midas rocket ride this year, showing his prowess.
Can you see where Carson Brown got off the line? You know, he's on his 2008 KTM 300.
I don't know how the starter motor is working on the old starter motor on that girl. I mean, it's thankfully he has one. Otherwise, I think he stands little to no chance of being in the top 10. But I think by the time he gets a water pipe, we should have a better understanding of the running order.
But pretty good. I mean, he finished 6th in the Iron Road Prologue yesterday on that 2008. So I think that's pretty impressive.
It just shows when we're complaining about bike setup, he can get on the 2008 and stick it to the top boys. It kind of shows. I think that's the beauty of our sport, especially in off-road dirt bike racing, is that it is such a heavy percentage of it is rider skill.
Well, you started. I mean, I think your first time to Erzberg, you were a privateer, right?
Yeah, I was getting some help. I had a lot of good people in my corner. Don't get us wrong, but it was on a paid-for bike, and I turned up not having a clue what to expect. Like I say, I missed the second run of qualifying, ended up on the second row, and just went out like a lunatic, and I guess you could say the rest was history.
I remember clearly in 2016, your chain came off and got jammed. You lost about 36 minutes.
Yeah.
And you finished 5th that year.
Yeah. Nope. Set of Billy Ball's signature gloves on the second man in here. That's a nice little touch. That's made my day. But yeah, up to 5th or 6th that first year, and I know it was 36 minutes because I scoured the checkpoint times and I did see how much time I lost. But in some ways, I know that the KTM team manager, Fabio Farioli, was actually there whilst my chain was coming off, and he's seen how much of a fight I was putting and how much effort I was putting to keep going. So I guess it was a terrible thing to happen, but the eyes that were on us weren't the worst place to be. Yeah, I'm still surprised how spread out these front guys are. Chris is really pushing the pace so heavily here.
You have to be impressed right now with Gunderman still holding on to that lead. This, we talk about it being a full sprint, but usually you see a little bit more less elastic.
We've got a KTM in second. I've got a good feeling it's going to be Manny. He's so good in them early. Yeah, it is. Judging by the riding style, it's Manny. He's so good in this early forest.
This is the 24 MX Wasserleitung section.
Looks like we've got a bit of a blockage of the main line. There he goes.
And with that,
Judging by the state of Manny's numberboard, he definitely didn't get away in the front.
Yeah, he's made some good moves in the early stages.
Wow. Completely unfazed.
Is that going to be it, gentlemen?
Well, I don't know.
I think this year he'll do well to start off, just with how slippy the forest sections are going to be. We know some of the sections later on Motorx Highway and stuff like that is going to be really tough.
You know, you talked about it at the opening of the show, though. It's like you've been privy to, you know, be that challenger to Manny. But is it part inspiring, but part, you know, also not demoralizing? But you're just like, does he fuel that fire?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, I'm pretty close to Manny. We spend a lot of time together training. I think that in itself has allowed us to really, you know, push the level to the point of the sport at now. And I guess, you know, I obviously haven't really been in touch this year in terms of hard enduro, but it's almost reassuring in a way to me to see he's still out in front in the level that we were on. Granted, he definitely beat me more than I beat him in recent months of hard enduro, but it's good to know that the level we're on is still up there. I think, is that Will Hoare and then Johnny Walker now making his way towards the front?
It looks like, yeah, Johnny Walker, 3-time winner of Erzbergrodeo. And caught up with Johnny yesterday. You made reference to him going down the Red Bull Hardline course. Incredible feat. I encourage everyone to check it out. But Johnny Walker seems extra relaxed. And look at the visual melee, the chaos. I'm surprised there hasn't been more carnage out of the starting lane.
All right, so just going back to the guys in the front, I can see that Wade Young has also got away nicely. Teo's got away. Johnny's got away. Carson Brown is still up there. Tristan Hart, Michael Wagner, and Valentino Hatter. So the race, all the usual suspects are all together in the front in their top 10. We're going to start getting them into visual just now, but they're all there.
The heavy hitters are out front.
That was Klaus Bischoff from Austria.
So a definite change-up in the course approach this year. We're already seeing some surprises. Gunderman getting that pass, and Lettenbichler trying to distance himself. A very, very hungry pack in close pursuit.
So Manny's goal now is going to get through the forest as cleanly as possible and make his way off to Carl's dinner.
Well, he's having supper early. Yeah. So this was the start, and as predicted, just trying to get that tight angle. A little surprised at how little carnage we saw.
Yeah. Well, we got a bunch up there, and I think that Manny that is stuck there against the Red Bull can, so he's done really well to get as far towards the front as he is now.
And weren't seeing quite the boulder field on the road out, which we had last year. That wasn't your best moment.
They've all made it further than I did last year, so hats off to all of them.
So nerves settled as we continue onward and forward. 27 checkpoints, 4 hours in total. We talked about it, only 99% never crossed the finish line. Those lucky few.
Twisting it is down on the first corner there.
Wow, okay, didn't get eyes on that.
Not the start he would have wanted.
No. Being used for some traction there.
And that, especially on a wet day like today, you know, his grips are going to be wet and dirty. He's going to have mud on his gloves, and that's just going to make this early forest that much harder. However, he's pretty strong in Colin Dinner. Get that early, but that being early this year is going to give him a good chance to catch back up.
There's always the mechanical factor too. Ran into Cody Webb yesterday, and unfortunately, all the people watching stateside, Cody Webb out with an injury that he sustained in prologue, hit the pipe, went up and over. But there's always that mechanical thing too. You never know what's going to work right for you.
Exactly, and there's no outside assistance in this race, for whether it be, you know, help getting up an obstacle or help with the bike or whatever. The riders are literally on their own now for the next 4 hours.
So eyes on row number 5 right now. Half the field out on course.
So
just the sound of two-stroke. It's what we have for breakfast.
So just for the viewers, we had more than 1,300 entries at this race. And of course, the Iron Road Prologue sorted them out, and we've got the fastest 500 starting here on the main Erzbergrodeo today.
It's one of the coolest aspects that you can be a privateer, you can be a weekend warrior, and you can bump bars with the sport's best, should you have the ability to make it through. But we're seeing a comfort and a poise here from Manuel Lettenbichler. Can he get the flawless season again, make history even more, and become a back-to-back three-peat winner here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo? He stands on that precipice, albeit very early on. Anything can happen, as we've seen in previous competitions here at Erzberg.
Onto Centrum Vandenberg.
Blackladder, Centrum Vandenberg. Steep uphill, turns around, and the steep downhill. You can get a bit of a runaway going down. You've got to really take care.
Watch out for falling rocks on this one. I had a rock come down and hit and smash my foreguard, I think 2017. Caused a bit of a nuisance for the rest of the race.
So after this, they go into the drive-away section, up the Wack and Newsom climb. And we'll be able to tell just how bad it is in the forest here. So, nobody close to him at the moment. Looks like he's pulling a little bit of a lead.
And this is where he likes to be. You know, he makes such few mistakes when he's out on front by himself. I think the best chance anyone had was to just be on his rear wheel, hound his rear wheel, even hit his rear wheel as much as possible.
And you find that kind of messes with his mental.
Even that, you struggle, but I tend, if it's the other way around and he's doing it to me, it tends to make me mess up. So but Johnny now in second, I think.
He's really in a strong position at the moment. I think he's riding really well. We saw him there, you know, with the mountain bike clip, and he's really hungry for this.
Yeah, you know, he's obviously got the experience. He's won here a handful of times. He knows what it takes to win this race, that's for sure. See the start of the carnage now.
Blackladder, Centrum Vandenberg, starting to take down a couple victims.
That was one of the Brightmores just going through there. Michael Walkner.
Kind of an exciting time for Brothers Brightmore. They're definitely leading a charge, both.
We've got a lot of talent coming from the UK now. Will Hoare is obviously running the top 5 of the World Championship at the moment.
And what's up with that? A lot of British talent.
Both Mitch and Ash, first and second in the Junior Championship standings. The future is looking good.
Talking about the juniors, we had 11 juniors on the front row this morning. There really is a new wave of young blood coming through, and it's so nice to see.
I think it's testament to the strength of a sport that you just have all these riders hungry, biting at the heels of the sport's best.
And this is the place where they can make a name for himself.
I was speaking to Matthew Green yesterday. He looked so relaxed. He had a glass of rosé in his hand at the barbecue. And
that sounds about right.
Yeah, no, but he was saying how, it's like coming here when he came to Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, it was a game changer. You can see that debris filled as these competitors come down.
I mean, the camera really does flatten things out. I've got some friends here, and they're just in awe at how steep these mountains are. Everybody that comes to this mountain for the first time are literally shocked by the steepness of the climbs.
They say this, the sheer vastness and the steepness, it doesn't really translate, nor do the cavernous holes in Carl's Dinner. They're like a haunted house that you can fall into.
And just this whole mountain, I think that's one thing a lot of people, it's not like we're in a mine. We are literally like the face has been took off a full mountain, It's several hundred meters from the top to the bottom if we're going in vertical distance.
24 MX Vasilighting.
Teo Kubachiev looking like he's just done that bit of forest after Centrum Vandenberg.
And what do you make of Teo's recent drive and resurgence and his confidence, where he feels like he's got nothing to lose? Is it just that young hunger?
Yeah, he's riding good, You can't really take anything away from him. He's obviously had some solid results as a privateer. I think he's had 2 Romaniacs podiums now. And rightfully so, got himself a factory ride for this year. And he's running strongly inside the top 10 in the early stages here.
Just to be considered in the discussion, a complete honor as we look at our current leader. Who can reel in Manuel Lettenbichler? The body language, oh so comfortable right now, wow.
But it looks like Manny's may have made a mistake there, because I think Theo and Will actually got through that section. Is it Wacker Nilsson before?
Yeah, so I've got here Theo Kabakchev and Will Hoare are in fact first and second on the road at the moment. They were first and second through checkpoint 3, which is the Wacker Nilsson climb.
So potential shake-up. I think we'll dive a little deeper into the woods here.
That's a good opportunity for them guys, because Manny's going to be hot on their heels. I think a good strategy would be let him past and just, like I say, stick to his wheel for as long as possible.
That's Johnny Walker in screen at the moment.
Johnny running in 4th now then. I am quite surprised how spread out the guys are at this stage though, but I think it was just due to the poor visibility, and also we did have a pile-up at the start. Back to water pipe. Are we going to see a mess at the top of here, or are the guys still making it pretty easily?
I keep thinking about Tristan Hart, you know. You had problems last year, and how tough was it to get back to the front?
Yeah, to be honest, I wish I had some kind of onboard footage, because I was actually pretty amazed how soon I did get back to the front. But I was, you know, I felt like I was in a motocross race for about the first 30-35 minutes of the race.
And how did it affect you later on? I mean, I'm sure you had problems with your pipe, but I mean, you were absolutely knackered. You must have been.
Yeah, I mean, I still felt good. It was a relieving sight to see Manny and Tristan when I did. I caught up to them, and you know, I was feeling good. I felt strong. I actually bent my front disc when I crashed, so I was struggling a little bit with that, but I felt physically good. That's why I chose to make the move on Manny and pull away, and it was going all so well. I think I had about a 2-minute 30, 3-minute lead heading out of Carl's dinner, but just obviously all come crashing down as Modrex Highway, which I think we can. We'll dive more into that later on.
Let's see how we don't want to really live the past just yet.
Just yet. Yeah. We've got a long way to go until then.
Yeah.
I'm looking out for Wade Young at the moment. I think he's 5th on the road. I think we're going to see him pop up behind Johnny Walker just now. A really, really good, strong start for Wade this year.
Yeah, I think for him it would be good to follow one of the, either Johnny or Manny, one of the more technical guys into Carl's dinner, to really try and save as much energy as he can as he rides through Carl's dinner. Because I'm pretty sure he's going to be strong in some of the later sections, especially if there's any pushing has to be done.
So current standings, Teo Kabakchev in that first place position, followed by Will Hoare. Lettenbichler surprisingly felt we didn't see where that switch happened. Lettenbichler in 3rd, and Johnny Walker in 4th, and Wade Young, the South African, rounding out the top 5 for the moment. Gunderman, who is so fast out of the start, slipping to 7th. Lochner, the Austrian, in 8th. And Brightmore, 9th, and Hutter in 10th.
Big race going on there because Brightmore, that's Mitch Brightmore, he's our first junior on the road. He won the first round of Valleys. And Valentino Hutter is in 10th place. So there's going to be a right royal battle between them two.
Looking back, that was the first of 27 checkpoints.
This is what I've been talking about. This is the forest section.
This is really flat.
Take us through it.
Yeah, this is a section that's actually changed so much over the years. You know, at one point this was, you know, physically impossible, and there was a lot of ropes needed up here. Now the guys can ride it, but it's so wet and so slippy out there. You see, another factor is going to be that the dirt is sticking to everything. The bikes are going to be heavy. The helmets are going to be heavy, and I think we do have Canadian Tristan Hart now coming into picture, so that will put him into the top 10, I think.
And this is clearly how we can see how difficult it is to pass. He's losing seconds over here. The guys in front are just clawing away. Oh, I really feel he's pain at the moment.
Oh, but he's done an excellent job to get this far up so soon on, because he's into the top 10 heading into Carl's dinner. That's, you know, that's not the end of the world. He can work with that, that's for sure.
Still so early in the day. After this, they're going to go into the repository section and then make their way out to the crossing.
Well, so many were predicting just melee inside the woods, and I think we're starting to see the visuals on that.
He's back in the lead.
Just how wet. Look at that.
Theo Kabakchev just behind, then Will Hoare on the green reissue.
So heading towards repository.
I think definitely a slight wrong turn or mistake earlier on.
Yeah, I think when the forest is that wet, I think anything could happen. You know, maybe he's a lot of in that early forest. There's multiple lines to choose from as well, and there's some really deep ruts. You can think you've got a nice looking turn at the bottom of the hill and quickly find yourself in a rut up to your handlebars in them early stages.
This is checkpoint 8 called repository.
Taking a look from above to give you a good visual of these 27 checkpoints. Our virtual mountain here in Eisenaers.
They still got a way to go before they make their way over the top of the hill into the crossing, and then it's going to be straight into Carl's Dinner.
Yeah, so it's quite a flowy section, but a lot of loose rocks on this downhill, a few downhills, and then you do a full traverse across the front. They'll come back into view, or at least out of the trees, and get a bit of a breather on that section. I think you do a little bit of the prologue backwards, so it's quite flat. Tend to sit down, relax the arms, breathe as much as possible, get as much oxygen in. What would previously be for the crossing and machine, but now we're going from the crossing straight into the infamous Carl's Dinner.
And when it's this wet, traverses, which are normally, you know, like that kind of walk in the park, routes tend to get a little more greasy, right? It can be a little bit more challenging, to say the least.
It just adds to the unpredictability, you know. You don't know where a tree root might pop up, or a wet patch, or even a puddle, you know. A lot of the track is blind, and coming around a corner, you might find yourself having to anchor up because there's quite a large puddle in front of you.
Yeah, they really do use every inch of this mountain. I quite like the change they've made this year. Carl's Dinner being kind of like earlier on.
I think it definitely adds a new element to it. I think strategy is going to be key, and if I was racing, I wouldn't know how to play it, put it that way.
There's Wade Young going through repository. He's looking really strong. He's in a great position at the moment, exactly where he wants to be.
So that 8th checkpoint of 27.
I think we just caught with Michael Walkner and Mario Roman just behind him too.
So a fairly tight pack as we have eyes now on Lettenbichler in the lead, followed by Kabachiev. Will Hoare rounding out the top 3.
It's actually a tricky downhill just around this corner, which I guess the guys would get off and push it down with it being wet, but shouldn't be a big issue for the front guys.
Looks like Johnny Walker hanging on to 4th place.
And then now we come right back across the front of the mountain. You want to try and take in as much oxygen as possible. The guys will have a good idea that they've got some challenges coming up pretty soon.
I mean, it's really crazy at this time of the day. We are already going to be going into Carl's Dinner.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get a ton of riders in there this year. It's going to be really, really exciting.
Yeah, because we definitely have some of the trialsy technical guys further back in the pack. Obviously, you know, we've got Alfredo Gomez, Graham Jarvis. There's some real technical riders that have all won this race in the past that, you know, they're not out front now, but having Carl's Dinner early just gives them such a good opportunity to get back in the race.
That's the big unknown, and I know you know Graham better than most. You know, that's that unknown factor. If there is that bottleneck that we expect, Graham has been notorious for just slowly taking that tortoise approach and working his way through. You can't write off Graham Jarvis at this point.
Definitely not yet. It's not until we've got a lot further into Carl's Dinner, I don't think. And from my recent memory, this is definitely going to be the wettest Carl's Dinner's been of recent times, which is going to be a new factor for everybody. You know, usually there's ultimate traction. You don't really need to worry about where you're putting your feet, where you're putting your wheels, but you're going to have to be extra cautious.
You guys are talking about when you went out there with Carson Brown along with Bolts, maybe that might work against someone if they're later in the field, how they'll just get that much more greased over.
Yeah, so it tends to be, especially now the bikes are going to be so dirty, they're going to pull mud up from the from the bike. I also find here that when the rocks are wet, the very top layer just becomes really greasy, and the more riders that go through, the slippier it gets. So for someone like Graham, who has the trials knowledge to pick new lines and to spot new airs, that could be key.
So this is the crossing. They've changed it completely. This is the first time any bike has ridden up here. It's really, really loose, really steep at this bit.
Wow.
We've got some battling going on.
Love it. Hungry.
He should be all right from there. I think he'll be able to push it out of the top, but
I think if you had any questions how bad he wants it, I think we just witnessed it. So great to see his energy, what he's bringing to the table this season.
Well, Manny knows he's not going to have it his own way. There's a target on his back. And they're not going to make it easy for him this year.
I guess we have new transponder system this year. We're not having to stop at each checkpoint.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a wristband that they have on. And as they cross those boards that you see, there's a pickup inside the board, and it immediately takes the time.
Yeah. From a rider's perspective, that's nice, because there's nothing worse than feeling like you're getting outdone by a slower person on the scan. I mean, realistically, it makes 2 seconds worth of difference, but when you're in the heat of the battle, there's times when you just want to, you know, I'll not say what I want to do to some of them checkpoint people.
And Will doing a good.
And Johnny Walker.
I think the bottom part of the crossing looks like with the front 2 guys have made it look a bit easy, to be honest, now seeing how them 2 guys are battling.
Oh, between Will and Johnny, they can make those pivots look pretty easy. 451 through 500, the last row.
These are what it's all about. This is the heart and soul of the sport right here.
The Weekend Warriors.
Here we go.
Putting everything they have into the sport of hard enduro. It's so great to see the work needed to get just to this point, that final row.
And bragging rights, these guys are going to see how far they can get through the course.
Yeah, blood, sweat, and tears. These guys are longshoremen. They're working the docks, you know, during the week, and then they're heading out to their local contest.
Oh, we got a little off there. But yeah, these guys are they're out for some fun. They want to challenge themselves, see how far they can get around this course. And I guess there's that additive incentive of actually just experiencing Carl's dinner.
And moments ago at crossing, and Kapachiev trying to overtake at the top was thwarted, but we expect more challenges from him.
A big part of this is to preserve your bike as well. Something like that, easily you can bend a lever. I mean, you've had it.
No, I was sat here, I would say that was a little bit of impatience trying to get past, but I know that I've done that maneuver numerous times, so I can sympathise. You know, he's seen Manny didn't have the best. He had a better run than Manny in the early stages of that hill, and you know, he sensed the opportunity. But I think in the long run, being behind Manny heading here into Carl's Dinner is the better option.
So this is Carl's Dinner Light. Consider it an appetizer, if you will, of the actual full buffet of torture of Carl's Dinner. So Lettenbichler still leading that charge as he approaches Carl's Dinner Light. Some slight adjustments to the course, and so far definitely serving up some great challenges so far.
Well, we're in for a treat here because they're going to do the layers multiple times this year. In the middle, they're going to go and do George Avenue, which normally leads out to the Black Ladder Dynamite Climb. But instead, they're going to turn back into Carl's Dinner, and they're going to do the top row again before they turn out right and exit, which is a really, really tricky climb.
And I think not a lot of the guys actually, really know the format, because I think, just judging from what I was hearing down on the start line, a lot of them think they're doing a small part of Carl's Dinner, heading out and coming back to do the rest of it. So I think a few of them might get a fry when they realize they're going to be in there for the best part of an hour.
And of course, this year, none of the riders have been able to walk the course. Normally they do. So 100% right. I don't think they're going to realize just how long Carl's Dinner is this year. Probably, I wouldn't say double the length of normal, but it's definitely one of the longest that it's been.
Oh, and it's, I mean, historically, just so savage. Like, you watch grown men cry and lose everything. They basically, it's like a house of cards. You can see the strongest rider just...
I think it's interesting. I'm going to be interested to see how long Manny keeps his goggles on for here. That's a good sign of how he's feeling, how much sweat there is inside of his helmet. And yeah, good indicator of just how he's feeling.
A really good place to manage a race as well, because you can have a look over your shoulder and see who's coming. So Manny couldn't be in a better position.
And I think with Theo behind him, he knows that there's not too much pressure. You know, Theo is more of a physical rider, tend to be stronger on the faster sections. I think Manny's going to know that there's not going to be an immediate pressure coming from Theo, and if anything, I would say it's a little bit of a cushion from, I would say, Johnny or some of the other more technical guys that is coming behind him.
And permission to put on your coach's hat, or you in terms of just Theo, like you talk about this race, it is a full-on sprint within that 4 hours. But how much does Theo lay it just to reel him in at this point? Where would he? Does he need to be specific about where he chooses to do that?
I think it has to be a sprint for these front guys. You know, the intensity is so high. You can't afford to lose ground, but at the same time, you know, you don't want to burn yourself out. There's a lot more to come. There's a lot more of the forest, which is going to be wet, which I think is going to result. There's somewhere these guys are going to have to push and shove and really get physical. So I think he's going to do his best to keep side of him and keep him as close as possible. But that really is a difficult job, you know, Manny. He's not heading into being a three-time winner, 3 times in a row winner for no reason at all.
Yeah. Who would you say, like on this Carl's Dinner section, out of our top guns, who would be the fastest in a piece like this?
I think Manny, to be honest. I think he's in previous years, Graham's obviously been the man to beat around here. I just don't think he quite has that intensity. I'm not saying, you know, it's wet, that anything could happen this year. That's one thing I would say, that the ground conditions could play a big role. But I think Manny now being out in front, if he can pick good lines and not find himself in any holes, you see he's already pulled out quite a distance on Theo here.
So you saw with that shot, great shots from our production team as Theo has eyes on Manny. So they're about, I'd say at this point, about 70 yards away from each other.
I think Mitch Brightmore is in a promising spot.
50 meters, yeah. Sorry.
He's got a good level of trials background behind him. I know he trains extra hard, and he's hungry to make a name for himself here on the biggest stage.
To walk in the park off about 10 feet off to the left here. Just you move about 10 feet over to the right.
I think that's a track Dowell used to race on, is it not?
No, settle down now. We were in the bin. They're big rocks, don't worry.
And just for those that are new to Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, this is Carl's Dinner Light. It gets that much more savage, bloodthirsty, just a ruthless route through these rocks. It's humbled some of the best. We love seeing, you know, the likes of Carson Brown over the years. We were talking about Jeremy McGrath, Travis Pastrana. It's great to see when riders from other disciplines come and just get humbled by this mountain. And it's usually in this zone.
Talking about Graham Jarvis, I've seen he's gone through repository in 13th. All right,
he's coming.
So he's coming hard.
He's coming.
And this is where Graham Jarvis is going to pop up. We are going to see him here in Carl's Dinner at some point.
It's hard for the silent ninja to be silent when he's got a transponder and we're watching him.
I actually spoke to a lady yesterday who said she's Graham's coach, fitness coach. So he's been, and that the penny dropped then. I was like, oh, he's been working off the bike. He didn't show up at round 1. He's been, I think he's been putting the time in, and he wants to show that he's the GOAT for a reason.
Well, he 49 years old. It's just unbelievable.
He doesn't say much really, but he told me yesterday. He said he's been doing less coaching and a little bit of training.
That means he's hungry. You know, I spent a lot of time with Graham, a lot of time in high cars, and he's very obscure with how he works, but you can also see there's a lot of methodology going on there, and he's a lot of thought going on.
Can you remember the first trials win that Graham had?
Oh, the first, I probably wasn't even born back then.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. But I know you're good with numbers.
I remember I was an avid watcher of the 2003 World Trials Championship review DVD. That just happened to be one that was lying around my house, and I remember he won day 2 of Japan in the 2003 World Trials Championship. So that's a little bit of Graham trivia.
That's how long he's been at it.
Well, the last time we won Erzberg was in 2019. You know, 5 times winner.
He used a harder tyre that day as well, a little bit of inside scoop for you. So then I tried to use on in 2022 when we returned from COVID, and it was the worst decision I've ever made in my life.
What would your setup be on today's conditions? As much as it's been raining, what would your approach be?
It has to be soft. You mean you need traction, and one thing I am going to say is that with Carl's Dinner being so early, that tyre wear might be more of a factor. You know, this race, typically there's nothing left of your tyre when you get to the finish line, but you've done the forest sections earlier on, and it's not as big of a thing, whereas looking from here, I don't see any water lying on the rocks of Carl's Dinner, so I think, you know, tyre preservation could become a factor, and I think if we can start getting some close-up shots as the guys get towards Motor X Highway in some of the later sections, that could generally play a big part of this race.
Super happy to see Wade Young out very close to the front, very early on in the race. Just had a little look back over his shoulder there.
Yeah, another read.
And super close behind Johnny Walker there. So, yeah, Wade is in a great spot.
I think just knowing Johnny a little bit and how he approaches racing these days, I think he will be pacing himself a little bit more than in his younger KTM years. I know he knows it's a long race, and he's hungry to get on the podium. You know, he was 4th last year, so close to it. I think almost surprised himself a little bit with the 4th last year, but it's definitely given him lit the fire, and he's hungry to get on the podium.
He was trying to convince me that he's like, takes it easy now, and I'm like, what do you mean take it easy? I just watched what you did at Red Bull Hardline on that course. It was anything but like doing the road gaps on a bike. I mean, just having to figure out the gearing, but he definitely seems like he's in a relaxed pace. We've got
5 riders in shot.
This is what he wanted.
Johnny's just left it. Wade's in there now. Tristan leading Will Hoare, followed by Mario by the looks of things. So I think Mario will come on strong too. You know, he likes the longer races. He likes it when it becomes endurance plays a factor. And I think he will slowly pick his way through Carl's dinner at a pretty steady speed.
Well, that approach of one rock at a time, when you have it this bottled up, do you try to connect those sections maybe a little more to...
You've got to kind of play at who the rider is in front of you, and if you trust that, you know, they're going to pick good lines, or if you think, no, they're holding me up here, I need to get going and get further through this rock section. So I think, you know, judging by the order, you know, I think Will's just dropped off the back of this group. Now, he really does need to try and stick with those guys, but if the pace is too high, don't blow yourself up and just get through there at your own pace. I think there's a lot of sections coming after Carl's dinner this year, so don't be too worried if you're not towards the front.
So those of you just checking in, here at Carl's Dinner Light, Lettenbichler in the lead, followed by Teo Kabatchev and Johnny Walker, 3-time winner of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, in 3rd. Definitely exciting to see it this tight, this early. And Lettenbichler taking his time, that meticulous, methodical approach.
Quite interesting with the tape there. You know, the guys haven't walked this before. How many pitfalls are there? I mean, Billy, there's literally...
Yeah.
I mean, there's only...
You know, back in the day, we used to walk ours in at 2-3 times.
Yeah.
And you know, there used to be almost like a Roman road packed through it, whereas this year, you know, you've really got to make those decisions on the fly, and experience definitely helps in situations like that. You know, I've found myself thinking, oh, I'm going to go for the hero line here and leap from one rock to the next rock, and before I know it, I'm having to clean and press my bike out of a hole. See, man, his goggles are still on here, so he's feeling the flow. I think he's going to push the pace hard.
I like the goggle parameter. It's something to watch. Look at that.
It is, because realistically, you know, the goggles are doing nothing, but if anything, making it more hot at this stage. But I think to me, it's a sign of confidence and that he's feeling good. He's not feeling remotely tired just yet.
For those that are new to the sport, how much of the fitness regimen has it become? How vital is that nowadays? You know, riding at this level.
Yeah, I think fitness is everything. Our sport is a little bit different in the fact, you know, we're here doing a 4-hour race. 2 weeks time we go to a 5-day race. Like it's very difficult to have too structured a plan, but you know, rolling momentum is everything. And you know, Manny's now on a 9-win streak. He's had, you know, more than a full season of momentum built up behind him, and that just plays such a key role, I think. There you can see, look at the gap he's stretching out.
This is the distance from Lettenbichler, who we just left, and working our way back as we see now in vision, center of your screen. There's Teo. So do you have a preference? The one-day sprint approach or the accumulative like Romaniacs? What's more your jammy?
I'm more of the terrain kind of guy. I like the rocky races. The super steep, long uphills I struggle with a little bit. Manny's definitely got the edge on me there. I'm slowly, you know, I'm happy with the progress I've made in recent times, but you know, a race like this, I think, you know, I can put it to Manny. And as you've seen in recent years, there's been some epic battles in this quarry. Unfortunately, he's won most of them, but I'll be back for more.
I think I speak for Darryl. As much as we love having you in the booth, we want you out there nipping his heels and really pushing him how he needs to be pushed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Billy, you've really raised the bar. Look at what you've done in the Super Enduro championships and that. You're literally untouchable, and we really miss seeing you out there. You're super aggressive, and we love the way that you attack some of these obstacles.
I'm pleased you brought that up, actually. We didn't have to keep talking about the 300 second places I got to win in the Hard Enduro Championship last year. I have had a little bit of victory over him, but, you know, realistically, this race is the big one. This is the one that, you know, makes careers. It's the one that made our sport what it is today, and right now he's firmly in control of it. But this year we've got a long way to go. I think it is pretty unknown what's coming after this stage.
Well, if Lettenbichler gets the win here today, it would be historic. 10 wins in a row and a three-peat for Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Teo, he gets a win, it would be his first. And as you point out, it's this event that changes the course of your history as a rider.
Well, lying second in the World Championship so far, we've had one round at Valleys. And you can see on the left-hand side there, so that bunting, and you'll see an arrow turned around at the top there. They have to come back this way once they've gone down and done a whole lot of other stuff. That's their way out.
Tristan now looks like he's in third and making... Oh no, Tristan's just actually passing Johnny, who appears to have his camel back off. So I don't know if we've got mechanical. It does look like he's doing something on the right-hand side of his bike there.
Yeah, it looks like something with the brake. Maybe he put it down and maybe bent a lever or something.
Maybe, yeah, snapped the brake lever. I mean, often you can get away with running a snapped one, but if it's super close to where the master cylinder is, I think it's a better move stop. And I rode through Caldina with a bent disc and having to pump my brake last year. But I think if it had been completely gone, I'd have been trying to do mechanicals. I was managing, if I had 2 or 3 pumps and my brake would come back. So I was just about surviving. I had a couple of hairy moments and dropped into some holes and just prayed I didn't go over the handlebars. But if it's completely gone, it is a wise move to...
So Johnny Walker looks like offside, doing a quick adjustment here.
It's definitely on the master cylinder, the cap that's coming off there. So from brake problems for Johnny, that's a shame because that was such a good start.
Yeah, is he allowed to be given a tool?
Yeah, and this stuff, you cannot ride without a front brake on these downhills and things like that. You'll be able to survive and throw your bike down, but...
Yeah, beg the question, though. Ken, I know he'd have to do the fixing himself. But would that tool need to come from his bike?
Yeah,
right?
so he will have a good amount of tools on the bike, in the airbox, and his backpack. I mean, he can receive verbal advice. Just looking at the crowd there, that's not anyone within his circle anyway.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. Everyone's curious of what's going on. I mean, so Wade just passing there now.
Okay, so quick check-in with Wade. Johnny Walker looks like doing a little bit of an adjustment there. I don't know if that was... Could you get eyes on what he was working on?
Well, the early days of the Erzberg, of course, outside assistance was allowed. You know, there were people pulling you up and some of the difficult climbs, and all of that has changed. I mean, this is a full-blown world championship now, and the sport has just gone to a completely different level.
I know a lot of the fans missed the point, the assist with their hooks, and they got a little too into it.
We're just getting really used to Manny putting on this absolute masterclass.
Yeah, he's set up so good, you know. I mean, I would say he probably, he's not the best in any area, but he's just at such a high level in all of them that overall it just becomes such an unstoppable force. And he's, I'm very impressed with how he's picking his way through here. He's trying to stay on the points of rocks and not just looking for the gaps, which seems the easier way. But then that's when bike problems happen. He's really staying on top of the bike here, looking light on the bike. Not finding many holes whatsoever. I notice the goggles have spun, so he is fancying a little bit more oxygen, but he's not slowing down by the looks of things. You see Mr. Bolton there. I can see some shimmer coming from the mullet on the left-hand side.
And you can always count on Bolts being right in the spot. And the longest winning streak we talk about in other sports. I mean, look at Max Verstappen on the Formula One side, 10 back-to-back wins. So we compare the sport of hard enduro and what Manny sits right in that position to make serious history in the sport. He definitely add his name to a serious list.
And what a better time as we're going through checkpoint 10.
Yeah.
Is it meant to be?
Yeah. Oh, a little numerology there. I like that, Daryl.
I don't think we can talk too soon just this year because, if this had been the previous course with Caldina being so late on, and he's good in the late forest sections. That's actually why I made such a break in Caldina last year. Just, I knew how strong he is in the closing forest sections. But there's a lot more unknown going on this year than there has been, so I don't think we can call it just yet.
Okay.
What time are we on now? 45 minutes. So typically they wouldn't even be into Carl's Dinner at this stage, right?
Well, now that you're coming out of Carl's Dinner, or I should say Carl's Dinner Light, into Carl's Dinner. But yeah, we wouldn't be...
I think about the hour mark we usually arrive, right?
So maybe about 15, 20 minutes later, you can see our very own Paul Bolton rushing Scoot McGavin in the field, getting the story.
Yeah, what a great job Bolts has been doing. He's brought us such amazing coverage over the last couple of events. And I'm sure we're going to get some amazing images from him now.
And a few days after the event, the recap, you'll see all of Paul Bolton's footage. Just gives you that embedded approach. Such an incredible reporter. And still knows. I mean, he could be out there still competing. He has so many skills.
And it's just great seeing so many supporters out there. I mean, the crowds this year are off the charts.
Yeah,
the mountain is full of people. Thousands and thousands of people have come out for this festival.
So if you're doing the numbers at this point, now in the 28th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, over 1 million people have visited this mountain.
That's incredible.
As a competitor and as fans collectively. It's definitely, I think, left an indelible mark and changed the sport forever.
This downhill is a complete new one, so we could have some rolling rocks, and he's going to have to pick a line. You see, yeah, he's getting off. That's a wise move. Just there's unknowns there. We've never gone down that section of the hill before, so. You see,
so he's going to go left into the forest, and then he's going to come up to the double fault checkpoint.
Double fault, and then straight back down. If
that's right.
Remember rightly. Yeah.
Good news for Walker, as it looks like he's up and moving again.
So you know the history of double faults. Graham Jarvis missed a check. 2 years he got disqualified at that very checkpoint, and therefore it got its name, double fault.
There we go. That's why we have you here, Daryl.
Not for my good looks.
So lost a little space on the leaderboard for Johnny Walker. He'll have some time here to try to get back into that top 3 contention. Walker starting to get back into the flow of things this season. Was out with injury and then just slowly working his way back. And that's something as fans we kind of take for granted. You know, all of our heroes here, we're watching, they get hurt, we're like, oh, he'll be back. But maybe you could speak, Billy, like just mentally what to have to work through an injury and come back not as good, but people expect you to come back stronger.
Yeah, it's tough. There's a lot of expectation. I think a lot of people don't understand you know, athletes and injuries, and everyone's different as well. But one thing is hard enduro does have a lot of unpredictabilities, and it makes coming back from an injury a little bit harder. You know, we race the track blind. You don't know what's coming around the corner. If you don't make it up the hill, you've got to jump off and keep hold of your bike. It just adds a lot more unknowns to other motorsport.
So a good visual here as we see Theodor Kabachiev still in pursuit of Lettenbichler out front. Working our way through Carl's Dinner Light, then into the main buffet of Carl's Dinner.
So the section that Manny's going on now, he's been through the double fault section where the Red Bull Arch is, and he's going to come around to the infamous George Avenue checkpoint. That's quite a steep climb.
It's a steep climb. He'll be hooking 3rd gear at the bottom of that, and I'd imagine changing down. I don't know, his body weight, he might be able to keep 3rd, but I always have to do a gear change.
All right, let's talk about last year. You flattened your pipe. I don't think many people realize that you had no power. You were literally could only pull 1st gear up there.
Yeah, last year was a miracle, to be quite honest with you. So I smashed my front pipe at the bottom section of Carl's Dinner, which is this year the 1st section, Carl's Dinner Light, and could only pull 1st gear. And I generally thought, I'm going to do very well to make it to the finish line here. I knew Dynamite was coming, I knew Motrix Highway was coming, but most importantly, I knew George Avenue was coming, which is usually a 3rd gear hill climb, which we're now setting off heading first, which it took a few goes, but we got there in the end.
That's these backstories of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo when you find out, oh yeah, I didn't have rear brake, or I didn't have this, and you still persevere. You have that that mental fortitude. It's
you just got to survive. You've got to survive.
And for those of you that don't know why you're not riding, you've had more knee surgery, and when are you going to be back?
Yes, I had an injury midway through the Super Enduro season. I managed to survive till the end of that and took some time, got my ACL fixed, a couple of other bits in my knee fixed all at once. It's going well. It's a little bit ahead of schedule, but you know, knees just take such a long time to heal. You can't rush them really. There's such a high chance of injuring it further or making further damage. So I'm still probably 6 to 8 weeks until I'm back on a bike. Exact race is unknown, like I was just saying. It is quite difficult with hard enduro. There's a lot of unknowns. We're racing the track blind, and I think it just does make returning from injury that little bit harder. So I think I'll be back on the bike for a little while, and hoping to be back at a couple of races before the end of the year, and putting a challenge to this guy. That's another thing. I've spent that much time racing in the last 2 years at like 70-80%. I don't really want to turn up unless I can win, and I feel like I'm able to win. That's kind of where I'm at these days.
We know you can win, and can't wait to get you back on the bike. Yeah. All right, so Manny now has done George Avenue, and he's going back into the last stretch of Carl's Dinner. At the end, they're going to turn out right, and that'll be done.
So trying to get the hardest part behind him. To bring everyone up to speed, Canadian Tristan Hart in third place for the moment. Ended up grabbing third at last year's Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Kabachiev holding on to second place, trying to stay in step with this gentleman right here, Lettenbichler. And it looks like Tristan, a shift in Tristan Hart now moving into second place. Kabachiev slipping to third in that lower section.
Interested to see how much progress Graham's made.
The gap at the moment between Manny and Tristan is a full 5 minutes, but Tristan Hart has made his way back up into second place. He's passed Teo Kabachiev.
5 minutes seems like a long time, but if we get to now an impossible climb and Manny's first there and the ground's so loose he has to start pushing his bike, it wouldn't be the first time that a 5 minute lead has gone pretty fast at this race.
I want to bring up what you pointed out. Graham Jarvis now in the top 10 conversation, just whittling his way slowly but surely.
The silent assassin, he didn't get his name for nothing.
Yeah.
Huge danger, man.
Maybe you could break down, too, just the trials background. I know a lot of people watch this type of training. It's not maybe as explosive as watching like an FMX, a demo, or just even Supercross, or the more kind of exciting visually components of hard enduro, but so much goes into navigating this.
Yeah, it's a very slow, methodical process. A lot of clutch control, a lot of throttle control, just using the bike, trying to make the bike do the work. I do see Manny making a couple more mistakes on this section than he has been. I don't know if he's trying to push the pacing at as big of a gap as possible, or it's just maybe he's just taking a minute to get his breath back now. But yeah, a couple of mistakes there, which we haven't seen so far yet today.
So Manny got his first trials bike at the age of 5, and he went on to win three-time trials youth champion in Germany.
Yeah, so it helps. It gives you such a good base, even if it's just for a few years as a kid. I think Manny rode to a decent level. I think he did some German championship while he was older. And then we have some riders in here. Graham Jarvis was many years, on the podium of the elite level of the World Trials Championship. Alfredo Gomez was World Junior Trials Champion. We got Jack Price, another World Junior Trials Champion in the field here today. I think it just gives you such a good base to go on and do whatever you want.
Where did you fall in love? Where did you the spark?
So I was very similar level to Jack Price, actually. We battled all through our kids' years. We've been like best friends since we were 6. I did 2 years of World Junior Championship, had a handful of podiums, a couple of second places in rounds there, but just couldn't quite put it together and didn't see a future happening in the sport for me. So I made the switch to Hard Enduro 2016 and had a pretty rapid start and a very quick growth curve and a lot of crashes, a lot of mistakes. I think we've got a new section of track in Dinah here.
Oh, and we've just gone off,
but it looked like a bit of a lead. That's definitely a pretty trialsy section of Carl's Dinner if we can get back and see how Manny was getting on in it.
And I see Wade Young has also made some passes into 4th place. He's 2.5 minutes behind Teo. And Teo in turn is 5 minutes behind, 5 minutes 46 behind Manny.
So it's actually spreading out. I was kind of expecting more of a gap, but I think it's still spread out so much at the start, really.
And there we can see the massive boulders, the traps that you can fall into quite easily.
Yeah, just that tire spinning.
So easy for your chain to get jammed and jump off here. That's one of the biggest dangers that I would see.
It is.
That's Mark Fernandez-Serra. So he's one of our juniors.
So he's in top 15, top 13, I would say. Because he's onto the top level here of Dinah, so he's well into it.
I mean, that aerial shot gives you a good idea of those glacial crevasses.
Kabachev up double fault.
Yeah.
Jarvis into 7th now.
Wow.
Yeah, he's the danger man. I counted. I've got him on my podium.
I wouldn't be surprised
morning.
to see him in the podium positions by the end of Carl's dinner, because just judging by how much Manny's slowed up the pace and he's really starting to pick his line, I'm guessing it's a lot of new track. We've never raced on this section of Carl's dinner before, so he's really having to take his time, and Graham he just sits down, dangles them legs off the back of his bike, and just gets to work one rock at a time.
With Johnny Walker with that mechanical, slipping to 6th, but now he's got Graham Jarvis to worry about coming in hot. So times coming in for Carl's dinner light. Look at these times. Just the separation between Tristan Hart.
I think Manny knew that, and that's why he pushed so hard to get to the front as early as possible. He's got so much experience at this race, and he knows what's needed to win.
Steepest section of the course, George Avenue.
Twisting here.
Oh.
Looks, from that level, he should be able to make it into the old rut. For these guys, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, George Avenue. In some ways, they'll be taking a bit of a breather here, getting in as much air as possible, drinking and eating as much as possible as they go, because they don't know if they're going to be out there for another hour or another 3.
And that's the impossible thing to predict. How much to lay it on the line? How much can you? How much do you have left in your personal tank?
Teo giving it horns there. I mean, you really can't see how steep it is. There's actually a level right near the top, so if you don't make it, you can do a little pivot and then give the last little piece a go.
Showing incredible comfort right there. Teo, no problem.
Tristan currently 6 minutes 54 behind Manny.
He's pulling all the time. I think if we're going to look at checkpoint times, I think it's probably only going to be Graham that's going to challenge Manny for the fastest time through Carl's dinner today.
Well, still under the 1 hour mark, to remind everyone watching. 4 hour limit. So at the completion of 4 hours, that is the end of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And we've had years where it's only been a handful of competitors. We talked about of the 99% of riders that make it to the final round, those 99% never finish.
Tristan's going, Teo's doing well to keep up in the podium positions here. I think naturally his riding style does use a lot more energy, and but he's fighting hard, and to be keeping pace with Tristan, it seems like is doing really well.
Would I be right in saying that Teo's riding style would be more suited to a Romaniacs, coming from Bulgaria, than an Erzberg?
I think he's used to the big mountains. He knows when to. He's pretty smooth and can do them real steep climbs well, and I think this rock, especially Carl's dinner kind of section, that is made for the trials guys.
See if Wade can clean the section. Awesome job. Yeah. I don't know how you got up there in first gear. I really don't.
Honestly, I didn't think it was happening, and after the first attempt, I also didn't think it was happening. It was.
How many goes did you have to give it?
I think 2 or 3. Yeah. 3 maybe.
Well, you can imagine Wade, no stranger to dry, craggy conditions back home in South Africa. How much we talk about this event, Daryl, but I know you've got deep roots with Roof of Africa. It's one of those events as well that kind of makes or breaks someone's career.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Wade has done so well in South Africa, winning the Roof of Africa multiple times. Yeah. He's really, really good on the rock. So Carl Dinner, I think he will be making up time here. It suits him 100%.
And he definitely has the size. As we hit the 1 hour mark, a look back of how we got here. A lot of expectations of the man leading the charge coming into today's competition, Manuel Lettenbichler. And we started off with the first row of 50. Not too much bottleneck. Were you guys surprised to see how clean it was?
Tristan still hit the deck, but I think everyone just used his bike for traction and got straight over it, to be honest. Everybody knows how important it is to get to the front, and this guy certainly did.
Yeah, Lettenbichler was able to find room to pass, but the rest of the field trying to stay in step. And Kovachev facing some difficulties. But ever so calm, collected, Lettenbichler putting on a veritable clinic in Carl's Dinner Light as well as Carl's Dinner. The slow, just suffering, working their way through.
Pretty good way to put it, Pat. I can't think it much better. Slow suffering.
It's a suffer fest.
And it was hot, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, even down on the start line, it was cold when we first got there, and 5-10 minutes before the start, the humidity really ramped up. So I see this last section is definitely the hardest we've seen in a good while. I think Manny, I wasn't expecting Manny to still be in there.
So Tristan Hart in second for the moment, but Lettenbichler just trying to stay in that zone. You mentioned he loves being out front where it's nice and quiet, and jumping above. You can see the distance between him, Canadian Tristan Hart, and Theodor Kovachev in third, right on the heels of Tristan Hart. So the gap right there, about 7 to 8 minutes. It seems like a lot, but you talk about just one mishap and you get caught in this just...
If everything goes smoothly, it is a lot. But if there's they come to one section and there's a lot of problems and Manny has to start pushing, that lead will be eaten up in seconds. Well, minutes, I suppose. 7 or 8 minutes of them, to be precise. But it doesn't go as long as you think when it starts getting difficult and people start getting stuck.
So meanwhile...
The 24 MX vacillating.
Yeah, the weekend warriors, the privateers. And this is the part that I love about Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
I remember the old days with the bathtub, you know, there were like 50 guys jammed in the bathtub trying to get out, and this is similar, you know, if they can get up vacillating, they're going to see how far they can get in the forest sections.
We'll be checking back in 3 hours from now, and the struggle is real. Still at that point.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys are going to get through the forest, and I think we're going to see like absolute mayhem in Carl's Dinner.
Yeah, I think that bottom section is going to see a lot of action. Also, the forest, even to get from the bottom level of Carl's Dinner to this up to the second level, that forest is actually not to be messed with. That is a pretty tricky forest, and there's going to be a lot of guys stuck in there.
And good news for three-time Erzberg winner Johnny Walker, now moving up to fifth. You can see Graham Jarvis starting to stay in step. And the Blockladder Centrum Amberg as well. Another big challenge for these riders. And many of these guys, the best in their neighborhood, their region, just to make it. You try to hammer home how difficult it is even to get to this point at this event.
I mean, that climb is ridiculous, actually. So for the mere mortal, I mean, you guys make it look easy, right? But even going down, once you've been to the top, that downhill you can get some serious runaways.
Yeah, and I mean, just it's so natural to be riding up hills so big, so steep, so loose. Like, it's really there's no other place like it that you can even prepare for such a hill. To be honest with you. And that's number 240. That guy's qualified, like, we know, out of 1,300 people in the top 200. That these are they're no slouches. Get a good actual perception of how steep it is from this angle, to be honest. See how difficult it is to control the bike and the front wheel from diving. Every time you just thought about touching the front brake, the folks wanted to dive there.
So there we can kind of like see the steepness.
Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, it's one of those things that you have to witness with your eyes to see the scope, the steepness, the sheer vastness of this course. And this great illustration.
So Centrum Bamberg is actually a training and test facility for tunnels. And I saw yesterday for the first time there's 1,500 meters of tunnels carved into the Erzberg.
We've even seen a few years the course actually running through the tunnel, right?
I was going to say one year we raced into it.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I was looking for. This last final push out of Carl's dinner, and I saw earlier that trial section that we saw many on. Yeah. I think the guys are going to get like super jammed up. It'll be an accomplishment just to get out of Carl's dinner this year. Yeah. Wow, look at that. Up left, and then that forest piece you were talking about, that last push out.
Yeah, just looking so comfortable.
I want to see the time gap now. We'll be able to measure now between Manny and Tristan.
I think he took it a little bit easier. That's it. I was actually just thinking as well, that's quite a narrow target to go through. That's going to cause some bottlenecks. You see, it's really loose, and as soon as the loose ones fire out, it becomes a pretty big hole again.
Yeah, if Manny's off his bike and pushing there, then you must know that it's really, really a proper trial section, this.
Yeah.
We'll try pivot left, I think. That's just raw rock there. I mean, when you're walking that section, you don't really appreciate, what it looks like unless you walk it.
So this was the old entry to Carl's dinner, so there should be a bit of a line for him to aim for here. But it hasn't been used in quite a few years, so I can imagine it's super loose ground. And then some pretty nasty tree roots to navigate still before you can make it back up to the road, where I believe is the tank point. You just look at the size of that valley, like, what are we doing racing motorbikes in there?
Why? Any common, anyone with common sense, they're like, why? Why do you do it? Yeah, clearly it's that moto-masochist mindset. It's those that get it, get it.
To put it in perspective, I mean, how steep is that?
That's a really tricky climb. It's actually a lot drier than I was expecting, to be honest, but that kind of hills, when it's a really slow set-off, is one real strong point of Manny's. He doesn't need much speed at the bottom of them hills to really project himself forward.
It's great to see the sun coming out here.
So pulling into the tank point now. I think the rider has to do everything in here himself. Not allowed to receive drinks, goggles, anything from the mechanics this year. All riders all have to do it themselves.
Pit crew of one for Lettenbichler.
All right, so from here he's going to head up to Machine. The Machine's not too difficult. And then he's got the second half of the forest to look forward to.
I've just spotted a Mr. Jarvis up one more place there into sixth now. Ticked off Mario Roman.
Here we go. 49 years young, Graham Jarvis working his way steadily through that top 10. Now just outside of the top 5 conversation. Walker in 5th, Wade Young in 4th, Gavachiev in 3rd, Tristan Hart, the Canadian, in 2nd, and Lettenbichler, eyes on screen, flying out.
Didier Rudolph in 9th too. We got a battle of the Austrians in 9th and 10th. Didier Rudolph, Michael Walkner.
And our first junior in 8th.
Can you imagine, either
Mitch
Rudolph or
Bradmore.
Walkner, can you imagine if making the podium here, the eruption of sound at Eisener's?
It would be, I think, equivalent to the 4-hour time limit noise going off. It would be difficult to know which one was which.
Yeah. Still waiting for an Austrian victor here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
And this is a nice feeling Manny's got now.
Yeah.
Going out of Carl's dinner with such a lead, he'd be stretching the legs out, taking in. He's probably had water through over him. He's wet from the puddles, so stretching the legs out, getting some air through them, and just trying to cool down and get the heart rate down as much as possible before we head back into the forest.
I'm not sure how he does it. I caught up with Manny yesterday, and I said, man, I've been seeing you all over social media, all these things that he had to do, and he's like, I've been so busy. Today is like this afternoon, first time I've actually had a chance to breathe, and doing all that and then doing it with the mindset, always being willing to say, yeah, I'm here for you, always there for the fans, and then be able to tap into this and just, I don't know how he does it.
It's what you have to do when you're going in for your 3rd win in a row. There's people, you're the man in demand, and he does a very good job of that. I think he's a very good ambassador for the sport, that's for sure.
Want to encourage everyone, go to Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.com, news, highlights, everything. We talked about Paul Bolton's footage, the recap. You're going to see a lot of behind the scenes footage that we are not quite getting to in today's broadcast, but nonetheless, a great recap of a historic day here in Austria for the 28th running of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And Machine used to be start of the no-help zone. Manny out in front where he likes to be.
Actually looks a bit trickier than normal, the start of it this year. They move that tape further and further up every year. It actually used to start from the road about 15 feet further right. And we got this new rock section to go up before we get there, and it looks even more difficult this year than normal.
What's the trick when you're dealing with, rocks this size, when you're doing double fall line? You have to go across and you've got a double pitch.
Being smooth, putting a lot of pressure on that outside foot peg so that it puts weight to the inside of the tire. That's where the bike's making contact with the ground, and be as smooth as possible on the throttle. You don't want to disturb any rocks, which is one thing Manny does really, really well. Is not a lot of rocks fly out from his back wheel.
Smooth. I've seen you made some pretty sketchy moves.
He takes an environmental approach. He wants to leave things as they lay.
He's very good at not disturbing the ground, which is quite the opposite. Which is.
I mean, really, for the people that don't know, you don't want to pick up any wheel spin. You've got to make sure that every little bit of power gets to the ground. So it's throttle and clutch control, and you literally don't want any wheel spin.
It just adds to it, any wheel spin, any rock like that was such good there. Turning and keeping it smooth. But any rock flying out, it's just wasted energy, using your core to keep the bike balanced, keeping the bike upright. Whether you're dabbing and having to fight and push along with your legs, if you can keep smooth and just keep rolling at a steady pace, there's so much energy saved.
Manny just waxed that.
Made short work of that.
And there was in previous years, there was quite a big step coming up just after Machine. I'm not sure if that's going to be there this year. 2 years ago, that caused a great feat. Manny got out in front and somehow managed to get a bit by himself, and everyone else had to team up and help each other.
And we've been here in years where the weather is really hot. How much worse does that make things like Carl's Dinner?
Yeah, Carl's Dinner is bad in the heat because the heat actually reflects up off the rocks. It literally becomes like an oven in there. There's nowhere to hide. There's no shelter from the sun. You try and crouch down and get some shelter, and you feel the heat from the rocks like you literally are in a frying pan. So I think today's a bit nicer, but like I said, when I was down on the start line, the humidity did really amplify 5-10 minutes before the start.
South African Wade Young just outside of the top three. Daryl, I know you know Wade really well. Where's his mindset coming into this event? Feels like he's on a good, it's kind of staying in step and finding that flow that he wants to get back into.
Yeah, he's so strong at the moment, physically and mentally. 8-time Roof of Africa winner. He's at home in the rocks. He doesn't have the trials background that a lot of other guys have, so being that all-rounded rider, I think he's come a long way in learning that skill. Billy, you guys came from a trials background. Some of you had to learn to go fast, for example. Wade had it the other way around. We had lots of fast races at home, and he had to learn that trial skill.
Exactly, it's not easy, and having them skills from an early age is just ingrained into you, and vice versa for the trials guys. I think now 10 years ago, a trials guy could jump on an enduro bike and he could be a podium guy, but now the speeds of the non-technical sections are so high. I mean, you've got to be really, really fast riding A to B on a dirt bike to be successful these days.
So when I rode, I was absolutely rubbish at the trial sections, and I had to use so much energy literally pushing my way everywhere. And I think it's a key to doing well in races like this, is to really manage each section. And look at Graham, for example. He's 49, but he's got such a high skill set that he can use that to preserve energy.
Exactly. No, that is one thing of Graham's, is he just takes over. He doesn't waste any energy on the difficult sections. And here we go. Technical masterclass on display, I'm sure.
Wow.
You see, feet on the pegs.
Threading the needle. It's just
covered in dirt because he's not known for getting off the start line particularly fast.
Our most winningest rider of all time, and I've got to say it. Graham's been riding since 10 years old, and he's won Erzberg 5 times, Hell's Gate 5 times, Romaniac 7 times, Sea to Sky 6 times, the Tough One 5 times, the Roof 4 times, 5 times British Trials champion, 5-time British Enduro champion, and 7 gold medals at the ISDE.
It's incredible.
The resume.
And still going.
Yeah, it's still going at 49 years old. Those of you that are new and watching this sport for the first time, you can say, yeah, I watched Graham Jarvis. He's 49. He's won the event 5 times, and he's just slowly working his way. I think maybe when you're at the water cooler on Tuesday morning back at work and you can talk about the Silent Ninja, you'd be like, yeah, slow and steady. That's my approach at work.
You watch him through that section there, and he literally just had one speed and just ticked it off. I think there's, certain people will be faster for certain parts of it, but when you average it out, it's just so impressive how he ticks the box off.
So when they get through checkpoint 13, then we'll really be able to see the time gaps between the riders.
By the way, jumping back in here about Graham Jarvis, I'd love to see the stats. I'd love to see his pulse going through here.
I think
his heart rate, does it even like...
Occasionally it gets above 60, I think.
Yeah.
When he sleeps, it's 15.
So Tristan Hart has been through already, and he's currently 7 minutes 56 behind Manny Letzenbichler.
He's like a sneaky sloth.
So the gap is still increasing, but not quite at the rate it was early on. But back in the forest is where Manny's going to do more damage. I think he's so good at the typical forest sections. Cuckoo's Nest, he went straight up in front of me last year. I took the easy line and went round, and I just thought, wow. You know, when we're here on the tour, we all like to play on Cuckoo's Nest and see who can go straight, but I don't think anyone was quite expecting to do it in the race, and Manny did it in front of me, and I just thought, yep, that was pretty good.
And I'm still waiting, the track builders, there's lots of stuff we haven't seen. I'm waiting for the sting in the tail. We always have one.
There's something that even we're not expecting, I'm sure.
Well, I think, thanks to Carl Katak, for sure. The little surprise is, I think we were talking a zone after maybe Motor X. There might be a little bump, if you will, a little surprise.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Well, Killing Leap might kill a few of them off, are you trying to imply?
I think Killing Leap is going to be the one. Motor X Highway, I think, could definitely yield some action, and I think Killing Leap is really going to be the one to watch.
I think the exit of Motor X Highway last year was very difficult, and if it's wet, it's kind of like a grassy off-camber, where there's just the ground's not really soft enough to dig in a rut, so you really just have to slide. Lift your bike up, slide, lift your bike up, slide. So that exit of Motor X Highway could also be a big factor if it's like it was last year.
All right, so Teo currently is 2 minutes 30 behind Tristan Hart and 10 minutes behind Manny.
So Teo's caught up to Tristan because I think he was 5 or 6 minutes behind at the last checkpoint. And you see Mr. Jarvis now closing in on Johnny Walker and Wade Young.
Wow, this is something to see.
4th place, and Teo's not long been through that checkpoint, so I think we're going to have a race on as we head into these next sections. Yeah. These guys have really bunched up.
You're looking at, 6th, 5th, and 4th place right now on screen.
Oh, that's going to cost some time. You've got a full clean and a press to get that back up. That's the worst place to be, is under your bike with your bike facing that way, Dowell.
Yeah, and I know all about it. I do that pretty often.
You see, that's just allowing Graham to eat into their lead.
You actually made reference to it, how tight that section was, even as a checkpoint, what it could cause. And look at this. Now forcing Jarvis, Walker.
So Johnny's actually recovered pretty well from the break he had in. One thing I think that's understated is having to fix your bike and the frantic panic that goes through your mind. You're rummaging through your bag, you're picking tools out, you're pulling. It's you might think it's a little breather and you get your heart rate down, but it's definitely not. It does quite the opposite. In fact, I would say it's a pretty big spike having to fix your bike.
And you can see Jarvis in the bottom of your screen, awfully patient, waiting.
Yeah.
Make sure that's. I think he wants to do that all in one.
He's observing. Let's see how it goes.
It just doesn't get better than this.
Wow! What my goodness gracious! What are you doing?
That's ridiculous.
That was so good. Yeah. But that's what comes with 325 years of experience.
That's it.
I mean, you got to think about it, right? Graham's 50 next year, and he's doing that. So all you guys lying in your couch at home, if you're close to 50, I mean...
There's no excuses. That was so
just
good.
Get out there.
That was just summed up Graham. You know, he was patient. He used the bottleneck to pull in on them, and then he just stopped and analysed the situation, observed these surroundings, and thought, right, they've done that. I'm going to do this to avoid that happening to me. See you later.
Wow.
Oh, the guys are just making it up to the point they need to be. And Johnny,
come on, Wade.
Johnny, now he's seen that Wade stuck, so he's stopped. So Johnny's going to have to start with a little bit less momentum. I think if I was Johnny, I'd be trying to get in front of Wade here, because that's 2 sections in a row. He's kind of held him up now. Oh, we've got someone else coming straight in. 2 for 1 for Mr. Jarvis.
Just like that?
No way.
Hey, you check, he's the same speed in Carl's dinner as he is going along the road, but that's just why we love him.
That is mad.
Did that just happen? Unbelievable. Jarvis,
the podium's calling soon for Mr. Jarvis.
In a way, the Tom Brady of hard enduro, for sure.
I think he's going to be right on Kabachev by the time we've done the next forest and we're into Morex Highway.
Yeah. And I should point out, Tom Brady not competing anymore. Jarvis is still in the mix.
We've actually got Udo's Playground and another one of the rock sections up on the top of the forest, after the forest, sorry, which could also be
a lot of speculation for Udo's Playground, right?
So we've got burping stones after Udo's Playground. I can't remember that section.
So I think, oh yeah, no, Burping Stones is where there was snow quite a few years ago. That's right up at the top of the mountain. So in fact, I've actually got it wrong. The one before Udo's Playground, Chris's Stone Party, that's a super technical one. That's actually where I overtook Manny last year.
That's going over the top of the prologue section.
Exactly.
Right at the
That's
top.
where the hairpin of the road is, and the rock section
Goes
straight on.
straight.
So that one, I had a brief look when me and Paul went to Carl's dinner the other day, and that looks even tighter than normal. They've moved the tape in, so there's less of a run up, and it's just all in the big rocks.
And then I had a look at Udo's Playground. They've moved the tape into a new virgin section to the left.
Okay,
so I
so
think that's also going to make for some awesome viewing.
That's going to be super loose.
So this was just moments ago as Jarvis passed two riders on the uphill. The 5-time winner of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. If he can make his way to the front and cement a 6th first-place finisher, he'd make history. But look at the clinic he is putting on. That slow, patient style.
Just so we have a reference, I'm going to put it out there. Graham is 13 minutes behind Manny.
Wow. Well, speaking of reference, this is where Manuel Lettenbichler is on the virtual mountain. And you can see our other group on the other side. He's already worked his way all the way around. And the chasing group right there in hot pursuit has to make their way up. Graham Jarvis, Wade Young, and Johnny Walker. And Kabachev and Tristan Hart still in that 2nd and 3rd place, back and forth, trying to reel in Lettenbichler. Definitely gives you good.
This is such a good graphic.
Good eyes on the mountain. Hats off to our production team.
So this is Theo in machine. Oh, here he is.
Oh my goodness.
What? look who showed up.
I think the trigger's going to get pulled out. Another one off. I'm telling you, we need to keep an eye on this 13 minutes to Manny because I'm not putting anything past this old gentleman.
All right, so once he's out at the top of machine, we've got to check. I'm going to look for the times. I reckon it's going to be closer to 10 or 11 minutes.
Oh, Theo's just put the move back on. That might slow things down slightly. And he's still not rushing too much, Graham. I think the guys are it's hard to say, but I would say they're somewhere near the halfway stage, so we've got a lot of racing left.
I mean, you know Graham well. Is it intentional, or he's just naturally at this low heart resting rate? How does he stay so zen?
He just cruises. I mean, he's there's no urgency. He knows what he can do. He knows what he's capable of, and he's happy to just tick guys off.
Wade in the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, some great back and forth with
Johnny also in there. So we've got 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th all in shot.
All in one shot here. This is incredible.
This is almost like MotoGP.
Theo really is making life difficult for Graham. Yeah, I think it's a bit of Graham's going to be. That's the one. If Graham had just pushed that a little bit to stop Theo getting back past him, I think he would have been out of this section by now. So, I mean, I don't feel like I'm in any position to be critiquing Mr. Jarvis's riding, but I think that's one point you could see. Really, he let it slip a little bit, letting Theo back past him there.
Well, no one has ever won Erzbergrodeo 6 times. There's 2 5-time winners. You got Taddy Blazusiak and along with Graham Jarvis.
Dale's frantically pressing the refresh button on the checkpoint.
I want to see what the time is. I can't wait to see.
That was
Michael Wagner going down there.
And that was one which could have definitely done some damage on the clutch lever side there. He's looking tired. He's not in a rush to pick that bike back up.
Also, falling like that, you get your foot jammed in a rock and turn it around. That's your ACL off.
It's so easy to do damage, and I think it looks... Clutch lever's all right anyway. Flywheel cover looks all right. Gear lever looks all right. So I think he's got away with it, but he's now off the main line as well. So I think he's either, unless there's a line straight ahead of him, he should be doing a U-turn and going back to it. But maybe he can see a way out from where he is.
When you guys walk the course, you're doing the pre-walk. How much of it can you remember when you jump back into Carl's dinner?
Okay, we got the times. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I told you, despite being held up by Kabachiev, he's actually closed it by 7 seconds. He's 7 seconds closer to Manny, which I think, he got held up by, I would say, a good 30 seconds to a minute by two. So Graham is on the charge.
12 minutes, 53 behind Manny at the moment, and we'll keep a close eye on that for you guys.
And I tell you this, I think Manny is not going to be expecting to Graham come up behind him at any point. We're still a long way from that happening. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but wow, this is teeing up nicely.
Well, the riders don't want the sting in the tail, but of course we're kind of hoping for it because it's going to bring the action to all of us.
You see,
I mean, as a rider, I mean, you want to, hit me right now, right?
I've had this sting in my tail. I've got to Gunahela in 2018. Me and Manny had a massive lead on everybody else, and the wheels fell off the bus that year. Me and Manny chose to help each other, and which, at the time I thought that was the right decision. I thought if we help each other now, it's going to be us first and second. It's between us who's going to win this, and I was confident. That was when we could walk the track, and I had a little line up my sleeve for Dynamite. So that was my thought process at the time. In the end, it just took so much more time and energy to get us up there. I pulled Manny up first, and then he just about passed out by his bike for a few minutes, and I'd actually left my bike parked off the racing line. So Graham and Johnny, I think it was, managed to get past us, and it was just a car crash from there and onwards. It was, That was actually, I would say, more difficult one to swallow than last year when I was out front and Manny passed us, because last year was kind of my own doing. I damaged the bike, whereas 2018 me and Manny were so far out in front. But it is what it is. You see here, Michael, that crash, is still not back on the main line, and this has cost him minutes now, and that is just such a frustrating point as a rider. He's still in the top 10. I think a few of the other guys will be catching up soon now after that much time lost, though.
You touch on such an interesting point when you talk about hard enduro. It's like four-dimensional chess with a mechanical, a moto factor.
Exactly. It's hard enduro is a million tiny things that could happen. We see
looking back at
Wassalainen causing difficulty some of the later riders here. But yeah, like I said, it's just a million tiny battles which you need to try and win in a hard enduro race. And if you don't, they can make such a big difference. They don't have a big result in a positive way, but in a negative, they can literally cost you 5-10 minutes just like that.
I really missed the old bathtub because it was like action like this all over the place. It was absolute carnage, but we're getting a good taste of it over here.
Well, everyone has their own goal, their own feat they're trying to overcome here, and all the different levels illustrated here, looking at all of the privateers taking their approach, albeit treacherous. Incredible. And this will continue for a good solid, 2.5, 3 more hours.
And no more ropes being thrown down. It's up to them. Matty Green, finally we got Matty Green in the house.
I think he's just sitting outside the top 10 in 12th place at the minute. Will Ho in front of him in 11th, so I think those two guys will have, provided they don't make the same mistake Michael Walker has just made, they've got a good chance to make up a good chunk of time on him.
So Matty currently 22 minutes behind Manny and 2 minutes 59 behind Will Ho. Ash Brightmore's coming up, he's in 13th.
And Mark Fernandez. So we've got a bunch of junior riders just on the outside of the top 10.
And your mate Jack Price, I see he's in 16th at the moment.
Jack Price and Francesco Moret is actually another world level trials rider in 15th, the Spanish rider.
David Cyprian coming in up next in 17th place.
So those guys, I think it's spread out now, but as we get towards the sting in the tail, that's going to also bunch back up again, Dowell?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think we're going to have lots more action here today. The party's just getting started. Oh, and there we can see that checkpoint 13 is proving to be a real challenge. If the top guys are struggling there, I mean, everybody else is going to... It's an absolute...
See, it's looking not quite as narrow as it was when we first got there. I think with the more and more crashes, it might have just started widening itself, but it definitely isn't an easy one. That was Didier Rudolph, and the peaks off of his helmet, so I think he's really had a big one.
And I imagine, too, he's got to make his way back around to
go through
the proper mark.
He needs to get back inside the tape, which, again, like just happened to Michael, it often... A crash that leads you off the racing line has way more of an effect than you would think. He's I mean, I don't know where he's left the track, so that could actually be fine, but it was a risky move because you get some of that orange stuff wrapped around your rear wheel, you've lost your rear brake, your chain's going to come off, and he's not... this is terrifying to watch.
Yeah, you know what happens when that tape gets tied up?
That fence can really make a big mess, but it looks like Didier Rudolph now is back on track. Michael Walkner's caught him back up, so his mistake is have a chance to get back inside, back at Didier now and get back into 9th, I think they're battling for, yeah.
So Didier Rudolph, 35-year-old from Austria, and he's a 5-time finisher here at the Erzberg, so no slouch at all.
Yeah, local lad who rides very well here. I'm interested to see if we have got Will Ho and Matt Green coming soon, because both these guys seem to have lost a lot of time. Some spectators trying to pass him something here as his transponder came off, or his fuel cap. His fuel cap came off, so he would have had a warm gentleman's area had that have been splashing out on the next fast section.
And we've got youth on the side of Michael Walkner, just 26 years old.
And just watching that, it just makes Graham Jarvis's moves ever more impressive.
Michael got a 6th here in 22 and a 6th here last year.
Yeah, Wagner's, I mean, on the steady rise. You watch him in terms of his comfort. Top 2 Austrians trying to work their way through. And back.
That's not a nice position to be in. Just not far enough up to push it and not comfortable enough to jump on it and ride down. We've got some teamwork going on here.
Blocklader, Zentrumamberg.
So would you say there's an advantage going first up some of these climbs?
Yeah, I think these ones especially, these open ones, you're pretty confident you just need to hit them flat out. Obviously, when you get halfway up them, you need to have a good look and pick a good line first there, but having no traffic in front of you and just being able to hit it wide open is a big advantage. I see now, for these guys in this queue waiting to go, for them to get a clear run at it, there's a very slim chance that...
and everybody's just going like one after the other, like, bye!
It's chaos out there. It's like rush hour in New Delhi at the minute, or something like that. Like, bikes, you see that? Bikes fly in every direction.
I see there on the right-hand side, the guys are trying to make another line up there.
See how no one appears. But these guys are happy. They're riding their bikes on a Sunday afternoon in this pretty magical quarry. They're not complaining.
It's such a necessary component to see this, to put it into contrast with the sports elite. And you see the difference.
And that's the beauty of it, that you have such a contrast of riders, all on the same start line, all competing in the same race, and that is really what makes Hard Enduro so special.
And you can read the body language. Just at checkpoint 4 of 27, you can see the body language saying, I'm so spent at this point. And all those riders yet to even get to Carl's Dinner Light.
So next up we got Chris's Stone Party, which I've got a feeling the checkpoint might be actually before the difficult part. I think the checkpoint last year was on the road, so it's interesting to see the order going in there and how long it's going to take by the time they come out of there, because last year that was a very, very tricky section.
And you were dead on with your assessment of Manny. I feel like you've done this before,
I've been here
Billy.
once or twice, yeah. I might look stupid, but I take it more than people realize, I think.
Tristan Hart holding on to 2nd for the moment. And Kabachiev was in 3rd. But that battle with Jarvis and Kabachiev is still hot.
It's quite a fast section to get there. Apart from Cuckoo's Nest, which is a lot easier than it used to be back in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kabachiev had stayed in front of Graham at this stage. But if I was Graham, I would really try and get in front of him before we actually enter Chris's Stony Party, because I think he will be able to make up some time should he have a clear run into there.
So loving the virtual peak at Erzberg.
Well, Manny's well into Chris's Stony Party. This is sections like this, which are relatively new. I think this is only 2 or 3 years old into the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Sorry, they don't have as much of a solid line, so often arriving here first is a bit of a minefield. You know, Carl's Dinner, despite the tape being in certain places, you can see the old lines and you know, okay, the rocks aren't going to move in that section, the rocks aren't going to move in this section, so if I can get from there to there, it's good. Whereas this is a relatively new one, so he's really having to think on the fly. And this first little horseshoe we're doing here is completely new by the looks of it. We've never been up this part before.
You can see the old trail on the right-hand side. That was the old way up. And I think too easy, the track builders said, and let's just change it up a bit. They always do this. And most of the riders, by the time they get here, they wouldn't have seen it. So
see Manny actually moving rocks with his hand there. This is literally virgin territory for a motorbike where he is now.
It's one thing to be the armchair quarterback to sit here with this aerial view. How do you do it when you're sitting right in the mix of it? How do you assess the lines?
It's something you've got to do on the fly, and it is difficult. And you know, that's where having that trials experience. One thing trials experience gives you is the ability to read the terrain, and that little gate that the guys have got to get through is also a pretty narrow one. So I think Manny's going to try and go from here across these loose rocks. Wow. He's high enough, he's going to push it just because it's going to be so loose. He doesn't want his back wheel to drop down. That's very well played there by Manny. And he hasn't disturbed too many rocks as well, so that's going to be... Tristan's also going to have to figure out where Manny went. It doesn't look like he's left too much of a trail behind, so it's going to be interesting.
Sometimes an advantage following someone the likes of Manny or Graham Jarvis for that matter.
Definitely, yeah. But the gap's so big now that Tristan's going to have, you know, just as much of a problem as Manny to spot the line, I think. You know, if you look at the tape on the right-hand side, it does give you the option to go all the way up where the grass is, but then you see you've still got to make it pretty far up the rock climb. So that was, I would say, well navigated by Manny to know when to stop going forward and when to start going left and head up the rocks.
And this just in, Graham Jarvis moves into third place. So Graham Jarvis, 5-time winner of Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, now in podium position in third place, moving in on Tristan Hart.
And also, I feel for Tristan, you know, by the time he gets to the section, he would have lost eyes on Manny. He's not going to see him here. And then it just, Billy, what does that do to you? You get to a section like this and you're like, he's gone already, you know?
Exactly. That's actually a very good point, that Daryl. It's a bit depleting, really, because you're looking up and you're thinking, I've probably got 5 or 6 minutes, so the checkpoint is actually at the top there, so we are going to get a true reflection of how far behind Graham is. But yeah, looking up and thinking, I'm going to spend a few minutes in here and Manny's not even in sight. It is a bit depleting, but you know, he's in the podium position right now. He's in third, one better than he was last year. I think he's going to be hungry. He's going to keep fighting and pushing as far forward as possible. I think that's Manny just working his way out of the top of Chris's stone party, sorry. Yeah. So I bet Chris is having a party watching this. I will be in a few minutes' time when there's 5 or 6 riders all stuck there.
So he's going to stay on this is right at the pinnacle of the mountain. So he's going to turn right here and he's going to head down into Udo's playground. He's going to drop left off the road, quite a steep downhill, and then there's a really, really rocky climb going up. That's where they've changed the tape at the top. So also going to be very interesting.
Yeah, we had a bit of a battle at this stage of the race last year. I think Manny actually got off his bike and walked into Udo's playground, and I rode it down and overtook him. So see if he's remembers that or if he's still going for the cautious approach.
Well, I had a look at it, and I'm definitely not going to be riding my bike down there.
I mean, but it begs the discussion to continue.
This is it right here. This is the entrance. This is dropping into Udo's playground now.
Do you need Lettenbichler to falter these days? If you look at the gap of it's becoming commonplace, seeing this gap of that lead that he gets.
The guys are managing the gap pretty well, though. You know, for Tristan when we've seen how much of a gap when he dropped into Carl's Dinner and he's lost, I think, like 4 or 5 minutes straight away. But he's now holding the gap at like the 7-8 minute mark. Tristan's actually, you know, coming really, really good in the mid stage of this race.
And you can see Graham Jarvis currently in third place, and that distance between Tristan Hart, the Canadian, 2 third-place finishes here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and then way on the other side of the ridge, there is none other than Manuel Lettenbichler chasing a 3rd consecutive win here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo and trying to go flawless, 10 wins in a row. So once we get eyes back on Lettenbichler, have to see how he navigated going into Udo's.
Well, the only other person to have done 3 wins in a row is none other than Teddy Blazizziak.
Yeah.
So if Manny pulls off his 3rd in a row win, well, that'll
add it
equal
to
out.
the list, you know, and I think, you know, we've talked about this. We're witnessing history with the likes of Lettenbichler. You know, he's obviously only getting started. How many more? How many more? I'd say, you know, successes and you know, podium finishes are in his future. I think if you're a betting man, you'd say quite a few.
Like it's the start of a new season.
I don't know. No, he's definitely got the upper hand right now. I see Will Hoare just exiting Carl's dinner section. He's still in 11th place. That has got incredibly lucky as we see a little bit of cooling come out the overflow at the same time. He could not have done that any better.
Yeah, he was nodding.
He's definitely making the highlight reel for next year with that. That is fair play.
Almost got a 360 flat spin on the bike.
And who've we got following him? Number 70? That's an epic ride from the second row.
That's Francesc Moret.
Okay, so 12's rider, yeah, Francesc Moret, that makes sense. He's made up some big time in Carl's dinner. He was a World Junior level trials rider, one of the best from Spain, rode for a number of years in the World Trials Championship, and he's really on the charge from the second row. I think we've got Jack Price coming next, also on the Sherco. Oh no, we've got a Brightmore, that's Ashton Brightmore. And
I want to talk about Brothers Brightmore, how much excitement is building about these guys, and just the sibling rivalry is so cool to see. It's a little bit like Thor and Loki. I don't know which one's which, but yeah. I love how these guys, how they get along and how they push each other.
Yeah, you know, their guys work so well together. They're training really hard. I know they spend a lot of time on their bikes, and they really are putting the effort in, and it's paying dividend. You know, Mitch was Super Enduro Junior World Champion and then Hard Enduro World Champion last year. Mitch has started the year off well being Super Enduro Junior World Champion. Obviously, he's got to fight his older brother in the Hard Enduro Championship this year, but solid second place in the junior rankings so far. The boys are on a good trajectory, that's for sure.
It's so great to see as we get eyes on Tristan Hart, second place in that same zone where Manny was.
No, that's actually the rock section before. He's got to exit these rocks and do about 500 meters up the dirt road, and then he'll end up in the Chris's Rocky Playground.
Yeah. A mistake there as we get a great aerial look.
So this is actually a little bit different to normal, because usually here we go right and then onto the road. But this one's completely new. I don't think we've seen Manny do this at all. So Manny's got straight through this section.
And that just shows you the time gap then should be, I mean, we've already, 7 minutes has passed, so, I mean.
Yeah, so Manny's really charged. If he's got through this section without the helicopter even catching up to him, he's really on the charge.
Really forcing himself to take his time. Just the demands of these sections. Trying to show just how adaptable. And looking back at Cuckoo's Nest.
Nicely done.
Wow.
So Graham is not too far behind Tristan. So Tristan is on the rock garden, which is just on the exit of this forest. Graham's got a couple more layers to go up, and he will might not have him in sight on this section, but I think he'll have him in sight by the time we get to Chris's rock party.
Yeah, so based on what you know about Graham and looking at the pace of Tristan Hart right now, potential for them to meet on the rocks, at least visual.
I think in the next section, yeah. So Tristan just got through checkpoint 19 there. I think by checkpoint 20 at Chris's stone party, we could get some visuals of Tristan and Graham in the same shot. Mario Ramon looks like he is sticking with Graham a little bit.
And Cabaccia falling back to 5th in Cuckoo's Nest.
Actually Mario, who seems to have made up some time.
Mario Ramon just behind,
because he was behind,
Cabaccia,
but he was behind Walker, Young, and Cabaccia when we got to Machine. So Mario's really put the charge on in the last few minutes of the race. Tristan just taking his time. he's going to know Manny's got a comfortable lead now. He's not going to want to do anything stupid to ruin this this second place. He's obviously going to want to still push on as hard as he can, but he's he knows it's a long race and there's a lot of sections left. I was actually talking to him about the exit of Motorworks Highway this morning in the hire car on the way to the start. He said, you know, I said the exit of Motorworks Highway last year was super difficult. He was actually just behind us, and he said, yeah, I was pushing so much through there. We both said if it's wet, it's going to be super difficult.
All right, so here he is coming into Chris's stone party now, and yeah, there's quite a big gap, huge gap actually, between that Manny's pulled now.
Yeah, I think we're getting past the 10-minute stage now because Tristan's still got to navigate this, which, like I said, don't think you'll be able to see the line Manny went. And these are big rocks. This helicopter, as great as a helicopter is, it's really not giving justice to how steep this hill is, because this one is one of the steepest parts.
And deceptive. Everyone, there's always the focus on Carl's dinner, but when you talk about this approach and this angle, maybe, you know,
exactly.
Doesn't get the attention that maybe it needs.
I mean, Carl's dinner is just so unanimous. It's been there for so long, but the guys are, you know, they're organisers, they're track builders, they're saying it's all too easy. They're throwing in surprises like this. Like this was a complete surprise 2 years ago, I think. As Udo's playground was last year, I think, like that. So this part of the mountain specifically, they seem to like throwing in some new bits. But yeah, see Tristan really having a good look up there, trying to work out at what point he needs to start heading up towards the horseshoe and get around that orange fencing.
To put into perspective right now, if you go back and look at checkpoint 14, which is Machine, there are only 11 riders that have been through Machine.
Wow. And Manny's already through checkpoint 20.
Yeah.
Like we said, witnessing history, watching Lettenbichler's flawless approach.
You see, Tristan needs to start heading left now if he's going to go for the Manny line, but Manny obviously he's done a very good job at leaving without a trace. Tristan, that's what I was saying, Manny does such a good job at not disturbing the rocks. Tristan has got no idea where he's went to get up here, because he's looking like he's staying a lot lower than Manny was at this stage.
And a look from above again, Manuel Lettenbichler way out front, followed by Canadian Tristan Hart. And Graham Jarvis looking for his 6th victory here, but with the likes of Lettenbichler as far out in the lead at this point. But Jarvis still in podium contention right now, trying to reel in Tristan Hart. We expect to get eyes on Graham Jarvis soon enough.
Interestingly though, 905 meters separates the two of them. It sounds like nothing, but look at what Tim is doing.
Well, look at where Graham came from.
I'd like to see 17. Actually. Well, do you think we can look at Graham's second checkpoint time or one of the early checkpoint times just to see how far back he was? Because looking at the colour of how much mud he's got in his helmet, he's on board. Here he is on that exit up to checkpoint 19.
Jarvis, as we near the 2-hour mark here, trying to pull in Tristan Hart.
I mean, age plays a massive role here, competing against 20 to 25 to 30-year-olds. I mean, at 49, I just don't know how he does it. I mean,
there's the physical and then just the mental acuity, that focus, that sharp focus that you need. But yeah, then there's the age factor.
I asked you, seem to phase him at all.
Yeah, he's got the riding ability, and I don't think you're going to lose that.
But I think you bring up the best point.
There's definitely a physical component of it.
It's the skill. When you're that comfortable and your skill is that much superior, you don't exhaust nearly the amount of physical gas you have in the tank.
And the brain is saying go, 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 and the body's saying, hold on a second. Yeah. But look at that, wow.
And he did come to this year's Erzbergrodeo unapologetic, saying he wants a 6th. He still wants it. And, you know, if Manny wasn't in the way, and Tristan for the moment.
I looked at this earlier on, Billy. Okay. We're scrolling down, looking at Graham's position in the early stages, and we went to 50 already, and he wasn't there. So
that's what I'm just looking at. Whether he's had problems, I see Francesco Moret was into 41st at the second checkpoint, so that was a hell of a start.
I think Graham's got a story to tell us, because Earlier on, he was absolutely nowhere, not even in the top 50. So he's managed to pass everybody and get into third. I really can't find him anywhere in the timing system, so I think there's definitely a story to be told.
He's a ghost. 14 riders out of Carl's Dinner, Ash Brightmore being the latest one. And we've got another trials lad, Mark Reber, who's in 50, and so the trials guys are really taking over here.
Mario Roman coming into our screen. And Wade Young, interestingly enough, moved down to 8th place.
Yeah, we've seen the two mistakes as he was exiting Carl's Dinner. I don't know how much energy that might have played, and he's had a little spike and just needs to have a moment, regroup. But Mario is definitely catching Graham, to be honest, which appears to have come out of nowhere. But that's what I was saying. Mario likes it when it becomes a matter of endurance. We're already the clock's pretty high. I think in previous years we've definitely had the winner arrive by this point at the hour 50 mark. I think last year Manny was about 1:55. I think I was just over 2 hours.
Yeah,
so
close to that.
This is going to be a longer Erzberg than we've had in recent years.
67 complete for Lettenbichler as Roman, no stranger to the podium.
So I think if we could be getting close to the 3-hour mark today for the winner.
Yeah, I agree. And that's when the stamina and the fitness is going to come in. The less mistakes you make, the stronger you're going to be towards the end. Just looking now, I see Mitch Brightmore now, our first junior in 6th place overall.
Yeah, that's a great ride. Really, really good ride. Graham just had to get off his bike there. This is proven to be difficult. Like, Manny must have really flew up this section because we didn't even get a chance to catch him, whereas everybody else has proven to have some level of difficulty.
And I mentioned Roman back in 2022. Second place here.
One-way train, the name of this checkpoint, which, I mean, that definitely wasn't like that last year.
So, look, everyone's showing up to dinner now. So, and even the good ones, Matthew Green,
Michael Walkner. We've got the full view of it this time, and yeah, that's really cost him some time there. And it's funny, that section of Carl's Dinner is actually very close to where I passed him. Oh, Matthew Green in a similar. That checkpoint 13 is really, to get through that gate has proven difficult. But going back to Michael Walkner, I actually passed him in 2021 in a very, very similar position of Carl's Dinner. Obviously, the whole layout to get there was different, but he doesn't have the best of memories with that section of Carl's Dinner.
I still don't have Tristan Hart out of Chris's Stone Party yet, so when we do go back there, I think we're going to see Tristan still stuck in that section, which just shows you how well Manny did at cleaning it.
And when you see the likes of Wagner and Green struggling like that, like I said, it magnifies when a clinic is put on.
Yeah, Graham's made the loose climb now, heading towards one last bit of rock before he's at Chris's Stone Party, and he may have Tristan in view. I think this bit of one-way train is definitely going to be a little surprise for everyone. I don't think anyone was expected to have to do that. You know, that's typical. We get into that first part of that rock section and do a right onto the road where Graham is now. You see, he's not wasting any energy. He's taking in as much oxygen as he can. He'll recognise this section from previous years and know that this is a tough one.
So when you piece the whole route together in your head, I mean, most of us know this mountain really, really well, and they throw in an extra little surprise like that. It's quite. What do you think of that line?
So yes, definitely stayed further right to start off with, but is he going to be able to see Tristan? Tristan looks like he's got around that horseshoe there, so not quite in view yet, but. You know, the guys have a rough idea. They'll have known this is coming. I think this has been in the last 2 years. They'll know Udo's playground's coming, but they'll be desperate to crest the summit of this mountain and start heading down to the other side because they know when they get to Motorworks Highway, it is the beginning of the end.
I've got confirmation now that Manny is now 15 minutes, 32 seconds ahead of Tristan.
So that was a big checkpoint for Manny.
Wow. Yeah, that's coming out of Chris's Stone Party. So when Graham gets to the top, then we'll get a true picture of what our top three is going to look like.
So that means Graham's also lost time because he was 12 minutes at when we left machine. So Manny in that forest, that around Cuckoo's Nest, Manny is so strong, and usually that's relatively early in the race, which is why it is so important to stay on his back wheel. But yeah, given the chance to have free rein in there, he really, really puts the hammer down.
And we watched him pick his way through the section over here. He didn't put a wheel wrong. And when you look at Graham Jarvis in the section now, these guys are the best riders in the world, and they make it look easy. I walked this section, and to the mere mortal, it looks pretty unrideable.
So Graham seems to be following where Tristan went, which was a lot lower than Manny. And we didn't see how Tristan went from here, but going off where Manny went, the line is the other direction. I don't know if he's just spotted it there, but interesting. This is when it comes down to split-second decision when the guys can't walk the track. But at the end of the day, not walking the track does make it a lot fairer for everybody.
Well, if anyone can assess on the fly, it's real-time problem-solving at its highest level. Bring up an interesting point too of when you by staying on the likes of Manuel Lettenbichler, not only do you force him to maybe rush decisions, but it also pulls you.
Exactly.
To some extent.
It pulls you along, and like I say, he just makes good decisions, and if you're following him, you tend to make them too.
So a little adjustment on his line there. Got a great aerial approach to this. Be interesting to see if Lettenbichler just continues to separate himself. We were saying 15 minutes plus, give or take. Lettenbichler 70% complete, Hart 66% complete on the course.
Matty Green making his way into the top 10 now. And Johnny Walker in 9th. Wade Young in 8th still.
Yeah, it's interesting. You tend to speculate. Had Walker not had that mechanical, was definitely looking comfortable and in a really good flow. Kind of showing that Johnny Walker fire we love to see.
I think there's still going to be a lot of movement going on for these podium positions here. There's a lot of racing left.
And let's talk about the prize money.
Oh yeah, there's a whole lot of prize money. You gotta go home with a rock, which some might say ludicrous, but that's the situation we're in. We just go and smash ourselves up around here for fun.
That's why I never won this race. I didn't want to take the rock home.
Me too.
It's the ultimate bragging right to do well here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. As we taking a look, MotorX Highway, you've got some fond memories from there last year. But very technical section.
I don't know if fond is a word I would use, but I definitely have memories.
Okay, maybe too soon. Too soon.
This is going to the highest point of the route, right up by the highway when we leave Erzberg. And then coming down, I think maybe the sting in the tail that we were talking about is going to be right here. MotorX Highway, and then Killing Leap on the left side there. I think it's going to be insane.
If we can reflect, this happened last year. I'm sorry, Billy, but maybe you could just take us into the mindset.
I was pretty depleted. Like I said, I knew I was only being able to pull first gear, and I generally didn't think I was going to make it to the finish by this point. You see, man, he just did the move there. He's seen I tried to make the straight line. I only kind of caught that line at the last minute, and he just carried his momentum in and made it up. And rather than trying it again with how little power I had, it was I took the easy line, and he actually made a big mistake and crashed just after that. And I did actually have a chance to pass him again, but just with how little power I had, there wasn't a race happening anymore at that point.
And as fans, I know, Daryl, you feel the same way. It was, the tables were turned. You had Manny chasing you. We love to see that. I mean, you've given it to him in so many ways in terms of you're keeping the fire alive.
I love the fight you guys had Getz and Rodeo right at the end there. That was
that
insane.
one also stings a lot because, after Erzberg, I actually injured my shoulder and had quite a bit of time off the bike. I didn't miss any rounds, but I came into Romania just so unprepared. And the rest of the season was a struggle. I really didn't find any form. I kind of got lost a little bit with the bike and just struggled for quite a few races. And then we made some changes actually after the qualifying race of Getson. And I rode to the start line just on the asphalt road, and I was like, okay, no, this is good. I can compete with this. I can challenge with this. And I took it to him again. I had a lead. We battled for the whole race, and then second last lap, I think it was, just that one section. I knew the line I was taking was risky and it could easily go wrong on my line, but I generally didn't see another line on the track. And obviously didn't make it up the hill. I seen his line, and even after seeing where he went, I still didn't use that line. I didn't like his line. So again, I was happy with that performance, but that really stung. It would have been really nice just to ruin his clean streak in his home race.
You want to be the spoiler. And in that arena, too, at Ketson Rodeo, it's just so compact. The fans, how they come out in the woods there. It's a really...
It's a proper motocross race that on rocks.
Getson is insane. It is such a spectacle, and I think it's doing wonders for the sport, being able to follow the race that closely, being that close to the action, and just being amongst it, seeing the whole race live. I think that's the direction the sport really needs to head.
Speaking of action, let's bring everyone up to speed of the first 2 hours, right from the start.
Let's just see if we can see Graham. He's middle of the picture there. He gets around the first corner, not too bad, in about 15th, so something must have gone. Oh, he's just got filled in there with the tidal wave.
And from this point on, Lettenbichler not looking back. A little bit of a challenge here, and Kabachiev loses the bike, able to stay in step in that top 3 contending position, but Kabachiev eventually faltering, and Lettenbichler just continued onward and forward. We talk about the clinic that he puts on. He just looks so comfortable, so calm, so collected.
I'm excited to watch this again for getting to see it. This one's good enough.
Yeah.
2 for the price of 1. Seen a bit. Burp.
Graham still.
I love this move. Up machine. Graham Monteo.
Yeah, and that's that silent ninja approach. Waits to pull out the nunchucks. Jarvis, that slow, steady approach, but Lettenbichler, unfaltered, unfazed, just out front where he wants to be. From this perspective, Billy, getting to watch Lettenbichler live, what are you seeing differently versus when you guys are neck and neck?
He hasn't got someone right on his tail or someone in front of him.
Yeah.
But, no, he's been able to ride the race how he likes to do it. That is where, when he's out in front, you've seen it in Romania time and time again. When he gets in front, he puts in 10, 15-minute gaps, and everyone thinks, how has he done that? But he just keeps moving forward, doesn't make mistakes, doesn't necessarily ride the fastest everywhere, but just doesn't make mistakes. See Tristan now into Udo's playground. Definitely more difficult here than it has been. The tape has moved quite considerably further right than in previous years.
And up at the top there, they've moved the bunting. We'll see it just now. Made a new line on the left.
But this is still a good showing for Tristan. He was down on the first corner to be now in second. And as Graham's gone through, Chris Stoney Party was 7 minutes behind him. So the gap really is going up now. So lost.
Wow, that was impressive.
Yeah, that was nice. Well held there. He just knew he wasn't quite going to make it on the pegs. Looked for a big rock which he could choose to put his feet onto. And Manny is just dropping out of the forest and about to be into Motorex Highway.
There we go. Eyes on Manuel Lettenbichler to the right of your screen.
Pretty close to the old Grunerhalle section, which no longer exists anymore because they just... That is one thing you realize how much is changing and how much is moving around in this mine. Like,
it got filled in. You couldn't go through it anymore.
Once it was a section which was physically impossible for guys to ride up, and now it just doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it is crazy. But here we are into Motorex Highway.
All right, so Manny had a 15-minute lead coming out of Chris Stone Party. So, I mean, he's not going to know that he's got a lead. If he did, he would possibly slow down and just manage himself a little bit better. But it's race mode all the way.
I think he's going to manage probably at this point. I'd imagine he's he's sensing that this is a longer Erzbergrodeo to normal. It's harder, and if he's taking his time, everyone else is going to be taking their time. So he's going to know, I think he's got a comfortable gap. But if he's feeling good, why slow down? Why change a winning formula? It's working for him so far. Keep pushing.
I mean, look at that. You can just see there that rocking his bike backwards and forwards just to try and get a little bit of traction. That little wall there, I mean, that's you're not going to be able to see it, but super steep.
When do you welcome those surprises on course versus not being so welcoming to them? It's got to be times you're like, oh, this is great. Oh, wow.
I think he's just getting a little bit tired.
Yeah.
He's not rushing too much. He knows he's in the lead. He'd be frustrated with himself for that one. He doesn't like making mistakes. He doesn't often make them. But that's slippy. It's a flowing river, Motorworks Highway, and some sections are super grippy and you can comfortably put your feet on them, and other sections you put your feet on them and it just disappears from underneath you.
Well, the amount of water we've had down here in the last 2 days, I'm going to be very interested to see what this looks like.
It's been raining fairly consistent for 3 days.
So this river section is actually quite difficult. Last year they had the tape super narrow in places. And if he's turning left, it looks like we might have a new little uphill first. He's cleaning it out, so there's something coming up.
There we go. Erzbergrodeo.
So that is a new one, but he's on the limit. I think he should get it from there, but that's going to be tough.
Oh boy.
He needs to be so careful where he puts his feet here, because if his back, this is on the limit.
Bike has to stay where it is.
That was very well played. Like I say, he needs to be so careful where he puts his feet. But I think that was pretty massive getting that first time. Just looking at it, like, wow, that is.
I can tell you now that's going to be a race over for so many of our guys. These are the little things at the end that we were expecting.
Like there's another switchback. It's a left here, then another right. So there's more to this climb than we can see so far.
Wow.
Yeah, he's really assessing this one. Typically on these kind of switchbacks, he wouldn't be wasting any time, but he knows that this is a key part of the race, and avoiding disaster here is a big one.
And back to Udu's playground. Some rock adjustment. The difference in terrain, just like that, it's a world of difference.
It just shows how fast it dries here. We've had rain pretty much all day yesterday, all through the night, and these sections are bone dry, but that is the contrast we're then. We're now heading into after this Motorworks Highway, and it really does get wet and slippy.
Yeah. So to put it in perspective, Manny went through here at 150 mark, so about a 16 minute plus deficit for Tristan Hart.
And Graham has pulled back out in front of Mario at Chris's rock party. Just for anyone invested in the third place battle, he has a 5-minute lead now over Mario for between third and fourth.
So we were talking about this. Where do you get that final exhale? In terms of where arm pump, everything's kind of like, okay, I can relax.
Not till you're at the top of Lazy Noon, to be honest. Because we've seen in the past Lazy Noon's been tricky. I mean, it did me a lot of favors in 2016, Lazy Noon. But yeah, some years Lazy Noon's not too bad. 2016 Lazy Noon was a nightmare, and it kind of saved my life, I would say. But once you get to the top of there, that's relatively... They like to throw a couple of death-defying drop-offs on your way home, which, had you not be 500 meters from the finish line of the Erzbergrodeo, you probably would take caution, but when you're so close, you can smell the finish line, you can taste the beer waiting for you, you're pinning it off just about anything.
Can you hear the crowd as you approach?
You kind of know, so you can see them at the top of Lazy Noon.
That's the line that I was talking about there.
They've closed it off
the left side.
Into the almost looks wet, actually, on that new bit, if you look just below where Tristan is there now.
Over the 2-hour mark. Aerial view of Udu's there. Graham Jarvis, as we just mentioned, passed Mario Roman. Jarvis currently in third place. Tristan Hart in second, and Erzbergrodeo way out front. So giving you a good perspective on how far
Grim might just have been able to see Tristan at the top of there. It's still not that close. But he might have at least been able to hear a bike as Tristan was pushing out the top bit there.
So the gap there at the top of Udo's playground was 18 minutes, 46 seconds between Manny and Tristan.
Tristan's still going at a good pace then. He's not quite on Manny's speed, but he's I think he's doing a good job at keeping himself in second if you're just gauging off Manny's checkpoint times to Tristan's. And that was that section where Tristan made a really nice line that just had to get off his bike but just didn't waste any time whatsoever.
So a little making some assessment here.
What do you reckon Graham's up to there? Just looking for a placement of a rock? Or?
The way he had hold of a rock, it was almost like he was maybe trying to bend something or bash something. But maybe it is just placement. He feels like he's on a crucial part and he wants to make sure that there's a solid ground for setting off on and letting the clutch out on. It still seems like his gear lever's there. I think that's the only thing you could really be smashing if you were down there with a rock. But I think, again, it's not really doing justice just how steep it is. And there's some really, really big holes should you get off the tops of the big rocks in this. You see how much his back wheel.
He's worried about.
See how much his back wheel just dropped off there and he like literally rolled backwards an inch. Just really taking his time. It's a much more, you know, a rider's out there by himself a lot more than he was in previous years. You know, there would be spotters out there screaming lines at him. Usually beneficial, but often they could also be a little bit off with what they were doing. Whereas now it becomes much more of a test of just the rider picking his lines in the man and machine out there by themselves.
Well, and we've seen it too, where you feel like he's just the minutes are ticking, but it ends up paying dividends for him, where he waits and then just completely
no wasted energy. Just took his time, made sure, because you know, I guess time will tell when we've got a few more guys into that section how difficult it is, and I wouldn't be surprised to see someone upside down where Graham's just took his time there.
And you know, the thing is, although they've got no help zones and everything else, basically it's the same for everyone.
Exactly.
And the true talent, like somebody said to me yesterday, the cream always rises to the top.
It does, and like just shows Tristan down on the first corner, Manny leaving the quarry not at the front, but by Wassalainen they were in where they needed to be. So the guys that need to make moves have made moves.
Now it's just about managing position to the finish.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, if somebody, I think that killing lip that we looked at just now, you can waste your whole race there.
The video I seen while we were in the media office this morning, it had a little bit of a Grunnehella vibe looking at it towards me, so I'm very intrigued to see how the guys get on there.
So all the fans out there that love all things two-wheeled sports, just a big update. Due to wind conditions in the Diffie Valley and to ensure rider safety, the Red Bull Hardline live show will be delayed, so stay tuned for updates. Imagine that. Red Bull Erzbergrodeo and Red Bull Hardline on the same day. And I made mention, if you haven't seen it, you have to go to Red Bull TV and check out Johnny Walker's ride down the Red Bull Hardline course. Unbelievable. So a little delay for Red Bull Hardline. Those of you waiting, live show will be delayed, and we'll update you. Back to the action here on MotorX Highway.
So Manny's just done the uphill, which he passed me on last year. He's made it safely into the stream this year, which, like I said, he had actually a massive crash. Then there is another hill. Well, last year there was another one off to the left here, which could get quite difficult. And then about another 200 meters further up, he's going to do a left, and the exit of this valley is very difficult. Oh, well held, well held. It's almost silent in there as well. Like the helicopter can't get in there. You can almost hear your own thoughts, really. You can tell the difference. The energy almost changes, but it seems like there's a lot of spectators have learned that MotorX Highway is the one to watch. Every year there seems to be more and more people in there. But yeah, it's a different vibe compared to out in Carlston when you've got a helicopter above your head, that's for sure.
Does it make it harder when you know you're that much closer to the finish line, even though, you know what I mean, Does it play with your mind a little bit?
Not really, because you're focused on that section and getting your best through there. Like, the finish line isn't moving. That's always going to be there. It's you that has to get yourself there. So at least for me, at least it's, you know, one section at a time.
But you've worked pretty hard to get there, and then, you know, people don't realize how tired you are when you get to a section like that where Manny is.
Mentally and physically tired as well. Like, even decision making becomes difficult, and yeah, we've got, you know, well over an hour left, an hour 45 left. I think we're going to see some very, very tired people get to Motorx Highway.
And this is what a 19-minute gap looks like on a virtual mountain. You can see, you know, that gap just growing. Manuel Lettenbichler looking for his 3rd consecutive win here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Just continuing to distance himself and doing it in decisive fashion. There's Tristan Hart back up, and you can see way at the right of your screen, Graham Jarvis trying to reel in Tristan Hart. And remember, Tristan has had 2 third-place finishes here. He doesn't want a third. He wants a second. He wants to improve steadily each year.
He's hungry, but you know, you never know. He's doing what he can. He's maintaining the distance. You know, 18 minutes, it is a long time, but if it comes to the point where Manny can't get up, it might be that it might be the two of them helping each other up. You know, we've seen that in the past 2 years.
We've seen the unexpected always.
Exactly.
Expected.
Exactly.
Well, many made Motorx Highway look really easy. My thoughts are that it's going to get churned up. You've seen one guy to make a mess of the hill, and it's going to change everything. Then they've still got Killing Leap after that. More surprises in store. And then the Black Ladder Dynamite section. And then still Lazy Noon before the finish.
Carl Kataka could have his dream of just one rider finishing. He could, quite invariably. So the struggle continues. Wow. As you just see the rest of the field still trying to make their way up and out.
I mean, there's just no way for anybody else to get up there like that. It's just jam-packed.
And back to Udu's playground.
Interesting to see if Mario's in sight yet. Yep.
Wow, that's going to boost Mario's morale. Being able to get eyes on Graham.
And further back, we've got Brightmore up into 6th now.
So Mario Roman, 27 seconds behind Graham. And Teo is another 36 seconds behind.
Yeah, I'm really surprised with Teo. Was just had the fire early on. Couple of mishaps and kind of slipping, but nice to see him in that top 5 discussion.
I think with Mario, the harder it gets, the happier he is.
Definitely, the longer this race goes on for, the happier he will be. I know he was most unimpressed that the Valley's round 1 was only 2 hours long. Is this Manny?
So Lettenbichler.
That's a new downhill, looks like.
Really taking his... Oh, Tristan Hart.
Tristan, yeah,
as we
that
get
makes
closer
sense.
here. Well, when you hop up in the helicopter, it's a little hard to get.
No, this was actually in last year. I remember.
Yeah.
It's just down from where the snow used to be. It's after Burping Stones, is it? But I'm not surprised he's got off. I just followed the rut down last year and realised just how deep this rut gets and just clung on for dear life. But I know exactly what was going through Tristan's mind when he dropped into the end for I'll get off the bike.
So some of the stuff you do is not always on purpose.
That one was close my eyes and hope for the best.
Hawk and hope.
So yeah, no, fast section here, a little bit of on the actual tar road, just again getting a breather as much as possible, taking in a drink out of that Camelback, out of that U3 hydration pack, and just
so he's
regrouping. He'll know that Motorx Highway is coming up next as well, so just doing what he can to stick in there.
So that's the road on top of Carl's Dinner where the tank point was, so you can, if you look to the left, you would have seen all the guys still puzzling there.
Exactly. So the KDM boys cheering him on. 1-2 at the minute, it's looking good for them.
Well, as expected, Manuel Lettenbichler proving himself invincible at this point. Still.
So the top of Motorx Highway is possible. Manny's through it. And here at the start of Killingley.
Okay, so this is this thing in the tail that I've been waiting for. I've heard a lot of things about the section. I haven't seen it. Big boulders going in, and I've got no idea what's waiting for us. They have to go up to the checkpoint, turn around and come back down again.
Yeah, a lot of speculation, a lot of discussion about what to expect at this section. And you can see just how slow and intentional he's going through this. Really taking his time, and when you have the type of lead, nice that he's got that padding of time to work with.
Looks like he's got pretty far up, though. I mean, again, we don't really know what's coming, but... Well, that was a long look up, though. I think there's, there's something coming now.
Our camera crew taking the brunt of that one.
Looks like they made a bit of a line for them there.
And he's taking his time. He knows he's got a big lead. Over 18 minutes now on Tristan.
That gap growing. Great to see Lettenbichler take this approach, thinking it out in real time.
It's a long day for them. 2 hours 20 in the saddle already.
This is a long one, and I mean that's not long in comparison to some other rounds of the Hard Enduro World Championship, but for Erzberg and the level of intensity that the guys start with in the early stages of the race, this is a long time to be still going for.
Again, we can't see the steepness, but judging from his body language,
there's something coming. I'm very intrigued.
Take note. And does that benefit, the big question, does that benefit now Tristan Hart?
Yeah, they should move the ground being so soft. I think he'll see a line. He'll you know, I guess, it's been done first time. I mean, I think the guys might not be happy it's been done first time. I mean, Manny might have made it look incredibly easy. We'll see how Tristan gets on here.
I mean, as a course builder, you have to be just completely vexed every time. You have some of the likes of Manny and yourself, but you come in and make it look way too easy.
I mean, it's a racetrack. It's not a matter of survival, in my opinion. Like, I don't think they've got too much to be upset about. Like, in some ways, I feel like a track which promotes good racing would be as useful, but
you want the sport to shine.
Exactly. That's, I mean, and you know, I think here they do a good job. And in the past, they've definitely found the limits. I think it was 2014 or 2015 we had that unforgettable year. But at the end of the day, 2015 in Green Hell, when everybody was could go no more. So I think they've found the limit in the past, and in recent years they've done a really good job. I would say last year was a difficult one with it being the first year. No one could walk the track. No one really knew what to expect, but they really did do a good job at building the track. And this year so far seems to be going pretty smoothly. It's definitely longer, but it's going smoothly.
Out of respect, they buried Gunahela.
They literally have. If you look at the amount of ground there, that was where Gunahela was. It's absolutely insane.
It's a working mine. It's this 1 week out of the year. They open it up to the most brutal, savage, hard enduro one-day event. As Lettenbichler continuing to widen his gap. Tristan Hart in second, and Graham Jarvis will jump back in and bring you up to speed on the battle there. When we last checked in, Roman and Jarvis were fairly close to one another.
Yeah, we had a few minutes at the top of Udo's playground between Mario and Graham, and then Theo in a little bit in no man's land, and then 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th is all very in touch and distance of each other. So I think we're going to have some battles towards the end of this race.
And I believe we're going to see if we start kind of focusing on the clock as we near that 4-hour mark. Be interesting to see how many people are going to finish.
How many finishers? Yeah, we did the radio station interview I had yesterday was running a competition to see what people thought, and my guess was 14.
14.
I think you're going to be bang on the money.
I'm quite happy with my my bet this far.
Yeah. And Carl Matthias, motorsport royalty, as they await the winner. And we talk about that raucous roar. It just echoes out of this iron ore arena.
So we got Dynamite up next for Manny. This should be a relatively chilled ride to get there, I would have thought.
So this year Dynamite, they're going up and then turning around and coming back down again. A little bit different to last year, I think.
The Dynamite's a funny one because it's a very intimidating section to look at. And you're definitely not straightforward. You don't just ride up it, but the way the rock is, and it's quite a used-in path. If you just kind of sit there and burn through it and hold it wide open, you do tend to make it up there. I mean, ground can definitely be made up, especially in the first one, the first uphill there. If they do have a bit of a run-up, and you can make it first time, I think it is. It could be a bit of a place to pull some time.
I mean, we're just getting used to this now. I mean, that's an absolute masterclass from Manny again. I've said it before, but...
And it's important, too, to not take it for granted. Like, when you're living through a period in a... Whether doesn't matter what sport you're talking about, but when you know you're witnessing a very magical little slice of time, it's great to be present and see it firsthand. I think they'll be talking about kind of this flawless season.
It is. To be honest, I actually even said to someone yesterday that I wouldn't be surprised to see a 30-minute plus win by Manny here. Again, I didn't know how some of these unknown factor sections were going to go, but just with Carl's dinner being so early, and I generally didn't feel like anyone could challenge him in there, and then back into the middle part of the mountain, the Cuckoo's Nest section, which he's so strong at. It's looking good so far.
And that's at the same time when the depth of talent has never been deeper. Obviously, it's sans Billy Bolt. You're not out there today. I know if you were, might be talking about a different race. But there is no shortage of talent right now in the sport. It's not like it's a runaway where there's so much talent trying to stay in step.
He's had to fight for it, and look, it showed that he didn't win the prologue. He was beaten there, the championship points. So he's not at a maximum weekend. It is shown that the level is high, but just when you need to put it all together on race day and race conditions, he just makes such good decisions and so few mistakes.
And the podium hasn't been decided yet, because I'm just looking now that Graham Jarvis is under threat in his third place. Mario Roman at the moment is only 3 minutes behind him.
I'm also thinking that very first uphill of MotorX Highway, Manny, with the one where he had to push up, could become very interesting because, had he not made it up, I think that's one of the hills. It has a bit of a ledge there now, but the more and more people that get stuck in there, it's going to make the hole even deeper, and that little log which held Manny in place could well get in the way of a lot of people. So let's see how Tristan gets on up that first hill in the MotorX Highway.
I agree 100%. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge to get through from what I've seen until the end.
Who's got the advantage, though, between Hart, Roman, or Jarvis with anything vertical and wet versus dry and rocky?
It's different. I think Graham, obviously coming from the UK, we spent a lot of time in mud in slippy conditions, but so Tristan has actually done that first hill because this is the second one. So Tristan's made it up there too. So Tristan's coming on strong. He's looking solid, I think, in this second place spot.
Tristan Hart looking ever so strong, the North American Hard Enduro superstar.
It's super soft on this hillside this year. Like, it's just going to take one person to really mess the line up, and we could have a whole world of problems.
You can just look how greasy those roots are. Just everywhere, not inviting.
So this line is this ruddy's about to head up now. That wasn't even there last year. That was fresh ground. That just shows how many people got stuck there last year. Manny in the middle of Dynamite, sorry.
And I know you've known Manny for quite some time. How much is his dad, Andreas, in his corner and there, kind of as a guiding. Is that a big part of it?
A very useful guy to have around at a race. You know, his preparation's so on point. You know, they spend a lot of time testing bikes and having the tires and the moose set up good, and they've just about got every stone covered. To be honest, they do a very good job.
That looked like a new little line there, that piece. That hasn't been in before.
It did look earlier. Yeah, so this is... It's slightly more left of the old first hill. See, we used to go up this one, back down and in the middle. So this is definitely a longer Dynamite section than we're used to in the past.
And obviously you still have to go around the tree at the top, I think. Really that loose shale stuff.
Yeah, so see, this is a funny one. Kind of all technique goes out the window on Dynamite, and it's just keep the throttle wide open for as long as possible. I mean,
that's just ridiculous.
Was that throwing form out the window? I don't know.
I mean, well, as I said it, I guess there's still some technique into being able to do that, but even for Manny, I'm sure he's going to let himself get a little bit loose and let the wheel spin a little bit.
Okay, so this is the one I was talking about with the tree at the top.
It's just uncanny, his ability to get quiet between the ears and focus on what needs to be done. Interesting angle there.
Looks like they made it really, really tough this year.
The narrower it is, the more difficult this section is, because it's the straighter you have to ride it. You can't really flatten the hill out, flatten the steepness of the hill out. You've really just got to try and go straight when, look how loose them rocks are. Uncharacteristic for him to be spitting wheels up, rocks up off his back wheel, but in this situation, he's just got to burn through it.
So the tape's super dangerous as well. You don't get in the back wheel.
So on Dynamite, checkpoint 25 of 27, 2.5 hours so far. And Graham Jarvis still holding on to that third place position, trying to reel in Tristan Hart. Roman rounding out the top four. Says
safety
almost starting to have fun. What's that?
Yeah. No, it looks like he's pretty safe there.
Yeah.
And this is a section which has changed so much, not from the actual working of the quarry, but just of the amount of bikes and rocks that have moved over time. Like it's the same course direction. Like I remember 2016, we went up around this tree, but it's almost unrecognizable to how it is today.
Many would argue that, this has become a local course for Red Bickler. He's that familiar with all the zones.
Teo Kabakchev now is out of Uda's playground, and he's 9 minutes 46 off Mario Roman at the moment.
Yeah, I'd like to see when we bring in the youth discussion and bring in Kabakchev in to those last three sections, how it's going to unfold, if he's going to be able to catch up to Roman. Really taking his time with this, just illustrating it's way more difficult.
Got a little bit of rock on the front pipe there, but not too much of a dent. I think that's not going to worry him too much. And tires still looking pretty good, which is a little bit surprising, I would say.
What do you make of the body language at this point?
I think he's tired, but he knows he's close to home. I think he'll know he's got a good lead. He's just done Modex Highway and Killing Leap first time, which is a massive, massive advantage. He'll know he's in a comfortable position, but he definitely does look tired. So he just
tipped it over once or twice, but no major mistakes.
Yeah, but not big ones. Like I say, even when he lies it down, he loses 20, 30 seconds. Not a lot when he's got a 18-minute lead to play with. For 17 minutes 25, actually. Tristan made up a little bit of time in Motorx Highway. Not a lot. I think We, unless we've got something amazing coming up Lazy Noon, I don't think we need to worry too much.
Wade Young's holding on to 6, Udo's playground.
So Mario just entering Motorex Highway. So it's a little bit spread out.
The gaps as we take a look at the virtual mountain as it stands right now.
3 guys in Motorex Highway. Yeah. They're not actually together yet, but there's every chance this could bunch up as we get towards the end of the race.
So very contentious for second and third as Manuel Lettenbichler is looking ever so confident to solidify a three-peat here at the 2024 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Yeah. So you see, this is often quite difficult. This last little bit up towards the Red Bull Arch here. We've seen a lot of actually epic pictures from previous years, from the early years of this section. Used to be one of the hardest, I believe.
It's just astounding how the race course has changed over the last 28 years.
Just tacking his way.
It's starting to become a good feeling now. He will know more. Lazy Noon is still to come, but from there you can see the finish line. Put it that way. He'll have a little short trip across down a few levels and over a fire road, and yeah, sensing the finish.
What an incredible journey it has been for Manuel Lettenbichler. Was flawless last season, getting the overall title. Came into this season grabbing the win at the first stop of 7 in Wales. And getting that much closer to further cementing his name into the history books right here for a three-peat at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, as well as staying invincible.
Just taking his time there, a little bit cautious through the water, which is what I think he has to be. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little 10-foot hole or something, which I was just threw in there for good measure, but no, just easing his way through towards Lazy Noon.
And as Lettenbichler is 86 complete, we go back to Killing Leap, the 24 checkpoint of 27. Really going to be watching that clock too, Daryl. The challenges on probably say the second to last 3 and 4 zones here are really going to start to elongate the gaps.
I think we're going to see some huge gaps forming now. Once I think Billy is going to be pretty much spot on with around 14 finishes. I mean, we still have an hour 20 left. But these sections are really going to take time to get through for most guys.
We take it for granted, too. We just watched Manny kind of work his way through. But you're watching someone that, you know, obviously is having quite a moment.
Tristan, 17 minutes 25 behind Manny at the moment.
Yeah, and definitely respectable staying with that distance. Slight elasticity there. It was great to see, kind of moving back and forth. But this is going to be really interesting to watch all the different approaches here.
So this is the first uphill in Motorex Highway, the one where Manny had to push, and the guys seem to be getting that pretty good now. So Graham up the next one.
Doesn't look as greasy as we thought.
Yeah. Wow. The guys, I think with it being a little bit of a ledge from the previous years, that's really making a difference, to be honest. It's giving them a little bit of a starting point. I think Graham's going to take it super cautiously across here now.
I just can't believe how dry it is, like you were saying earlier. I mean, the amount of rain that's come down, I expected a lot worse, but
it just shows the weather can change so much in the mountains. It's so unpredictable.
be honest, Daryl, as a true hard enduro fan, you were hoping that it would be worse.
Kind of, but Billy's
Not too
sitting
worse,
next
though.
to me and I don't want to get punched in the ribs.
I'm sat here watching. I was wanting to see a real sufferfest. Oh, Graham, that was a little bit uncharacteristic. You could say there, just not quite having his back wheel in the perfect position. Looked like he's almost set off of it on a tree route, which is so easily done. You know, the ground's so soft. It's changing literally every tyre mark over it. The ground's changing, more tree roots are getting exposed, and it's a working thing. He's got to be careful now. See, his back wheel's just going to go the same side of the tree as him. If his back wheel had been slightly further down there, that would have been a big problem.
So Billy, where are you going to be at 49? Am I going to see it your what's it going to be, Erzberg?
I don't know. Like, I've got a feeling I'm not going to be racing Erzberg still. If all goes well, I'll be here watching. Yeah. I'll be part of the sport for sure. But I think the chances of me being at Graham's level at 49 are pretty slim.
You'll have no ligaments left.
Yeah, my body's probably going to be the main thing to do with that.
I think with Graham, there's something in the wiring. It's a mental and obviously skill set, but this incredible component.
No, he is something else, and like I said, I spent a lot of time with Graham in my early years at Husqvarna, and I learned a lot from him. I learned a lot of things of what I didn't like doing, but I also learned a lot of things of what were very useful to me. So it's nice to see him doing so well, but he's got a little bit of a battle on to see the podium.
Here we go.
Here we go. I think this is going to be really tight now to the finish, but it's going to take them a while. I think Manny was here like well over 20 minutes ago, so these guys, it's going to be long past the 3-hour mark for the podium guys to be finishing this race, which is not been the case in recent years.
I mean, in terms of like distance, it's close, but you can see just with Mario, just even to get that five feet higher up.
And Teo was 9 minutes behind, but I mean, you know, you can see they're burning time here, so we might have Teo popping up on the screens just now. And then Wade was a minute behind Teo.
I think
Johnny a minute behind Wade.
I think Manny actually turned right there and went to the next level up. So this is exactly where Manny passed me last year. I tried the line Graham's just done and then didn't like it, so did a right and went one level further up, which is what I think Manny actually did this year. So Manny took the easy option, which now as Graham now is having his third run up at it, seems to have been the clever move. Lazy Noon, by the looks of things. So that's 4 goes for Graham.
Yeah,
I don't know if he hasn't seen the right line, or maybe Tristan took the right line and it really, I think we're going to have some teamwork going on here. So maybe Tristan took the right line and it's kind of destroyed it. The ledge might have gone and it just doesn't, because I can't imagine that Graham hasn't seen it.
Yeah, I would imagine that's exactly what you say. That line is pretty chewed up. This is what I love about our sport, you know, the camaraderie. You guys, you've done it before. Not always played in your favor.
No, so Lazy Noon doesn't seem to be any difficulty for Manny, and here he goes.
Lazy Noon there.
Now you can exhale.
Yeah, they say
he's put the goggles on. He wants to look cool on the finish line. That's a little bit of a flex, I'm saying. I'm calling it.
And this little obstacle right here, one of the little parting gifts from the old course builder chief, Hans Wirth. You know Hans.
Yeah, of course.
Hans Wirth, retired a couple of years ago.
No, I don't know Hans.
No, I know.
So Mario might actually, when Manny overtook me last year, he started from, so he hasn't took it. Manny actually started when he overtook me from a little bit further back and just carried a bit more momentum. But now looking at both guys, neither of them choosing that right line, I think it must have changed. It must have got more difficult. Oh, it's super slippy.
Wow.
Yeah. I think.
Now, ethically, at this point, if Graham just took off, that'd be bad form, right? No, I'm kidding.
That won't happen in our sports. It's not going to happen.
Nope. No.
So much mutual respect between the riders and all the top guys. You know, they go to every round together and such good mates.
So that was well played, especially for Mario, who's saved. And it sounds like we've got someone else just entering picture, which Would that be Theodore?
That's going to be Teo or Wade.
But yeah, like I said, that's saved Mario a lot of energy because Graham had 4 goals where he had to reposition his bike and keep hold of his bike.
No, I don't see another bike yet, so I think it's just the 2 of them.
Maybe it was Mario cleaning his bike out.
We might see a similar picture unfolding with Teo and Wade. By the looks of things, they're going to end up there at the same time as well.
Oh, Graham's just fancying one of them lines that maybe's got him in trouble a few times. But that was nicely done. We see Manny come unstuck there and have to have another go. That was well played by the old dog.
All for a battle for 3rd place. Just 15 minutes away, hitting the 3-hour mark. Jarvis.
Yeah, nicely done then. Yeah. This is a good feeling. Well, I've never actually been in 1st place hitting that place, but even 2nd, he's skidding through the puddles. He's having fun. On his way to a well-deserved 3rd victory in a row.
This makes all the pressure that he had leading up to this event worthwhile. I mean, I saw him, there was a camera in his face every single time I saw him. He was busy with so many different activities, Pat, like you said.
Says yes to everything and always there for the fans and to make history. 10 consecutive wins and 3 back-to-back wins at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. That's just...
Nobody's ever cleaned a full season before, and let alone 10 races on the trot.
Well, now all the focus he's going to be now focusing on too. Can he go flawless 2 years in a row? Who's going to be the spoiler?
And he's still got enough energy for a wheelie.
Oh, it's amazing how much energy comes back to you once you get to the top of Lazy Noon.
Manny with little Manny time right there. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm stoked for him. I think it's well deserved.
Yeah, he's showing he's on top of the world right now, and the rest of the guys, myself included, have got a way to go to catch him back up.
So what do you need to do, Billy?
I need to get healthy. That's my main thing, because that's something that I haven't managed to do in an outdoor season since 2021.
Get the body parts all functioning properly.
We got get healthy and hopefully bring the challenge. But I'm still confident I can get back on that level. I can get there. I think
we know you can.
My skill set and the certain aspects of my riding style a lot of other people don't have, and we'll get back there. I'm happy that he's winning, though. Like I say, it was because we have pushed the level. We do train a lot together. I know that my level is close to his level, and to know that that's still at the top of the sport is a little bit reassuring. Yeah, I've definitely got some catching up to do. I've had too much time off the bike in the last few years, but no, I've got unfinished business at this race and a couple of other ones.
Well, we are seconds away, as you can see.
Loves the back wheel.
Rettenbichler, visibly elated. You can start to hear the raucous roar here in the bottom of the quarry. Eyes on the finish area as he wraps his way around this ridge. We talk about the historic impact of 10 consistent wins in a row and making further history with a three-peat here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Such dominance, such mastery. The adept approach, Manuel Rettenbichler. Seconds away from making it official.
And it's been a long one. He's had to work for that 2 hours 47 or 2 hours, close to 2 hours 50 it's going to be. I think it's a while since the winner's been up in that time.
2:31 last year, and it is official. Manuel Rettenbichler, 2024 Red Bull Erzberg champion, gets the checkered flag from Carl Katonk.
Doesn't that look like a similar sight to what we've seen before?
Yeah, he's making a habit of it.
Yeah.
The emotions are coming out.
Visibly elated and justifiably so, Rettenbichler. Continuing a historic run.
Girlfriend Eva in there. I'm sure Andy is going to be not too far away. Part of his boy.
Unbelievable. Just his demeanor yesterday, how relaxed he was when we ran into him. Just, you wouldn't think for a second he would come with that eye of the tiger, that hunger, and just that calm, collected approach. And the father and son, it doesn't get any better than this. What a team.
Wow.
Yeah.
He actually looks like he's had to work for it a little bit, which is nice. Yeah. That's good to see.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, too, but, you know, there could be a Hard Enduro dynasty here. You know, when Papa Mode might run around.
Well, it's going to be a while, I think.
Yeah, just going to, you know. It's great to see the family approach here, though. It takes such a team, too, and hats off. You know, Billy, too, all the people that are working with you in step.
Yeah, it's a big effort. You know, there's a lot of testing goes on behind the scenes. It doesn't just happen, and that's one thing that, you know, Manny and Andy and his team put a lot of effort in. They're very meticulous of how they like the bike set up, and they turn up prepared. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so Tristan is going to more than likely come in second place, but it's going to take us over the 3-hour mark. We're running at about 18 minutes behind Manny, which means that leaves us only an hour to get your top 14 in, Billy.
And at the minute, if we look at an hour gone, I think it might be even struggle to get the top 10 as Modrek's highway gets even harder. It's going to be...
I'm going to go back to Udo's playground, and I'm going to factor in the hour, and let's take a guess and see how many finishes we're going to get.
Let's, before we do that, let's kind of recap what we've seen so far, and feel free to talk about Lettenbichler and just his approach.
I think he didn't get the best of starts, but he knew he needed to be at the front as soon as possible, and he did. He made moves early on, got himself out front, and I mean, there was 1 or 2 changes of the lead. I think he actually went the wrong way, didn't he? But realistically, once he was in the front, that was it. But yeah, clinical as ever.
Some celebration wheelies towards the end.
Change on the back wheel. It's when you're in that mode, you're in that mode, and I think, like I say, not much was going wrong. I don't think he's going to say it was an easy race, but he looked comfortable out in front, I would say.
All right. Wasting no more time, let's check in with Ed Lee, who's with an elated champion.
Manny Lettenbichler, congratulations. You made that look deceptively easy. Did it feel like that on the bike?
Man, no. I'm tired. I'm really, really tired. It was such a crazy race. Like, I'm so stoked to still rode more or less everything, even the new sections. I came in and was like, guys, are you guys kidding me? It looked really gnarly, but at the end I had to build some lines, and I think maybe for the other guys was a bit better to have a little bit of a line, but yeah, just stoked. Stoked to have another win, 3rd in a row, 10th win in a row, which is even more crazier, and absolutely blessed, yeah.
Do you feel like the pressure's building with each of those victories, though, because there's more and more expectation, more and more pressure?
Sure, I'm trying to take it easy as possible, have some fun, but at the end, one day is coming, where I'm not going to be at the top anymore, and I'm going to say myself, I'm not going to be bummed, because at the end, the other guy who is in front of me, he's going to win, and he's definitely going to deserve it, but today was another day for me, and I'm pretty stoked on this one.
I think we listened to Billy Bolt in the commentary. Daryl Curtis called it a masterclass, but that was as close to a perfect ride as I've ever seen at Erzberg. There were no double takes at any of those new sections.
Nah, I was pretty surprised actually. The one after Modrek's highway was struggling quite a bit. There was man, the forest is really, really slippery and really, really difficult, but the new section, they made a pretty good job, built a little bit of a run in, and I think I went off the main line, which was pretty good, and kept a good speed, and yeah, just unbelievable. Huh? I'm still so speechless. If I'm thinking now to be another win at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo is unreal.
Well, it puts you in a very elite club. It's just you and Tadej Blazusiak who've won 3 in a row. That is amazing.
That sounds pretty good, I would say. Next year we're trying to go for 4th in a row, but I know it's not going to be easy. The boys are coming, and everybody's trying hard to be back, and trying to battle myself. But Yeah, I'm just speechless. I'm stoked, and I think it's time for maybe a beer.
I'd agree with that heartily. I think on behalf of everyone, I say congratulations. A phenomenal race today, Manny Lettenbichler.
Thank you, Ed, and thank you, Manny. I mean, so well said. I mean, it's just an innate ability mixed with humility, mixed with all the components needed to ride at this level. It's a little mind-numbing to consider how much more can it continue at this pace. So well earned as we leave the finish line up to Dynamite, high above. When we check in, we see Tristan Hart working his way closer to the finish line, jumping a little closer. Now nearing that 3-hour mark.
Man, it's loose.
It's loose. This the last little bit, though. I think Tristan looks like he's going to round it out the top of it pretty nicely. And it's still an impressive ride, you know. He's down on the first corner. It must have been, well, I know how it feels. It's not a nice position to be in. But he came through the pack well. I think just he gave himself too much ground to make up on Manny. I think if you look at some of the checkpoint times, I think he's definitely put time on Manny, but just that forest section in the middle of the race, leaving Carl's Dinner, Lazy Noon, all around there. I've said it multiple times already, Manny is so strong in that part of the woods, and I think that is going to be, when we look at the overall forecast of the race, where Tristan lost it all.
And barring that first mishap of Manny's that happened out of vision in the woods section, there wasn't really a mishap to capitalize on,
and
right?
That's the problem. That's why you need to be on his tail and even try and make advantage of one of them small 10-15 second problems he has, because Manny just doesn't have them big problems. So if you give him that 5-minute head start, which Tristan seemed to give him in the early checkpoints, it's just so difficult to get back. But I'm very impressed really to ride a pretty lonely race, but to keep the pace high enough to stop the guys who have been able to feed off each other. You know, Graham, Mario, Theo was there for a while. They've been able to pace off each other, use each other for lines, and Tristan's really had to do it all by himself. So, you know, hats off to a solid, well, he's not over the line yet, we've still got Lazy Noon, but on his way to a solid second place.
And also looks like a little movement there. Roman now moving into third place with Jarvis slipping back to fourth.
I think we might have a bit more movement on that before the end of the race. That's going to be an interesting watch. I think we really need to keep an eye on that one.
I don't think Graham's going to let that go, and as promised, if we look back the last hour, if I go back to Chris's Stone Party, then we had Ash Brightmore in 15th place with an hour
and 57, so he's got to put a little bit of time out of the bag.
And I think the boys are going to struggle on those last sections as they get more and more chewed up, so I'm thinking I'm going to go for 12 finishes.
I'm going to go 10. I'm going to go Matt Green in at 10th on the buzzer, although I see Mark Weber and Francesc Moret, two trials boys, both from Spain, in 11th and 12th, and when it gets really difficult, they're going to have some good knowledge to pull from.
Pat, what's your number at?
I was going to say 8, but I was coming in.
I don't think it's a bad guess either. Yeah. What we're on now, we've got just over the hour mark.
Yeah. Are we allowed to bet? No. Nonetheless, I mean, it's just what a show these riders have put on so far.
We do have a little wager on the top 3, Pat, so how's yours looking?
Not so good.
I think mine's looking a bit better, but here we go. This is where all the action's
going on. And it's going to be interesting to see if there's any teamwork going on. Obviously, Theo is effectively in Wade's seat from last year. I guess, you know, I don't know how much that comes into play, or if they both feel like they're so close to the finish line, it's every man for himself. They'll know. One thing I would say is they're going to know that 4 guys have already got through this section. They don't know that they've teamed up. Looks like Theo's lining up for this right line, which we haven't seen anyone do for a good few goes now.
That's more or less where Manny went up.
And not to be...
No, he went more direct.
What about being Captain Obvious? How conscious are you of the time?
The overall time limit.
Yeah.
To be honest, these guys would never normally be like, it's never been, I would say, for these guys a worry. But they'll know that they've been out there a long time. You know, their hydration packs will be very low on fluid. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them had even drank all them all. I'd imagine they start with 2.5, 3 litres, and then getting past the 3-hour mark, you're not going to have much water left or much drink left. So this is going to be interesting to see if T is actually going to pull an overtake, although Wade's just got really good drive there. But Teo's showing that right line is possible.
I'm just wondering if he's going to slip down into where Wade is. No, he managed to get
nicely done.
That was
well done.
So clutch.
And if Wade doesn't make it up from this position and has to go back to, it looks like he's going back, and that is going to be a demoralizing position. Oof. Yeah, he's going back and going the right line. So still plenty left though. We've got obviously Killingley, Dynamite's proven that it's a lot longer than normal, so it's not over, but that is a bit of a kick in the teeth. See a missing headlight there from Teo, and a loose rad shroud on the left side. So I think that bike's done a couple of cartwheels, so it's had an interesting day. Oh, it's slippy in that water, really slippy. See, that tyre just breaking traction as soon as it hit the mid part of that creek.
So as we hit the 3-minute mark, 3-hour mark, 3 hours of 4. It's gone by that fast. That's how enjoyable it is.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, so we take a little recap of what has gone down so far at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo 2024. And an explosive start as always. Gunderman was able to take the lead, a little bit of a pile up, and putting Jarvis way back. He had to work his way back. But after the bottleneck, no surprise, Lettenbichler was able to finally get the pass. Lost it, albeit only for a moment, but some good challenges from the likes of Johnny Walker. And Teo trying to stay in step, but early on getting bucked. And then, as Daryl put it, the masterclass ensued. Lettenbichler just looking comfortable from the get-go. The rest of the pack starting to catch up. There was a point of reeling in. And then Jarvis found his form.
2 for the price of 1.
2 for the price of 1. Why not pass 2 instead of passing 1?
And then another one just for good measure.
Yeah.
Tristan in Dynamite here. Yeah. Oh no, top of machine, sorry.
And Tristan Hart showing his tenacity.
This is nice. Clip this up and put that on the highlight reel. I'm enjoying seeing that one. Yeah. Send me that.
So even superheroes have their moments. Quick moment for Lettenbichler, but Lettenbichler definitely having to dig deep, working through those last sections.
I'm very
some teamwork.
I'm very intrigued to see where this battle's led to now. I think they're both going to be in Dynamite probably.
Little teamwork with Ramon and Jarvis. Little marriage off there, off to the sides. Tristan Hart tried to reel in at Lettenbichler, but all too little, too late, as Lettenbichler continued his way to solidify his dominance, staying flawless for the year and his 10th consecutive win. Tristan Hart yet to make his way to the finish line. He's done it twice before, 2 third-place finishes here before. He's already passed Lazy Noon.
This is the final stages. A little bit of confusion with where the track's going. It kind of crosses a little bit of prologue. That looks like he's out of it, but that could have went really wrong just in how deep that mud hole was. But yeah, there's often some pretty gnarly downhills here, but just the smell of the finish line usually sends you off them no problem whatsoever. But it is easy to make a wrong mistake.
Well, we've seen it happen. Just literally at the last, I don't know, the last, I'd say 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Where you're coming in and
and especially when the guys, when we get towards the top of this hour and the guys are really chasing to get to the finish line, it is a little bit tricky. I mean, compared to what you've just rode, it's not, but it requires a little bit of thought, that's for sure. But here he is, Tristan now heading towards the finish.
So third place man, obviously 2/3 here and third in the World Championship last year, Pat.
Yeah.
So he'll be super stoked for the second.
Yeah, Tristan Hart is, like I said, in terms of really fueling the fire too on the North American front for Hard Enduro. I mean, he's a superstar. It's always been a fan of his riding, along with Cody Webb. When we're talking, kind of North American leaning, but
yeah, Tristan's really paving the way. I think he was AMA Hard Enduro champion of last year, and actually AMA Endurocross champion last year, I think. So he's having a lot of success over that side, and getting some solid podium finishes when he comes here to Europe.
And I think he always surprises everyone. He has this beast mode that he can tap into. He's got like a Rottweiler kind of death grip. He doesn't give up too easily.
He's a 3-time winner of the AMA Hard Enduro Championship.
That's right. So over the 3-hour mark, what's the deficit there between him and Manny? We'll know here shortly, just when it's official.
2:47 was Manny, I believe.
So coming out of Dynamite, Tristan was 19 minutes 25.
It's going to be pretty similar to the 20-minute mark, looking at what he's got left. It's pretty much just the prologue backwards. He's happy with second.
Yeah, he knows he's finished.
We've had this discussion about Lettenbichler's 3 consecutive wins, but having 3 consecutive podiums at Erzbergrodeo is a feat in itself too. So to go have two third-place finishes and then to improve upon that, hats off to Tristan Hart, a massive feat.
Definitely, and I think the 20 minutes will be actually a similar deficit to last year. So he's close. Manny's obviously pushing the bar, but Tristan's right there also elevating his level. So.
And as soon as Tristan gets the flag.
So the finish time from last year was 2 hours 31. Billy, you were 2 hours 42.
That's actually a lot longer than I was.
So what do I know? I was only 9 minutes behind.
You were busy in the thick of it.
I was busy in first gear thinking, how the hell am I ever going to get out of this mine?
Exactly.
Well, considering all the problems you had, 9 minutes is not a lot, really.
Yeah. No, it was, well, once we passed in Motor X Highway, for me the race was done. It was just get me to the finish line. But so we had 17 finishes that year. I think we're definitely going to have less this year. But looking at these results, there was a frantic flurry. The last 30 minutes, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 finishes, all in the last 30 minutes last year. So anything can happen yet.
Yeah, so we'll go back and look at the times of like Motor X Highway at Killing Leap. That'll give us a good idea of what our finish rate's going to look like. Still only 4 guys through Killing Leap.
And Mario had pulled a minute over Graham Jarvis in Killing Leap. So Mario looking like he's sneaking in to get one of the... that was hard on the brakes into there. Mario looking like he has slipped in and going to get one of the finishing closing... the closing podium position, sorry. I'm starting to fatigue now past the 3-hour mark. I need a Red Bull.
You need some wings for sure. It's a long one. We add up the time here in the booth. We have loved having you in the booth, Billy. It's been priceless.
Yeah, better on screen. Yeah, but it's nice in the booth.
Yeah, no, it's been cool. I think I'm pleased I've kept myself occupied, because this would have been eating me alive, sat in the tent watching it.
Yeah. And there it is.
One better than last year.
The Canadian with such command of the course, Tristan Hart, his 3rd Erzbergrodeo podium in a row. Karl Katak with the checkered flag.
Vom Kanadier, der alles gegeben hat. War die Lettenbichler hier das Leben schwer
So
zu
Hart
machen, aber
steadily inching closer, trying to work his way to the top spot. But I'll have to go through this guy. Manny Lettenbichler.
Discussing the first turn crash by the looks of things.
Yeah, that was smart of Manny to put a new shirt on.
If ever they're professional.
And maybe, Billy, you could too. You can speak to just the respect you guys have for each other when you go through something like that. It's this obstacle immunity to reverence and respect.
We're out there together. We're battling the course together, you know, and it's we have a lot of respect for each other just for making it through. And not so much in this race, but definitely in some others. There's the situations we're in where it's really dangerous should things go wrong. So you have to have that level of respect for each other and that understanding out there on the racetrack, you know.
Well, it's good to see Tristan Hart smiles.
So 20 minutes, 17 seconds we have. The gap between Manny and Tristan Hart.
So, it kept fairly. There was only 1 or 2 checkpoints, I think, where there was big differences there for Manny. And just looking here, from Machine until we got to Chris's Rock Party, it went from a 7-minute gap to a 15-minute gap. So that was the big killer, that second wood section where, you know, Manny just showed his true colours and really put the hammer down. But 1-2 for KDM, I'm sure they're going to be happy.
Who's going to round out the podium?
Dynamite. Mario looks like he's done Dynamite, so not much of a battle going on, unfortunately.
I think Graham is maybe just a little bit spent.
Yeah, and if it's to be honest, from here, it's pretty much fast riding, with the exception of Lazy Noon. And if it was a straight-up battle of speed from here to the finish, I would definitely put my money on Mario, unfortunately.
Yeah, so the top of Killing Leap, the gap between the two of them was 39 seconds. And obviously Dynamite. Can you see Graham there in the screen? I can't see him anywhere.
No, but there's a good chance he's in that top corner behind the tree. But yeah, Mario's already long gone.
Yes.
He's
spot on.
Just starting the last climb now for Graham.
All right, so Mario's podium pretty much secure at this point.
We never know. The chain could still come off.
Yes. Yeah. We don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. Let's let it play out.
It's not too far, you know, but judging of what we've seen so far, there's been no stoppers. The guys haven't really got stuck anywhere, so...
Lazy Noon is a breeze.
So looking back at Tristan Hart's command of this course. It's an incredible approach, trying to stay in step with the likes of Manuel Lettenbichler and doing a great job securing a notch higher on the podium. His 3rd consecutive podium here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Very steady, very sturdy. That unwavering.
Yeah, a solid second place, I think, yeah. Not the best of starts, but got himself towards the front and just not a match for Manny, but just definitely a match for everybody else out there today.
Well, it's a big day for the Canadian as he finds himself on the podium again. He's with our own Ed Lee.
Tristan, congratulations on a phenomenal ride, but it definitely didn't start the way you wanted it to.
No, it didn't. A bunch of people jumped the start. They just went, and I'm like, okay, I guess it's time to go. And then I was maybe 4th or 5th on that first corner, and I was turning, and someone just hit my back tire and took me out, and everyone was hitting me, running over my bike. I started pushing people because I'm like, you're gonna hit me, I'm gonna hit you right back. So it was like a war zone for a bit, and then my goggles were just completely screwed for like the first 30 minutes. I was wiping mud on mud.
How did you recover?
There was a couple bottlenecks early on, so I got like 5 here, 7 there, 5 there. And then I got into like 8th, and then they started getting a little bit harder because obviously those guys are good. And we got to Carl's Diner, and I quickly got into 2nd after 1 level, I think. And then kind of just rode really good through Carl's. I was feeling super good. I didn't get fatigued or nothing. And then there was a hill right after Carl's, and I got there and I saw 1 line. I'm like, holy cow. I didn't think if it was going to be possible. It took me 3 tries, and eventually I got it, and I was like, wow. And then Jarvis and Tio showed up because I lost so much time there. But from there, I pretty much rode pretty good. There was maybe 1 or 2 or 3 more sections I wish I could have done better, but pretty happy with my ride.
And I mean, from your perspective, you've got to be ecstatic about the fact that you've got 3 consecutive podiums at Erzbergrodeo.
Yeah, ever since I've been here, this place has always kind of felt like home to me. I got 14th my first year, 2/3, now a second. So got some work to do, you know, got to clean up all aspects of my run here, but it's possible to go for the win, and that's what we'll strive for.
Well, one fact that might not have sunk in quite yet, but you are the most successful North American rider ever to compete at Erzberg.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. It's not easy coming here. Everything is different, especially this year. Me and Cody had a massive race last weekend, and we got in late, dealt with jet lag. We were super fatigued, but I knew once it came time to Sunday, it was going to be go time, and I was going to be ready.
Thank you so much, Tristan Hart.
Thank you, Ed. Yeah, you can definitely hear the desire there. He's willing to put in the work and really get after it. I think we can expect to see Tristan Hart for many, many, many more years to come. Great to hear that determination in his voice, too. So a big day for the Canadian as we check back in with the battle for third. Last time we looked up at Lazy Noon, it was all about Mario Roman. And just about 3 hours, 15 minutes on the clock of that 4 hours of allotted time. Just over. And meanwhile, at the same time, so many competitors still giving it everything they have left in the tank.
Oh, here they are.
This doesn't say Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, nothing does. Just the agony.
What section even is this?
That's machine. That's getting pretty chewed up. I'll recognize it a mile away. That's a crossing. Well, looks pretty similar, to be fair.
Well, you're only one level away in terms of geographical location.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you for sticking up for me.
The sediment of the rock is very similar.
You're clearly a dirt scientist, Daryl. Yeah.
You knew the pinpoint of where the rock was coming from.
The rock came from the same place.
Closet geologist.
Yeah, but they're here. They've just come to take part, you know. They're just trying to get us far through. And looking at the time, them guys are probably going to make it into Carl's dinner at least and just get to experience the brutality of where, by the looks of it, these guys are now.
And let's just let this marinate and soak in. As you're just happy to make it into Carl's dinner. The 4 hour mark hits, and you're like, now I got to get out of here.
Yeah, that's one thing that I would say. I think when it gets to like 3 hours 40, I think they start asking the checkpoint people, how long's left, am I going to make it? Yeah. But I just caught wind of our Silver Fox up on the top of the Lazy Noon there. So I'm guessing Mario's going to appear out the trees.
Okay, so the Spaniard...
He's struggling a little bit. He's on the fresh ground, though. He's going to make it.
Coming out of Dynamite, Graham was only 1 minute behind Mario. So if he hadn't have cleaned that, then we might have seen Graham pop into the scene.
But also we did see a little bit of confusion in the track from Tristan.
Anything's possible. It's not over till it's over.
Graham's still not in sight yet, though. A little bit of tape in Mario's wheel. Maybe he just took a wrong turn or got caught somewhere before he had to Dynamite, because I don't recall seeing it at Dynamite.
Well, Roman having a good season so far. This will be his second third place finish when it becomes official. And there's that quagmire, a little quicksand added for good measure.
Yeah, Tristan also stuck his wheel in there somewhere. If you get stuck in there proper, you'll be in a bit of trouble.
Luckily, I think it's a pretty sketchy downhill, so the speed is as slow as you possibly can go when you get to a judge.
Back in 2022, Mario Roman found the podium. Second place finish there.
And Mario Roman will be super happy with his finish, because if you remember last year, he hit a deer. Nobody knew what happened to him, but he actually hit a deer at Erzberg.
That's what I heard, but we had no visual on it.
Yeah. Pretty big crash, you know. He was almost knocked out, and he had to stop, obviously.
So it was a great back and forth for a little bit, and it was that really, I think, that moment where they shared the assist with Romain and Jarvis together, kind of even the scales.
But what a ride. Just, is he going to spot the mode?
Oh, you kind of
right
were waiting and wanting a little
right
bit. Be honest.
Yeah. But no, what a ride from the old dinosaur.
I don't think he'll appreciate that. He's gonna play this back, and he's gonna.
If you had to,
he'd be asleep at this point of watching it back. There's no way he's staying up for 3 hours and 19 minutes.
Yeah. But you have to say, with Jarvis at 50, at a half a century,
incredible.
He could still compete, and we want him to compete. We hope he comes back.
Absolutely.
I can tell you now, he's going to make a point of coming back at 50.
Yeah.
And
just to prove a point.
I mean, he's minutes away from a podium. Why wouldn't he come back?
Yeah. Well, hats off to Mario Romain. Definitely raced a great race. Dealt with a lot of bottlenecks, a lot of traffic, and was able to capitalize on some moments. It's having that skill set to capitalize on opportunities and mishaps that happen in front of you. And so behind Jarvis, rounding out top 5, we've got Teo Kovachev and Wade Young in 6. Johnny Walker in 7th. Brightmore there holding on to 8th. And the big question, we see the Austrian Wagner in 10th, Matty Green in 9th.
We got, looking at the lap times, we got quite a gap from Jarvis to Teo. It's looking like 15 minutes, and then we got Wade and Johnny in hot pursuit of him. So
it's really going to be tight for these other.
From 5th onwards, I think it's going to be tight, providing because obviously that's going off Manning's pace. Also, you've got to remember.
Yeah.
So they really can't afford too many mistakes to make it in for this 4-hour mark.
Yeah, I think we'll be lucky with 10 finishes. So
it's been a hard one.
I think, Billy, you're going to be a little bit closer to the mark.
Yeah, so 7 riders through Killing Leap, 4 through Dynamite, just to put it into context.
It's quite astounding, actually, you know, looking at Johnny in 7th place, 56 minutes behind Manny. That really paints a picture.
Yeah, and if we're talking numbers, 26 minutes for Manny to go from Killing Leap to the finish line, and that's Manny. All right, with eyes on the prize, the Spaniard, Mario Romain, grabs his 2nd podium at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. A 3rd place finish.
Yeah, well deserved after his mishap last year. He's going to be super stoked with that.
Some serious validation.
Hinter Tristan Hart und Martin Lettenbichler auf dem Podium. Unfassbare Leistung des Spaniers, der sich hier letztes Jahr wirklich schwer verletzt hat, das Rennen abbrechen musste, im Krankenhaus gelandet ist und jetzt steht hier.
We were talking about Grundahella back in 2015, reminded that only one that went through on his own.
He made it by himself, yeah. So, but I'm actually finding it a little bit hard to believe that that's Mario's only 2nd podium here, but
yeah, 2nd place in 2022. I mean, he's always in the conversation.
And here he is. This, I don't want to say I'm astounded because nothing from this guy surprises me, but Graham Jarvis about to come in 4th place and just a few minutes off the podium.
Just checking back, Mario has actually got, it's his 3rd podium.
2019.
He was 3rd in 2019, he was 2nd in 2022, he hit a deer in 23.
That's asterisk on the deer. Yeah.
And back with another podium. So
rumor has it they had venison that night.
Wow. And,
here are the cheers for Graham Jarvis.
I think we can say first privateer across the line also. Graham Jarvis now running his own program these days, so massive effort from Graham and his team. Hats off. What a ride.
5-time Red Bull Erzberg champion Graham Jarvis just misses the podium. 4th place finish. He's not sleeping. He's awake. He's
unbelievable.
Insane.
Wow. Those eyes. I mean, the story of Jarvis. Just really illustrates the essence of hard enduro when you watch him battle, the way he can climb.
We've got 3 guys in the shot now at Dynamite. Oh, bit of contact there between Theo and Wade, and then Johnny not too far behind. This is, I've made a few overtakes in Dynamite, and if you're now in Johnny's position, if I was in Johnny's position, I would be gritting my teeth so hard now. I feel like there's prey on the horizon. There's there's blood in the water coming here. There's a chance to get 2. He needs to buckle up, hook 2nd, or even try and hook 3rd and just keep it wide open for as long as possible up these loose climbs.
Okay, so behind Johnny Walker we've got Mitch Brightmore, and judging by the times, it looks like they're the only 8 that are going to make it to the finish line from what I can see so far. So this is it.
Big battle on for the last of the top 5 places. That's a good spot Wade's in though, because where he is now, no one can really pass him. Johnny's made it up to Theo, but Theo just can't yet set off because he can't stop at any point until he reaches where Wade is now. So it would have been nice if Johnny could have just tried to get a front wheel in front of Theo there, but
changes the whole experience too when you see multiple riders in the space at the same time.
So if Wade holds his position, it'll be his 4th. He was 4th in 17, 18, and last year.
So Theo's making his way in, but again, back a few years ago, there used to actually be 2 lines here. There was a left line and a right line, but I think it just with erosion, it's too much. So back onto Mario, 3rd place finisher.
Yeah, Roman, like I said, that
I think that might be Theo. This one's also Theo, but Roman also rode great.
Well, Kabachiev is,
Here we go, Mario and Grim. Pretty key point of the race, really. Yeah. But again, it seems strange to me that neither of them spotted that right-hand line. As we go up Killing Leap, we didn't actually get to see this in live time, but the guys were still together there at that point. And that's a great ride of Dynamite, keeping it moving. You see how important it is. His legs are everywhere, but he just wants to keep that wheel turning.
Well, the Spaniard finds the podium yet again here at the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And building on that momentum, looking like an awfully good season for Mario Roman. He's with our own Ed Lee.
Mario, a valiant ride up there, a brilliant race, and actually a very, very difficult year for the rodeo.
Yeah, I am surprised with the level of the race. When you are here, you expect a very hard race, but this year is definitely 10 times harder for me. I find that they add many more sections, many rock sections, and also some hill climbs, very wet, slippery in the forest. So yeah, I suffer a lot for the first 45 minutes. Let's say after Carl's Diner, I started to take my pace. I was able to pass 4 riders in one uphill, and then I was battling with Graham. I have to say I am super happy to help each other in Motors Highway. He's an amazing rider, and I was thinking to wait him at the end even because it's amazing to be in the top 3 position with Graham.
And 2 podiums to start the year. You must be really, really excited about that.
Yeah, I would say I was expecting myself fighting more in the top, but when you are not winning, top 3 is always a very good result. I have to say thank you to all the people who helped me to achieve this, even my factory team, Serco, and yeah, congratulations for the top 2. They rode amazing.
Thank you so much and congratulations, Mario.
Thanks, Ed, and congrats, Mario Roman. Yeah, he mentioned that 3rd place finish at the Valley's Hard Enduro. So a great season, and trying to maintain that flow. And it's
and interestingly, he said he passed 4 guys on the one uphill, which is kind of explaining where he come from. But it also, I think, it suggests where Manny pulled his chunk of time on Tristan. If Tristan said he's seen one line, which he didn't know how anyone had done, and it's suggesting that Mario managed to find that line, and that's where he made all the moves.
And back checking in on Carl's dinner.
That fence on the left looks like it's had a bit more hammer as the more guys have come through it.
Yeah, I think it's had a good couple of guys falling over it.
Wow. Checkpoint 13 of 27, about 3 hours. 29 minutes on the clock, about 30 minutes to go before we call it a day.
We've got Diego Vieira, Diti Rudolph and Mickey Walkner all at MotorX Highway now. Didier looking a little bit second-hand, just perching behind that tree though. We've all been in that position at some point in time, and Mickey Walkner looking like he's having a bit of a fight on his hands. The left line seems, the right line, sorry, seems to be the more predominant one now.
So close, but yet so far. There's no way the guys are going to get to the finish line.
Walkner's always been that Austrian, that consideration. He's been in the conversation. Steadily over the years, he's improved his standing here at Erzberg.
He's just slid back into the low line, and this is looking really chewed up now. I think Teamwork's looking like it's one of the only options, but I think at this point as well, they probably don't know that they're not going to make it to the finish. Like, this is possibly one of the worst positions to be on the mountain right now.
Because if you had that in your head that I'm not going to finish.
Yeah, I mean, most of us are fighters. I think everyone would dig deep to get as far through as they can, but often what happens is, because it goes back to the last checkpoint at the 4-hour mark, so somebody might have a really good 3/4 of the MotorX Highway past 5 or 6 guys, but on the result they've gone from 14th back to 19th. So it's a bit of a shame. Obviously, that's just the way it works. I don't think there's much of a way to kind of fix that in checkpoints or checkpoints. I'm not saying I disagree with it, but it could definitely be disheartening if you just come short of a checkpoint and you've made some moves in the previous checkpoint.
But in the old days, they used to close the checkpoint off with tape when you didn't make it.
Yeah.
And I think all they have to do these days is just switch off the timing chip.
We got Charlie Frost here, exiting Carl's dinner, I think it looks like. He's had a privateer here from the UK out here, just trying to see how far through the course he can get. And by the looks of it, he's going to make all the way through Carl's dinner.
Well, let's take this opportunity to learn a little bit more about the privateer experience, as we say.
Just on that, I chatted to Charlie yesterday. He's withdrawing from Romaniacs. He had some funding that fell through at the last minute. And
well, let's check in with, like I said, with the privateer experience and Charlie Frost.
My name is Charlie Frost and I come from the United Kingdom. Erzberg is a place that you have to come and experience once in your life to say you've been here and done it. This is my 5th, I think. I still haven't finished it. That is on the bucket list to finish Erzberg. Last year I had a bit of a crash at checkpoint 15 and I DNF because I ripped the exhaust out of the manifold. So this year we will see. And they've brought Carl's dyno forward, obviously to like the first part of the race. So hopefully if I can get through dyno and have like an hour to spare or hour and a half, I might finish, but we'll see. Luck is obviously on side as well. You need a lot of luck in this race, but yeah, so maybe my 5th attempt I might finish it, so we'll see.
So a great little snapshot into the insight and the passion that drives these riders. And I'll tell you what, it's amazing to see the sheer determination.
It's been a tough one, you know. Carl's didn't anyone get through it, obviously, but I think it's just been a tough one for those guys.
Yeah,
they're non-pro guys. Anyone outside of the top 10 really are going to have a hard time this year.
Well, they clearly come from the same genetic strain as you, Billy. They love the struggle. They love to suffer, and if it's not challenging, why do it? So 3.5 passed on the clock. Taking a look at Lazy Noon, waiting for Wade Young, Tio, and Johnny Walker to approach checkpoint 26 of 27. So just 30 minutes left in regulation competition time at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. All the change-ups with the course, a lot of speculation going into today's competition, and you know, Manny just silencing any critic that thought, oh, okay, there's going to be a bit more of a challenge there. Definitely some exciting moments, and it's great to see Lettenbichler staying in form. And so we take a look at the battle for 5th place. To see how tight these guys are.
Wade Young getting out in front of that battle for 5th at the exit of Lazy Noon. You see, there's a lot more panic going on of Wade than we have from the previous 4. He knows he's still locked in a battle.
Yeah.
And this mud hole, a couple of levels down, had also play a role right now. You know, when they panic, they're going to be coming down the hill a little bit more momentum. But it does have it
deeper into the mud.
It does have a bit of a cushion, though. There wasn't anyone at the top of Lazy Noon yet.
But I remember, like last year, the year before, there was a couple senders too through some of the step downs.
Yeah, there's Teo. Yeah. So Johnny hasn't managed to make a move on Teo, which I don't know if he's tried and not quite made it, or if he just hasn't been able to get a run now. Teo's a big lad to try and drive around. He's got some long legs as well, especially when he's out on a stretch. Johnny not quite got the speed. Is he going to try and build some momentum? I'm sure he's stamped on the gear lever and knocked it down a gear, and he's made it.
Yeah.
Well held there. Great balance from Johnny.
Well, he's going to try and catch Teo on the way down to the finish, that's for sure.
We might have a block pass as we go over the road before the finish arena. Wouldn't that be good?
Yeah. Johnny's not going to let it go. He's going to fight all the way to the finish.
Walker's such a talented rider, and I just want to remind all the viewers, I've mentioned it probably to ad nauseum, but you really do have to check out him riding the Red Bull Hardline course. One of the most impressive things. I wanted to actually try to get him out to Red Bull Rampage now. See if he can do maybe a Cam Zink run.
Well, I'm super impressed by the speed of the bicycles. I mean, there was a 13 seconds there that was put into Johnny.
Yeah.
But those gaps are just massive that they're taking on the mountain bikes.
So looks like for sure we'll have Kravachiev, Young, and Walker through the finish line. The question is, will we see those 10 riders get through the 4-hour mark?
It's looking like Mitch is actually through on Dynamite. Matthew Green through Killen Leap. I remember, was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that Matt actually made it through with the seconds to go. I think it was 2021, in fact. I think he made it into the finish line with seconds to go. So it's going to be tight again for Matt. I hope he can make it to the finish.
And also only about 8 or 9 finishes that year.
Yes, that's correct.
Wade was actually just finished just before Matt.
But it's looking like Wade's going to take 5th now. I don't think at this stage on this kind of going, not many people are going to catch Wade. Loose, rocky, fast going. But yeah, it's going to get tight between these next 2 positions after the 3 guys that we've got about to cross the finish line. Mitch Brightmore and Matthew Green. And it's looking, and I think we can probably say now that Mitch is the only junior that's got a chance of finishing today.
Absolutely. And also winning the first round puts him in a much better position. He would have won the first 2 rounds then of the Junior World Championship, and of course taking the overall championship last year.
Yeah, defending champ, starting off much as Manny's doing in the I don't know what's the word. What do we call it? The adult ranks, top class, pro class.
Yeah.
FIM World Championship standings.
Overall, FIM.
Overall, yeah, that's the word.
World Championship standings.
The big dogs.
Yeah. But safe to say we can soon count his name in on that list.
I think next year he will have to move up, so he's in with the big boys.
Good shot of a Red Bull helicopter there, and once again, just hats off to our entire production team, film team out there, just bringing us amazing vision. And this is where you can definitely feel the energy, right, Billy? You can hear this.
Yeah, no, it's the biggest exhale of them all now here. We've made it, the bike's made it. We can enjoy it and you know. Yeah, it's the biggest one of the year.
Such a sense of completion. Congrats to Wade Young. Yet again, finds himself at the finish line. Now he's anxious.
Oh, we
got his way to the podium. Neck and neck for 6th. What do we have here? This could get interesting.
I don't think there's enough, unless he goes up the inside on the wall rider, really wants to force the issue.
Ted just got him.
That doesn't get better.
That's what I wanted. I said at some point it might come down to a neck-and-neck finish, but we got a bit of excitement in the finish line.
I guarantee you when you talk to Johnny later, he's going to be like, I was thinking lower pocket on the wall.
Just
put
tail clean over the top of it. No, we don't often get racing like that, so nice bit of excitement to round out the top 7.
Kabachiev, you know, early on, I think there was a lot of discussion. He was looking strong.
It'd be good to know from Johnny what actually went wrong at the middle of Carl's dinner there.
So respectable 6th and 7th place finishes for both Kabachiev and Walker. And just under 20 minutes with regulation time.
Johnny, obviously, I think he's won it 3 times in the past. And
yeah, 3-time winner.
He's still, you know, he ran the podium pace for a good while there. I think there's more podiums in it for him here.
I think there's so much skill in the tank, and it's just, you know, the desire and staying healthy, and seems like he's on a really good mindset.
He had a rough run through injuries, you know. He had a knee and a shoulder surgery last year, so it was a really big rebuilding year for him. I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but anyway, I think it was the year before, sorry. But he's got some momentum going now, and it's coming. He's back challenging at these hard enduro races, which is so good to see.
So you just had Carl's dinner. This is the gravy, I guess, dessert following your dry rock assault. And Greek rider, Nicola.
The struggle is real. You're nearly there, mate. There's a tarmac road waiting for you just at the top of that hill.
This course is Uduk's playground, just bloodthirsty, eating up one competitor after another.
I reckon we're going to have Mitch Brightmore, Matthew Green, and Mark Lazaro rounding out our finish. It looks like they're within reach.
Have you gotten out your South African abacus and you've done the math?
I'm trying to, well...
That's it. There's a good chance Matthew might spot a bird or a nice piece of rock that he likes riding past. It might slow him down a little bit. We need to really... If he's locked in on the finish line, let's hope he is locked in on the finish line and not a bird flying by.
You never know.
You never know. With him, you never know.
So, looking at machine here. These are the shots that really leave an indelible mark when you see everything that's worn on the face of these competitors. Yeah. And yes or no, guys, it's all about bragging rights, saying how far you got. I went, I made it this far this year. I came back the next year.
Exactly. That's the... For these guys, I think that, I mean, the dream is probably to finish, but it's just about how far they can get. If they are going to claim that they made it to machine, they need to specify that machine was actually after Carl's dinner this year, because there's a big difference in machine. Last year, it's a machine this year. We have Will Hall in MotorX Highway. I think it's getting really chewed up now, and
Will had a really good start this morning, and one or two sections must have caught him out.
We got Jack Price and Paul Torres in there now. I think they're sensing that the time is running out now. There's not a lot of urgency amongst them. I think they're going to know the finish line's probably out of sight this year. I think Will and Jack both got to the finish line last year, but it's been a tough one this year.
Oh, Paul's done pretty well. He started on the second row this morning.
Second row, yeah. Paul Torres not really doing much hard enduro these days, but good to see him have a good go.
I've been enjoying his clips.
Yeah, he parked Tener for this one.
Mitch Brightmore here.
Jack Price at the minute. Jack Price a little bit upside down and not knowing what to do with himself.
That should give you a good visual of just how vertical some of these.
I'm quite enjoying this clip, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. Oh, look at the pain on his face. Oh, bless. Go on, look at the strength there. But is this the first bit of MotorX Highway I'm trying to work out? So this is where the one Manny had to push up, right? Floridian Suffer in. So yeah, Jack, I think was 2016 World Junior Trials champion. Been doing hard enduro for a couple of years now, but
that foot peg's jammed in there probably.
Yeah,
you've really done him dirty with this clip.
Yeah. Well, it's just, I think, perseverance personified.
That's what it's all about, surviving. And we got Mitch Brightmore on his way to the finish line now. Yeah. First of the junior riders riding for the TTR Squadron team, I believe.
We were talking about it earlier too. Yeah, just how cool it is. Him and his brother Ashton, the brothers Brightmore, such a force.
He's got the helicopter chasing him now. This is such a good feeling. I mean, then it's not many hard enduros you get this kind of feeling and this coverage and this many eyes on the sport. So, yeah, top 8 finish in a race where there's only looking like there's only going to be, I would say, maximum 10 finishers. That's what you need to do to get the right eyes on you.
Kind of makes it extra special when there is that limited amount of finishers.
Definitely.
Well, Matt Green's another 7 minutes behind, which will take us to very, very close to the. So I would imagine Matt's going to be the last finisher.
Love how you calculate, you crunch on the fly.
Crunching pads.
Okay. Yeah, just under the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, 7 minutes at the top of Dynamite. So I think all being well, should Lazy Noon go well, he's just going to make it.
And Mark Gruber Lazaro is another 8 minutes behind Matt, so it'll be touch and go, but I think Matt's going to be the last one to make it to the checkered flag today.
Yeah, you have to imagine too, what's it like as a competitor to be out there when the siren, the horn,
it must be heart-wrenching, especially if you're only kind of like a couple of 100 meters away, and then we've seen that before. Pretty much like they do with the Comrades Marathon back home.
Meanwhile, just carnage continuing throughout the course. I mean, the competitors taking a beating along with the bikes. May look innocuous, but it's anything but.
I think, is that Radford? Yeah, this guy actually uses a thumb throttle.
Really?
Because we were doing a lot of ATVs when he was younger.
Three-wheel era.
Everyone tries to tell him it's ridiculous, but he likes it, so each to their own.
Working in the dinner. Wow.
Yeah, it was Carl Flanagan also just exited Carl's dinner.
Yeah. Memories of Honda ATCs. And Mitch Brightmore.
First of the juniors, well, first and only of the juniors today, I think.
Yeah, an honorable mention for that. You can see.
What a ride.
Very psyched.
And a big top 10 for Mitch. In amongst the big boys.
Super, super cool. He's going to be one to watch out for the future.
Great effort.
I mean, it's just part of the new British invasion of talent. It's so good to see.
I think I just lip-read where's Ash or how's Ash doing as well, so that's just so nice to see. First thing he wants to know is how brothers getting on, so they're a close-knit, them lot. They work together very hard and they're doing a very, very good job.
Great sibling approach, kind of like a Eli Peyton Manning brotherhood to professional sports. So, new guard to the old guard, Graham Jarvis. 5 wins here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo and showing no signs of slowing down. Passing 2 at a time, making such mincemeat of sections of the course. Known for his textbook approach, trials background, paying multiple dividends. Incredible to see at 49 years young, Graham Jarvis still in the hunt, still in the mix. Just falling short of the podium. As Graham Jarvis alive and kicking. And great to see Graham Jarvis, all smiles. He's with Ed Young. Ed?
Well, I'm here with Peter Pan himself, Graham Jarvis. What a day of racing. Congratulations, Graham, another finish.
Yeah, really happy with the way I felt on the front row. But, I got a bit of a bad start. Got covered in mud and water. Couldn't see a thing. But, once I got going, I gained some places. Felt really good, but just got tired towards the end. A little bit disappointed with that. But I'm 49 years old, so I can't complain.
And I mean, it's easy. A lot of people understand that there's a battle, that they relish the suffering in their 20s. But where do you find the motivation to go through this in nearly 50 years old?
It's the only good thing I'm good at, but just getting to the finish, and then that's a good feeling. And if you get a result, it's even better. So, but just enjoy riding my bike still and having fun.
Okay, take a broader look at the sport. What do you make of the health of hard enduro at the moment?
Yeah, it's crazy how the sport's grown. I obviously came here, first year was 2006, so I've seen how the sport's grown, and it's just incredible, the level of riding, more riders, more coverage, and it's really good.
And then you've got a dynasty developing with Andreas and Manny Lettenbichler, and it feels like the level he's riding at the moment is unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly. The level just goes up every year. Manny's set the bar really high, and then everybody's going to try and follow. So obviously inevitably gets harder for me, but I'll be back for big 5-0 next year.
That was going to be my final question, so we're definitely going to see you here for 2025.
Yeah, I'll try and get another rock. I'll be back. I'm going to start training now for next year.
Only 364 days until next year. Okay, Graham, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up, Graham Jarvis.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Ed. Old school and new school as we look. Carl Katak just giving the nod to Graham Jarvis there. And then, of course, we talk about the young Canadian. So great to see the respect, the reverence. And great to hear that he's going to be back. You guys, are we psyched?
I'm not. I'm going to have to race against him next year.
Oh, that's right. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, Matthew, it looks like he's going to make it to the finish, which is so good to see. I know he was a bit disappointed with his performance at Valleys for the first round of the championship, so good redemption for Matthew.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go, so he should make it quite easily. Unless he gets stuck in the mud pit.
If anyone was going to,
it'll be Maddie.
Is it the bottom of this hill? I kind of lost track of where. No. I don't know if he's passed it already.
Yeah, it is, isn't that there? Maybe a different camera angle, maybe?
I think it's earlier than where we're at. Because now we're onto the prologue backwards, I believe. Yeah. But yeah, what a feeling. And just checking back if Mark Reba is through Dynamite yet. Doesn't. Oh.
No, he's too far back.
So he made it through a minute ago.
So he's 9 minutes behind Matt, which is going to count him out. So this is our last finisher.
Yeah, 9 minutes.
So the South African Green, but last one through looks like.
I think it might actually be Mark Reba's first visit here. So to be 10th on your first time, just made it on the front row by the looks of it, qualifying 49. I think that's not a bad first visit to the Iron Giant.
So Daryl, you obviously can remember Matthew Green when he was just getting his teeth wet in the 2 strokes, right?
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah. It's been a long journey, and I've loved watching Matt grow. Very close to you, Billy, and Manny. You guys have done a ton of stuff together. And I think his riding has improved dramatically from riding with you guys.
Yeah, he's a good guy to have around, you know. I have a lot of admiration for his outlook on a lot of things, you know. There's never a dull moment when he's around, and obviously he's showing that he knows how to ride a dirt bike. He's got his second Erzberg finish, and he's, you know, inside the top 10 at this one of the hardest ones. I mean, I'm normally part of it, so I've had a little bit of a different perspective, but it's one of the toughest ones in my memory by the looks of it.
So under the 5-minute mark of official time, as Matthew Green just flying his way in.
So yeah, this is actually Maddie's third finish. So 8th in 22, 9th in 2020 last year, and
so yeah, obviously first year in with the big boys. I think it's been a little bit, I don't know, it's different. It's hard to say because it isn't necessarily you're racing the same race, so it's not a big change, but I think, you know, it's nice to have that reassurance of maybe it's not quite getting a good result amongst the big boys, but knowing you were the fastest junior and stuff like that, so he doesn't obviously have that backup of the junior result. So I think he felt the pressure a little bit at the first round, but I know he's going to be absolutely delighted to make it to the finish here. He doesn't necessarily have the trials background of some of the other guys, so to make it to the finish at Erzberg is an absolute credit to him.
He also had some surgery before the first round on his meniscus and that, so he said his leg was a little bit weak, and he dabbed it the other day on the motocross track.
That is true. I was actually speaking to him a little bit before the first round, trying to just reassure him a little bit of what exactly plan he should take and what surgery should he get. Should he get it all done? Should he get some done? So I know he is actually battling with some other knee injuries still. He's had the meniscus fixed to just try and survive for now, and it seems like it's working. He's made it to the finish line of Erzberg 2024.
Doesn't look like it's hurting much at the moment.
No, looking very in flow. Matthew Green.
Just 3 minutes and a bit left on the clock.
Second South African to finish, and look at these gladiators, champions.
Timed it to perfection.
Waiting for the big foghorn to go off.
Yeah.
Just under 3 minutes to go.
Not only do you can get a rock, but you can also get that checkered flag, which is something that means so much. Potentially the last one that will be handed out. We're nearing the 3-minute mark.
It's a long time to be in the saddle at that intensity. 4 hours.
It is. I know a lot of races do go past the 4-hour mark, but this one is one which you don't tend to expect to. No, that's a tough day out there. Especially also, chances are you're soaking wet and covered in mud from literally 50 meters after the start line, which is, you know, there's a lot going on, but credit where credit's due.
Well, with just 2 minutes to go for all of those, battling for their own reasons, taking a look at some moments and permission to wax and reflect a little bit, you guys. It's every year, it never disappoints, does it not? It's just incredible.
Yeah, the Iron Giants has delivered once again. We've had a mixed bag of everything, emotions, and some incredibly difficult track.
Always amazed to see.
There's the bike. I was wondering where the bike was at.
Well, they'll show you how steep these climbs are.
You know, on top of the top tier riding, these tend to make the clips a little more frequently. But
I think this is what is the appeal. You know, that's what so many people want to watch back home. They want to see bikes cartwheeling and bikes flying. Oh.
And it always brings up the discussion of obstacle immunity. If you can get through this and you can get through it together, the human chain, anything that you deal with on the other side seems surmountable. 45 seconds to go as the teamwork continues.
This looks like it's at the top of Udo's playground.
Yeah.
Come on, now we're going to get both guys to the checkpoint, or is it just the front one going to make it?
I think that was one of our Japanese riders before that.
Carl's dinner. The problem is once you're in there, you're still going to get out.
Those that are stuck in the middle, they've still got another hour until they get to the road, I would have thought.
If you want a cheap motorbike, you can go pick one up there tonight.
There's no bike path on the side. And to the right of your screen, that is where the sirens will hit in about 2 seconds here. Wait for it. That signifies the official end of the 2024 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. The 4-hour mark has been hit. A respectable finish and respectable place on the course for all of these hellions.
Yeah, they've had a tough afternoon, that's for sure.
And just let it sink in, boys.
They'll be back next year.
Yeah, they will. For the next week or two, it's like, I'm never going back. And then it's kind of like, yeah.
It was kind of cool.
You know, there's so much at stake for every single competitor. They're fighting for their own battle. Finally, a chance to take off the helmet and relax.
I'm sure there's been a few spectators that have been dying to jump on and start helping these bikes and these riders through now. So once the siren's gone off,
100%,
they're in there helping them out and getting their mates through and back to safety. You see that's the old line through Carl's dinner, and just on the edge of the hill. Got Diogo Vieira, it looks like he's in Dynamite. Also got pretty close to finishing last year, I think.
Well, I think the pictures, they say 1,000 words. On behalf of Daryl Curtis, Billy Bolt, it's been an honor having you in the booth. Pat Parnell here saying thank you so much, Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. When we come back, we'll wrap things up in a nice bow for you. Stay with us. More to come right after this from Austria.
One wave, big or small, can change everything. Focus and dedication can make the difference between pain and gain. Follow the world's best surfers at the height of competition. Get an undiluted view of a pro surfer's life and join adventures around the globe. Surfing on Red Bull TV.
Gear up for the new Crankworx season. The world's greatest downhill riders chasing the clock and each other across 3 continents. The ultimate showcase of what's possible on 2 wheels.
A gold medal! Taking it again!
Crankworx World Tour 2024. Live on Red Bull TV.
What a lovely little island we live on. The scenery, the greenery, some of the best trails, outstanding craftsmanship. 4 seasons in a day. It's easy to overlook our beautiful little island, and there's nowhere I'd rather be. Glorious! Shires, now available on Red Bull TV.
On these roads, in this weather, they should really take it slow.
Drivers are advised to check road conditions.
No room for error. No restraint. All in. Relentless rally action on the world's toughest stages. FIA World Rally Championship 2024. Watch now on Red Bull TV.
Welcome back to the Erzbergrodeo 2024. Mani Lettenbichler has taken an emphatic victory on the Iron Giant. I'm joined here by Paul Botton. Bolts, you've been out on the course.
Oh, mate, it was unbelievable. Like, the sections were so tough this year. They had new entries into some original old sections. The Killing Leap section near the end, I thought that there was no way these guys were going to make it up there, and they just went, oh, God. You saw it. It was unbelievable.
Well, an absolutely vintage year for the Erzbergrodeo. Let's take a look. Carl Katok up on the mound now, giving out the prizes. In 3rd place, Mario Roman, a classic ride from him. Went toe-to-toe with Graham Jarvis through Motorex Highway.
Yeah, that was backwards and forwards.
And then Tristan Hart, the Canadian out of British Columbia, in 2nd. But it's this man with his 10th win on the bounce in the Hard Enduro World Championships, Manuel Lettenbichler, who takes 1st place, his 3rd win in 3 years. Bolts, it is phenomenal because, as we just said, we've got single-digit finishers this year, and yet he made it look easy out there.
He did, honestly. He was so inch perfect everywhere. The way he just puts the power on the ground and maintains it, he's literally just looking after that back tyre, keeping the power on, getting it up there as efficiently as possible, and that's what he's so good at, and we saw it all today.
Well, Billy talked about it in the pre-show. It was that idea that he's so smart. He knows exactly when to turn it on, and he knows exactly when to sit back and rest. And we saw that in section after section.
Yeah, he just dominated. You know, he was so far ahead. When we got into the early stages of Carl's dinner, I looked back and I couldn't see anyone anywhere. And yeah, he just kept putting the hammer down. And then he did the Killing Leap thing at the end, clean as a whistle, got through Dynamite, and then, unreal.
Yeah, everyone is most definitely chasing at the moment. Let's take a look at the confirmation of the final results. So, Mani Lettenbichler there. Let's look at that time. A full 20 minutes ahead of the Canadian Tristan Hart. Mario Roman, after that classic battle with Graham Jarvis, took the 3rd podium spot. Grimbo at 49, though, still in the top 5. Wade Young, the first of that next group, and he had a battle on his hands there, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they went toe-to-toe all the way through the latter stages of the race, and it was, yeah, I thought they might have just switched up again near the end, but no, it didn't happen, did it?
Well, for a moment we thought we were going to see the block pass from Johnny Walker on Teo Kovachev, or knock him off the top of the wall.
Yeah, I
and
think
then
Bill said in commentary that he's going to knock him out the top of the wall ride or something. Was that right?
And then a fantastic result for the first of our juniors there, Mitch Brightmore. He'll be ecstatic with that.
Yeah, I nearly had a little tear in my eye when Mum come and just give him a big hug and a massive kiss on his cheek. Yeah, them guys, they're still working as brickies back home. They're still like privateers, really, but they've got a good support with the TTR team, and yeah, they're making good inroads. Him and his brother train all the time together. Mega.
Well, it has been a classic day here, and important to know that we've had nigh on perfect conditions, damp ground, cool temperatures, but dry at the same time. If this had been wet, it would have been an absolute nightmare. The next event that you'll be able to take on the Hard Enduro World Championship calendar is the X-Ross Hard Enduro Rally in Serbia. It takes place 19th to the 22nd of June, and it promises to be a very different race to Erzberg here. But at the moment, I think that you expect to see Manny Lettenbichler up at the top there. What do you expect to see from X-Ross, though?
Well, mate, he just loves the rally formats as well. He likes this kind of race as well with this more sprinty type thing, but it wasn't a sprint today, let me tell you. But yeah, Manny definitely likes the longer races, more consistent. He's like so good on the uphills. He just cleans them every time. The guys get a bit held up in some of the tic-tacs at the end. He just goes straight through the middle of them, and that's where he pulls all his time. Like we've seen today. Was it 20 minutes? Really?
20 minutes. Full 20 minutes. Unbelievable. Okay, all that's left to say is thank you to you, Bolts. Valiant job out on the course there. I saw you sprinting through it. Thank you to the commentary team. Thank you to Carl Katok, all of his crew, the course builders, everyone who makes Erzberg possible. We have an extra treat for you as well. Right here on Red Bull TV, there's been a wind delay over at Hardline, and it's about to get underway now at 5:20. So settle yourselves in. You get Erzbergrodeo straight into Hardline. Let's go and watch it.
Let's get out of here. Go.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next year.
Applaus auch an alle, die dort draußen waren. Alle, die